Okay, I think it's good. It's going to be a wonderful day. So many things have happened in the last 24 to 48 hours. So we're going to begin with the news. Then we get into other things. Oh, people are talking about the continuous buzzing. Yeah. Please, do you hear any buzzing sound? Someone just sent a message, not here, on YouTube. All right. Good afternoon, Leshisoni. Leshisoni. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Good to be here. We're going to get into some very interesting things today. But before we get into that, we're going to start with news making the rounds in the last 24 to 48 hours. And then we'll bring people up, we'll talk about those things, and then much later we will get into the conversation itself today. So we're still discussing, the series is what led to the war, but today we're talking about Gowon and Ojukwu. We already started talking about it yesterday, so I might go back just to mention some things and then we'll move forward with it. Biela Kisoya, good to see you, my brother. And Omi Yefa as well, thank you so much. Thank you for liking the live. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thanks to everyone, even if I don't call your name. For sure. All right, so let's start with. Oh boy, this place is full. Oh, Jesus is Lord. There are many things. Okay, let's do it this way. Please, let's start with maybe a couple of videos, but let me use this other device. Please don't stop sharing the live. If you're on YouTube, thank you for joining us on YouTube. We're glad you're here. It's a beautiful day. We're going to have a wonderful session today. Oh, thank you for the rose, Wale February. Meanwhile, everyone, please click on the heart icon beside Busuyoris, just above my head. Please click on the heart icon, join the team, drop heart me's, drop gift. It doesn't matter how small, just drop something. Again, these things help the live. So there's something going on social media now, and I think it's also a lesson. People are finding their voices in the north, and one of the ways you notice is so when President Buhari was in power, of course, a lot of people spoke against Fulani and said all kinds of things about them. And yeah, few times people will try to say something and just to, you know, retort, but then it's or provide rebuttal to whatever it is that was being said. But over time, it's not as loud as what you're seeing right now because President Buhari Fulanis were insulted. People denigrated them. Said all kind of things. Even from his Jubilee from Sudan and so on and so forth. Now, people are doing to the president's people, the new president's people, or the current president's ethnic group, what they do to the Fulani. And because of the pushback, a lot of people are beginning to speak up now. One of those things happened with this whole thing about JAM. Someone put something out on Twitter some days ago. It says, I spoke with a man from the north whose son scored 160 in this JAM exam. He's very confident that his son will get medicine and surgery. I felt really sad and disturbed. Can Nigeria universities just eliminate rubbish and judge students purely based on academic performance? All right. So, you already know who is going to that kind of thing. His name is Alex Onyea, but not that it matters. So what I notice is the way the Northerners are responding. Things like 160 is compulsory admission for every Northerner. Take me as a good example. I scored 60 in JAM. All I had to do was speak for full day to the generous vice chancellor and was granted admission. Today I'm practicing. I'm a practicing doctor thanks to Muslim tickets, Nigeria. Anyway, the Northerners are all over it. You know, people are talking about stuff. I know the funny thing. When the Times stuff came out yesterday, I mean, when we read yesterday, one of the things I talked about is the fact that schools in Yoruba land have to do a lot better. But to be fair, Ahmadu Bello University is actually above many other Nigerian universities as far as that particular list is concerned. And I think, yes, there are things that the North may have issues with, but we have to be very careful with, putting out narratives and stereotypes about people, especially if you're one of those people who you don't like people saying certain things about your people. It's important for us to also be very smart, especially when it comes to certain schools like ABU, BUK, that's Bayero University, Kano, and some of those schools. So I just wanted to put that out there because it's one of those things that are on Jaron. Another thing on Jaron is a statement that was put out by Akinola yesterday, and I'm talking about this one specifically because it affects Yoruba people. So Akinola says, "I prostrate to greet my fellow Yoruba elders anywhere I see them, nightclub or inside business class cabin or gym or even party with my agbada, they must chop dobale. It is who we are as a people. Please, it is okay for a young serving Yoruba minister to dobale." Of course, that's because of the Minister for Youth, Minister of Youth, prostrating. And by the way, the man is in his 30s, so for him to prostrate makes sense. He's a young man. But so I can just say what he wanted to say. Then a young girl on Twitter, who I think should be Yoruba, says in response to Akin's tweet saying that's stuff about prostrating, and then the girl says that's psychophancy, Akin. And I think for me, it's what I actually wanted to just say something about. So there's a document I read years ago about multiculturalism in England and how a lot of English people, not just British, a lot of ethnic English people are speaking against the idea of multiculturalism that they embraced in the 1960s. And they're going hard at it, saying that it's eroding their culture. Now, you may have issues with that, especially if you live in England and you're not English. You may say, "Oh, why isn't that? You have a right to be in the land." That's okay. The point is just that they are beginning to see the erosion of their cultural values and norms. So much so that an atheist, Richard Dawkins, was talking about the importance of cultural Christianity in England. That's what he called it. He's not a Christian, but he says there's certain things that has become cultural that are being eroded because of multiculturalism and the rise of some extremist sects of certain religions in England. All of that to say this: sometimes we enjoy having a mix, like a potpourri of cultures in our spaces, especially in Yoruba land. But I think that if we are not careful, we might also be losing on certain things. For instance, the younger generation is meant to believe that prostrating makes no sense. All this your cultural thing doesn't really matter. And like I always say, it's those little things. Say, "Oh, you're just being petty." It's those little things. So the point where a child that was raised in Yoruba land will speak to another person. By the way, the person she called Akin is not Kinshek Beuriel. But we say, everybody's on Twitter, so you can call ourselves names. It's okay. So you say prostrating is psychophancy. In other words, that's how it begins. Before you know it, every single thing that makes you tick, single thing that makes you unique is eroded, so to speak, and then you are essentially cultureless. And I'll tell you one funny thing about those who say those things don't matter is that they have something where they're coming from, and they're going to introduce it to you. But I can assure you, that one that you said doesn't matter, they're going to take it. Let me give you an example. Yesterday, I was listening to a very, very revered intellectual. Sagbenro, fantastic man. Did an interview on the ROF. By the way, a lot of people have been sending me the video. The truth is, ROF is not the same thing as Ogboni. Okay, ROF is something like Freemasonry. And just to be clear, and I think we've talked about it before, but I was happy to also hear him say those things because, again, Enu Agbalo Bitingbo. So we're talking about ROF, and that's Reformed Ogboni Fraternity. Of course, it was started by an Archdeacon, a Christian minister, and a lot of the members in the beginning were actually Christians. And the idea was not necessarily to do what Ogboni was doing; it was to replicate Freemasonry in the image, so to speak, of the Yoruba. So Yoruba lo dale. So do you understand? We don't have to try to change whatever. Just we create something new for ourselves. Now there are people who were speaking against this thing back then. Again, I'm not saying it was good or not bad. My point is not whether it's good or bad. If you want to join that, whatever it is, make your choice. But it's not as what's the word now? Exciting. From reading, from studying about it, a lot of the knowledge, those things are ubiquitous now. You can actually find some of those things online if you know where to search. But the point I'm trying to make is this. There are certain people who will speak against things like that and say, oh, look at these terrible human beings, they are joining cults. Only for me to now hear in the interview yesterday, and I went to research afterwards, that apparently one of the places where ROF, again, not Ogboni, ROF is different. Where ROF is, buzzing right now is on Onitsha. And I know who took it there. It's none other than Azikiwe, because he joined ROF in Lagos. What I'm trying to say is that people will look down on what you have, and I'm not talking about ROF specifically, I'm just using it as an example. They will look at what you have, talk down on it, make you look down on it, disdain it, and then take it. And then do with it what you would have been doing with it. So all of that to say that when I saw this whole thing about psychophancy, again, the person is a child, so children can, sometimes on. But I think it's also important for us to begin to ask these real questions. Just because we have different cultures in our space does not mean we should lose our culture. So when you call prostrating psychophancy, so what is not psychophancy? Standing up and slapping your father to wake him up. I'm not saying some people do that, but you get the point. All right. Again, this is what you have when you have all this cultural mix of people who don't understand. By the way, there's nothing wrong with if you want to mix with other cultures, at least be grounded in your own. I think that's the point. And that's what I learned from, what the English people are saying now. And they are tracing their problems to 1964. Yes, some people will trace it back to slavery. Oh, they were an empire and all of those things. But one of these days, maybe we'll have that conversation. Why the English have a right to assert that they want their land to be the way it has always been. And I'm not saying it will be the way it has always been, but they have a right to say it. Because if you say they don't have a right, that means that you also don't have a right to say it in your own fatherland. And don't tell me that, oh, but they came to colonize you. Well, you also colonize people. The difference is that people assimilated into your culture. You are refusing to assimilate into the British culture or the English culture. We'll talk about that another time. Anyway, let's go on to something a bit more interesting. So there is I'm not going to spend too much time on this, I hope. A young lady, I think from the East, of course from her name you can tell, her name is Chikama. But then she says something okay, let me just read what she says and then the conversations that ensued. It says, her auntie died. In her obituary, they wrote the messages of all her sons first before the ones of her daughters. Mind you, her first children are girls, the last born is still in primary school. But his tribute came first before the tribute of his eldest sister. They made sure first son, second son, third son, and fourth son were first before first child and first daughter. Prince 577, good afternoon. So that tomorrow, when Igbo men deceive you as an Igbo woman, that you don't need feminism because women can take chieftaincy titles in Onitsha. Misogyny is in so many different flavors, and even the death of your mother will not save you from the disrespect that will be meted out on you because of your gender. The fact that no one will write about the life the woman led before she married is even another one. You'll be reading an obituary of a woman, and all they can describe is how she was a good wife and mother. The woman could have been a singer, a tailor, a painter, a dancer, and so on, but being a good wife and mom will be all you read. But when a man dies, something as irrelevant as how he used canoe to cross into Lagos will be recorded. So that's somebody sharing. It's a terrible stuff, but who am I? And then, of course, receipts and everything. Who am I to controvert what she has said? But that's not even the issue. But I want you to understand this because this is the basis of the conversations that followed. Somebody, a Yoruba lady, then writes, I won't be shocked to find one or two Yoruba women here trying to form imaginary relation to this. I strongly believe the feminism movement in Nigeria is not only performative, but it is Igbo and centers only Igbo women, and the Yoruba women in the movement do it to feel among. How do I know? Why are you always vocal when Igbo women, when it is Igbo women, but you are mute when it is Yoruba women? We have so many feminist issues of our own unique to us that we need to focus on as Yoruba women. But no Sade is fighting other people's battle. Welcome to my TED Talk. Since you are all gathered here, I will add more tweets here to be mad and all of this. So she wrote some things, and so I picked something from here. A lot of insults and conversations, but here's the point. There is no Nigerian feminism because there is no Nigerian culture. Some people are still fighting battles that your great grandparent as a Yoruba girl fought. We did a session here a while back on Yoruba feminism. I don't know if it's still on YouTube. I don't know if it's still there, but if it's not there, I'll probably just find it up. I don't know. Maybe it's there. One second, please. So we once did a session here on Yoruba feminism, and of course some people hated the word that we use the word feminism. Why would you put feminism beside Yoruba? I said because that's the only way to explain what we're about to say. And what was I trying to say? I was saying that when some people's women didn't have a way to speak, even in Europe, Yoruba women were deposing kings in Abeokuta. When people are disrespected for not being male in terms of like this kind of obituary, whatever, a Yoruba woman has a right to inheritance in her father's or mother's property. Like she has that right. But there are parts of Nigeria that is the court that is just making the statement just a couple of years ago about how women should be able to have access. Good afternoon, Mr. Victor. Have access to inheritance or have inheritance or whatever. The point is, they have something to fight. I'm not here to say one is better than the other. I'm just saying that I think that this Nigerian thing makes people not to really think properly. There's no Nigerian culture as it relates to women. There are cultural issues on an ethnic group by ethnic group basis. The issues of one ethnic group is not the issue of the other ethnic group. And so when Yoruba people, for instance, are saying, oh, and that's why you notice on Twitter, when they start doing their quote-unquote feminism, they're always angry. And you can tell where the anger is coming from. And you may not understand it, but please understand that when Igbo women get angry, there's a reason for it. But if you're a Yoruba person, you cannot be angry like that. You have your own. See, we're not perfect. We have issues, but it's not the same. And we should stop all this thing of if they are fighting there, we must also fight together because we have issues. We don't. You, for instance, if something happens, when my dad passed, my sisters, didn't get less than women. So the men got just like the girls got. It's not even something you have to think about. But in some cases, they have to go to court to even get a judgment that will allow the women to get something. And you are fighting as if you have the same experiences. You don't. Just because we're in Nigeria does not mean we have the same cultures. We don't. And we are not the same people. So it goes deeper than this, but I'm trying not to get into all the insults because they're insulting themselves. Baje. But I think it's one of those things that you experience with the way some of us move. And then, of course, you hear something from Oyibo. We have two extremes. some people are fighting as if they're in America. And when you ask them, all the rhetorics are Black American rhetoric. Even the white Americans cannot say those things. It's Black American. You are carrying Black American issues on your head as a Yoruba lady. Abba, do we have issues? Of course we do. Are they the same? Of course they are not. You come from a line of women who could actually stand up and speak in the palaces, not just as visitors, but as members of cabinet. And you've been doing that for centuries, before Europe even started doing it. If you read the document of Aristotle, for instance, which I studied when I was in school, as one of the courses I took, the concept of citizenship in Greece was actually not extended to women. Aristotle, with all his great philosophy, and of course is respected, but women were not citizens in Greece. Yoruba women were not only citizens, they were sitting in meetings as cabinet members as Iyalode, being the first woman in the community. They were the ones in charge of economy, the Iyaloja. I'm talking Aristotle. I'm talking Aristotle intentionally because the only person I can compare him to, compare him with, maybe Orunmila, but even Orunmila's times, the women still had a role. Of course, the men will do what the men will do because they are in charge, but the women always had a role. And in most cases, this is the funny thing, in Yoruba culture, women are seen first as mothers, even when the person talking to them is older than them. And again, I'm not saying we have a perfect culture. We don't. I'm just saying that what we need to work on is not the same thing. The people you are fighting their battle. Their own battle, your own great-grandmother, like your own mothers left that level like 800, 1,000 years ago. I beg, there are some serious things that women can fight, but you have women, for instance, who are heading just about every major bank in Nigeria. You have women who are in every sphere of influence in this country, whether it's tech or banking or music or even ministry or whatever, or education. They are everywhere. The issues that Yoruba women would have, and they do have, and Yoruba men also have issues, they are not the same as issues of other people. That's what I'm trying to say. And it's important for us not I think we are dumbing ourselves down when we try to fight a Nigerian feminist fight. It's ridiculous because the people you are fighting on behalf, they are still struggling with the idea of, are you going to drink the water that they used to wash the corpse and things like that? And I'm not throwing shit at anybody. I'm just saying that we have different fights. So let them fight their fight. You can support them, but don't bring the anger home. Like in this house, we have our own issue. Well, I'm talking as if we live in the same house, but we have our own issues that we should sort, and that one is not one of it. So I just thought I should put it out there without necessarily going deep into it. When you come up, we'll probably talk about it for a bit. Mr. Corti, good to see you, sir. Ẹkáàbọ. All right. So that's that about that. There's, well, they call it breaking news. I'm going to read it and then a couple of comments. Troops intercept truck with 164,000 cartridges in Anambra. Arrest 3 men, arms suppliers. Troops of Sector 5 of Operation Udoka, in a joint operation with operatives of the 63 Brigade and the Department of State Services, DSS, have intercepted a truck loaded with over 164,000 live cartridges. The operation followed credible intelligence, which led to the arrest of a suspected arms courier, Mr. Emeka Omenefe, along the Asaba-Onitsha Expressway on 29 May 2025. According to the sources, Omenefe was immediately handed over to the DSS for interrogation. During questioning, he reportedly confessed to being a part of a syndicate involved in transporting ammunition from Ghana to Nigeria for gunmen in Southeast, including IPOB and ESN. Following his confession, troops arrested his accomplice, Mr. Uchenna Obiora, at the Onitsha Oka toll gate on 30th May 2025 while he was awaiting delivery of the ammunition. The arrest led to the interception of a truck which had the concealed ammunition. Just one point I want to make on this. There was a podcast, an interview online, I don't know, was it this year, last year, featuring Kanayo. And in true fashion, he was talking about how there's so many excuse me, so many checkpoints when you're going to the east. From here to here, there's a checkpoint. From there to there, there's a checkpoint. There's a checkpoint everywhere, as if we are fighting. If I were an Igbo person, I would be happy that there are many checkpoints. Again, the issues are different. Let me tell you what he said. He said when he traveled from, I think, Lagos or something to somewhere in the southwest, that, police checkpoints are not as many, but in the east, there are checkpoints everywhere. Therefore, they are making the place look like a war zone. They are responding to the security realities of the southeast. And I think that people from that region should work with the government and, not support TSN and IPOB. If you're looking for something to support in the southeast, by the way, you should be supporting the Bubiagu, because that's the one that the southeastern governors, created something similar to what we have in the southwest. That's Amoteku. That's what you guys should be doing, rather than supporting bad behavior and be crying that, oh, how come they now have people everywhere? It's not, we shouldn't be talking that way. But I'm glad that they called these people, and hopefully that will lead to peace in the southeast. But then again, I wonder why they're always buying guns and buying live cartridges and things like that. But we'll be all right. Everybody will be all right. All right. Something nauseating came up yesterday. I'm trying to see if I can find it here. All right, I've seen it. It was from the governor of Imo State. And I think that in the name of being peaceful and being we are all one Nigeria, I think we're losing something important. And our political leaders need to do better, to be honest. What would you consider a genuine feminist issue? I have to think about it. In Yoruba land, I really have to think about it. It's not, I have to think about it, maybe even talk to Yoruba women, because the things I've heard them say, thank you, Mr. Latunji, the things I've heard them say about stuff, once we've done talking about it, like, there's really no issue from them so far. The last time I spoke with Yoruba women on this feminist issue, I was like, okay, so what exactly is it? I remember this young lady just shouting, Pechaki, Pechaki. I was like, let me tell you what I told her. I'll go back to this news. I asked her a question. I said, do you think that there was actually a time in the history of man when men sat together and had a conference and said, we're going to be the ones in charge of society and we're going to put women under? Like, do you think that really happened? Patriarchy is a creation of society, and the society includes women. It takes men and women to create patriarchy. And if you think it's a lie, go back 1,000, if I go back 50 years ago, no, not even go back 50 years ago, go to your village right now and go to the forest, make sure you're carrying a dang gun, then you understand how patriarchy was created by society. Somebody talks about how everybody wants to be feminist now because everything we need is here. We talk about, I think the only thing that the ladies kept talking about was something about working. Maybe we should have that session again. I remember saying to them, it wasn't a session here, it was somewhere else, but it wasn't even online. But I remember saying something like, I said, listen, I don't know, they kept talking about traditional women, traditional marriage, traditional women. I was like, what do you mean traditional? Do you understand this traditional thing you're talking about is American? In Yoruba traditional society, our women always worked. There's no full-time housewife. The only thing that makes you a full-time housewife in Yoruba land is childbirth. Say, women don't work. I was like, what are you talking about? Like, my grandmothers worked. My mom worked. She's retired now. Their mothers worked. They always did something. My grandmother was an alajakpa. She was a merchant. They would travel long distances. And they've been doing that for more than 1,000 years. They traveled, they worked, they sold. Yoruba women never, the concept of traditional housewife that people bring on social media, this is another problem. Social media is just funny. People think American problem is their problem. Say traditional. What's traditional? Say traditional men, just, I'm like, in Yoruba land, arao, our women. So the difference between what our women have always done and what you're seeing right now is the fact that they've always been entrepreneurs. Now they have to work in, I mean, not even now, in the last 50 to 100 years, they've had to work in corporate organizations as salary earners. That's the only difference. But the idea of working is not foreign to Yoruba women. But I don't think we know enough about our history. So maybe one of these days we'll talk about it. But like I said, it's not like it's perfect. And I know if you ask a woman now, there'll be something they want to say, which is fair. But even then, your issues will still be different from other people's issues. Because the kind of thing where people they struggle with for this Nigeria, you just hear them, you be like, Abba. And you're in 2025, oh God. So sincerely, if you ask me right now, I don't know any issue like that. But I know if I ask a woman, they will tell me. But when we talk, most times when we talk, they usually just say, oh, that's been taken care of, apparently. But of course, more needs to be done based on whatever it is that they feel is an issue for them. Now, moving on to Lagos State. Something interesting is happening in Lagos State, and it's not right. It's not right. And I'm going to read from Opus Odima. It says, I joined Indigbo in Lagos State on behalf of the Southeastern governors as we received the report of the joint committee set up by the Lagos State government to address the concerns surrounding demolition of structures identified as illegal. I recalled that Wale Afebioye, Yoruba women did not even take the name of their husbands. No, you're right. They didn't. We didn't even have surnames. We didn't have surnames. Yoruba women don't have to change anything in terms of names. Yoruba women, the concept of divorce was a bit different, a lot different in our traditional society. And I dare say was actually better, especially for freeborns. I can't say the same thing for those who are not freeborns, but it was better. I was talking about this thing with my brother yesterday, about a woman, who moved. It's just that adultery was, of course, frowned upon, but divorce was a lot easier, right? Well, it was different. Let me just say it was different. Our women were gangsters, man. Our women were just, they still are, to be honest. For those who actually understand these things, they still are, for the most part. It's just that these young ones, I don't know, maybe they watched too much Nickelodeon growing up. They thought they were in America. But yeah, whatever issues we have, we'll sort it by God's grace, and God will help our men and our women to build a better society. So back to this. It says, I recall that when this matter first arose, we, the Southeastern leaders, promptly waded in and engaged with the Lagos State Governor, His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu. In response, this is the part I have issues with. See, the fact that the governor decided to leave their house or be their state and travel all the way to Lagos State to be questioning the Lagos State governor, that's not even the problem. The real issue is this. In response, that's the governor of Lagos, graciously agreed to set up a joint committee chaired by himself to thoroughly review the discrepancies, claims, and counterclaims brought forward. Why? Why would you create a joint committee with people from the Southeast, with governors from the Southeast, to discuss matters happening in your own space? When they demolish things in their space, do you see anybody going there to say, let us have joint committee? What's all this? I mean, it's one thing to be respectful and say, oh, sorry about that, we'll check it to be fine. But to now have a committee that now involves governors from the Southeast. Number one, we already know that Southeastern people and politicians don't know boundaries. It's at this point, it's culture. But you are the governor of your own state. You now created a committee, and then they were not part of it, so that we cannot look at it together. If there's any discrepancy, we'll now talk about it. That's impossible. These are the things that give people the impetus to speak anyhow in public and say things like, we own this place together. We don't. Why is a governor involved? The best, let me tell you something, the best thing you could have is a representative of the people in your state. Do you get? The representative of the Igbo people in Lagos State can be part of that kind of committee if you ever have to have one, which I don't even see any sense in, because they did enough to get that thing, sorted. But all these ones, And it's, again, you only see it in Yoruba land. In the name of peace and justice, you soon discover people are going to make you to something you're not. Anyway, let's finish this thing. It says the report has received reflect the collective input of all stakeholders, including representatives of Ndibo, and provides a clear path towards resolution. As governors of the Southeast, we will continue to do our best to see this matter through in accordance with recommendations endorsed by all. While interacting with our people, I reminded them that Nigeria belongs to us all. We support the government in power to realize the level of development we seek. I also encourage them to look back home and contribute meaningfully to the growth of our region. Maybe that's the only thing you should have told them. I've never seen a group of people who are so intent on laying claims in a place where they live and for some reason don't think of developing where they are coming from. I've never seen that kind of group in my life. But one in Nigeria, it's amazing. So for me, I think it was nonsense. These people do stuff in their state. You are the governor of the state. What is all this? Is this pandering that, listen, young people see these things and they think that's what life is. Life is not about that. Be fair, be fair to all concerned. Don't try to hurt anybody, but stop being like, just be everybody's together, pandering. It's not sexy. It is not sexy. And it's not cool, by the way. So I hope we really begin to. Tinubu said all this. Eyebrow solar, you are right. Unfortunately. And I think eventually discovered his errors. Discovered his errors. All this thing of trying to bring certain people in. And now you can't even talk without people sending folks from their region. For what? So the governor is not the governor. He doesn't have territorial. There's no territorial. What's the word? So the governor is not the governor. He doesn't have territorial. There's no territorial. What's the word now? Extent or boundary. He can be anywhere saying he's representing his people. Okay. Everybody will be all right. Baron, which one is lie? Sorry, somebody on YouTube. It's not a lie now. Your women still drink. See, let me just leave it alone. I don't want to. Let's not fight. When all these things happen anywhere else, nobody asks questions. But in Lagos, especially in Tuman, I'm a call letter lori Twitter. Anyway, some people are speaking up. People, different Yoruba groups and organizations are speaking up, talking about how it's unacceptable that this kind of thing is happening. And I'm glad that is up, actually. Also, somebody sent me this. She's a member of a group, and they had sent a petition to the Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council, the Federal Ministry of Education, National Assembly Committee on Education, State Ministries of Education, Yoruba Traditional Council, National Human Rights Commission, and National Institute of Cultural Orientation. And they sent this petition to defend Yoruba history from ethnic distortion in Nigerian textbooks. Stop the historical distortion. Ile-Ife was not founded by the Igbo. So this is nice. I'd like to see this kind of thing. There's a lot of talk about it, which is important. But as well, the people here, this organization, they're also speaking up to get the relevant agencies to do something about it. But as well, if you're Igbo and you see these things, speak up. It doesn't look good on you and on your ethnic group that you are always trying to change people's or distort people's history to make yourself feel comfortable. It makes absolutely no sense. All right, moving on from there. CNG is thriving. Investments are expanding. That's from Sunday Diary, CON. It says 50,000 vehicle count and rising to 100,000. Over 175 stations are being rolled out nationwide by various partners. The CNG sector has attracted over $500 million in investments and created over 10,000 direct jobs. 255 new conversion centers that didn't exist last year, and 53 daughter stations exist today. So it's talking about the presidential CNG initiative. I mean, it's long, but let me just say this. I think there's a lot of issues with this because in its comment section, people were raising how difficult it is for people to access, CNG, queue time and all of those things, refuel and everything. The only reason I'm reading this thing now is just to tell people, especially if you live abroad, or even if you're in Nigeria, and you hear about these things. When people say things like CNG is not working, people have to spend 6 hours, to queue in order to buy CNG, just see it that it's an opportunity. So I'm only talking about it because I say business opportunity here. I'm not doing the business, so I'm just telling you in case you're looking for one, that you should research and consider this. Don't go and do it immediately. Just research and see if it's something, that you want to be part of. So that way, we can fill in the gap and make money while doing that. That's a lot better than just crying all over social media like Egbiri. All right. A few more things, and then we'll. I think. Sorry, what's that stuff? One second, please. We're almost done. So if you want to come up, please send your request. I'll bring people up in a bit. Just want to go through some news before we get people up here. The Federal Operations Unit Zone A of the Nigerian Customs Service said it has intercepted 46 contraband goods worth 1.5 billion naira in 2 weeks of operations. Comptroller Mohammed Shuaibu revealed this at a media briefing on the unit's recent activities held in Ikeja. The Niger State Governor Bago has cancelled all Salah activities to mourn Mokwa flood victims. A lot of people died in that unfortunate incident. Governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Mba, has transmitted an executive bill to the Enugu State House of Assembly to checkmate criminal activities among native doctors, herbalists, and related persons in the state. What's happening in the southeast? Anambra State Governor did something similar. And if you're using Netflix in Nigeria, I don't know if this is good news or bad news, but monthly subscription plan in Nigeria for Netflix is now 8,500 starting July 4th, 2025. Netflix should come and pay me for that information, but on a serious note, the price is going up. Let me just play this guy's video. So there's a young man on social media who's always talking about how what's this thing he says? Civil servants cannot afford the cars. So we'll say, oh, come and see this car, but civil servants cannot afford it. He's always, making jokes and all of that. He was interviewed on channels. I just want you to listen to what he has to say, and then we'll do a couple more news, and then we'll get into conversations from other people. So please take a listen to this.
So there you go. So as we wind down, Saraki Mota, two things. For some, they've said that you are a child of privilege. So that's why you speak that way, that you come from a lot of money. So you probably don't understand the hard work that civil servants or, very hardworking Nigerians put in on the one hand. So maybe you want to speak to that. Secondly, I want you to officially take this moment to speak to civil servants, if you want to apologize to them and all of that, because believe me, you believe you me. A lot of them are not happy. So maybe just take a moment to speak to them and put things in proper context for them.
Yes. Well, about the privilege, I would like to clearly state that since when I started my business way back in 2019 till date, nobody has given me a handout. Nobody has given me a dime, and I started my business without anybody's dime. I started at something we call ensemble, which means somebody that goes out and look for customers for other people's car. They give you 50,000, 100,000, 150, 200. That was how I gathered money and I bought my first car, a Ojukwu 307, the car almost killed me. But, you know, we continued from there. I kept on hustling. I was very, very consistent. I was very, very determined. And I am where I am today. So in terms of privilege, I do not have privilege. And I will shock you that both of my parents are actually even civil servants, so there's no privilege there. So sometimes I am looking for their trouble too when they see my videos, you know. So no privilege. I was very hardworking and I was very consistent, and luckily we are where we are today. And to all the civil servants who are watching this, I want to clearly state that my intentions for all of you are very, very positive. I love you people more than you actually love me, and my goal is to ensure that I make each and every single one of you watching this a car owner. So come and buy cars from Sarki Motor Autos. I offer a package that nobody in Nigeria currently offers.
No invoice.
So,
Two invoices
so
you will get.
You know the package I offer currently, nobody in Nigeria offers it.
Three
offer
invoices.
Cars with warranty.
Keep going.
So
3 invoices will send to you. Keep going.
Comprehensive insurance.
4 invoices you're getting, Sarki Motor.
No, let me leave it like that. Let me leave it like that.
Well, you get the invoice. Well, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
All right, I thought that was really cool. I never liked those adverts where it's always shouting, civil servant cannot buy this. I was like, when they go steal money now. All right, so that's that. A few more things. Suspended Rivers Governor Sim Fubara visits President Bola Tinubu. The image is all over social media. It's just quite interesting what's playing out. Guys on Arise had a conversation about it. Please take a listen.
See where the chips will fall on the road to 2027.
So we have a buffet this morning of stories, but I want to start with a song this morning. Now our papa be this, so we not get any other. Now our papa be this, so Governor Fubara has gone to see his father, President Tinubu. He has no choice, because in this game of politics, he's been brown-bitten. That will never, and I repeat, never, read my lips, mitigate the fact that we totally condemn a state of emergency by President Tinubu. And the cases are in court. We'd like to see the Supreme Court pronouncement on that. But the same Fubara that said all of a sudden the other day in a church service that his mind has left the place is going to visit President Tinubu. We are getting indication that things are getting better between them. For the first time in a long while, since all of this started, the tiff started, Wike is saying that he's my son. It's the people that are using him against me. Now, he's going to meet President Tinubu. Does this show you something that all politicians are the same? It's just about power. A lot of people thought that Fubara was going to stand his ground and say, what's the worst that will happen? You'll impeach me, but it will be on record. But it shows no, that Nigerian politicians are not that way. It's about what they can use.
This guy is a clown.
But they forget that that power is transient. In the end, it will be standing for something. But you know, like they argue in Nigeria, who's standing for something help? In a country where there's poverty, there's hunger, a lot is going on. But we must still build a society that has values, that where...
This guy doesn't understand what value means. The reason I'm playing this is not because of him, it's because of people who are just all over the place saying, oh, this is my candidate, I'm going to call my candidate. You'll be shocked. You go and fight people over politicians. Your problem is wonderful. Anyway, a few more things. I promise, not too long. This is 2:43. Okay. I have a couple of minutes and then we'll move on. I wanted to call the governor the other day. Okay, there's one from Rotimi Amechi, but I don't think it's necessary. The video, not what he says is necessary, but I don't think it's necessary for me to play it. He says I was once Wike's boss. Whether I liked it or not, I hired him. I could have said no, which is fair. Lagos State government has announced that anyone caught dumping refuse illegally or littering public spaces will pay a fine of 250,000 naira or spend up to 3 months in prison. So, Lagos is smelling, Abi. Yeah. Also, I think they're considering restarting the monthly sanitation exercise. By the way, Lagos used to have monthly sanitation exercises. Somebody or certain people went to court and banned it because they said they wanted freedom of movement. But like I said, these guys don't care about the land. Don't care about the land. The place can be dirty as long as you can move. And then when it gets dirty, you say it's smelling. May they fix these things. All right. A Nigerian trumpeter, Joshua Olusonya, known as Trumpet Influencer, has been officially confirmed by Guinness World Records as the holder of the record for the longest marathon playing the trumpet. So that's good. Ojukwu, local council development area of Lagos State, sells seller rams at 75,000 naira subsidized price. The chairman, Razak Ulushola Jala, said the subsidized ram sale is about meeting the needs of our Muslim brothers and sisters according to the Quran. When they kill the ram, they should send me my own part so that all of us will enjoy beautiful Ileya. And then lastly, before we move on, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Olufemi Oluyede, has relocated to Makurdi, the Benue State capital, over the incessant killings of innocent villagers by herders. I'm bringing people up now. Please, as soon as you get up, please mute. I'm not sure you got it, but while February carries, please mute. Thank you. So, the Chief of Army Staff, please send requests again. I'll bring you back up. The Chief of Army Staff has moved to Makurdi in Benue State, which is really good. I'm hoping that this will help with the security situation in Makurdi. I saw some very bad news from there. A lot of people were unalived, the bandits and all that. Terrible, terrible stuff. So I hope that this also helps. We're going to come back to some of these things, but let's have some thoughts, some reactions, and then we'll go on from there later. Good afternoon, Remy Guy. Ẹkáàsán.
Hey, Ẹkáàsán, Professor Busoye. Thank you so much for the good work you're doing, and may God always bless you, your family, and everybody that is important to you in your life. Thank you so much, my brother. The only reason why I'm coming up is this. I don't really know why Lagos or any inch of Yoruba land should be of any particular interest to these people from, I would call them who they are, these Igbo people. Because why would even like anybody responsible for any space in Yoruba land think he has an obligation to explain anything to anybody, like from the southeast or from this Biafran land people? I mean, can you imagine that, like, they're demanding, like, someone who comes to give them a report on why some people, I mean, there are lots of houses that were demolished because they were built on, like, canals and all these pathways for the rivers and streams and everything, you know. So why would anybody in his right sense even question such decisions with limit to demolish them? They demolish, like in Enugu and all these places, houses every day, and we don't hear anything from these people. Why must we Yorubas always, why do they think like Yorubas owe them any explanation for anything done in Yoruba land? That's the Sanwo-Olu guy. Like, I mean, I'm glad that that's his last tenure anyway. He's leaving, you know, because I don't understand why he particularly thinks he has to dance to the tune of all this indigo or whatever they call themselves. That thing beats me. Can they demand anything like in Kano, in the northern part of Nigeria? I guess these people always think like Yorubas and Yoruba land are the weakest part of the chain. And they keep coming back for, I mean, they thought about it. They did the same thing in 1967 to 70 until my grandfathers, my uncles, and my dad taught them a good lesson. And this time around, my generation will teach them as well. No, you cannot come to my land and want to dictate to me what terms and conditions you live with me in my own land. And some politicians, some stupid politicians cannot even see that. No, so yeah, I don't want to take. That's the thing. I mean, like my blood is boiling. Like, listen, what kind of arrant nonsense is that? Why must we like bear the burden of fake one Nigeria? Oh, soon Professor Ishegon, and more grief to you. So I beg, where can one see where one can donate to the group or whatever? So the Bani account number, Bikini, so
okay. Okay, Marcos. Okay, my dispense. I'll display it for the next 5 minutes because we'll put it on again later at Tabatekpari, but let me just put it up now so that in case you want to use it, you may use it now. Thank you very much for your submission, Mr. Remy Guy. So it's 01618544103. Yes. So that's the. It's going to show up later. But thank you very much for that submission. Someone else wants to come up. You've been trying to come up at February for a while. I don't know what's happening. So please, I hope this time it works. Excuse me. I hope it works this time so that we can hear your thoughts. Are you there, Wale February? Okay. Carries events. Sorry guys, just to make sure that this thing is good. Okay. Well, I think your network is really bad. Network is bad, so maybe you should fix it. When you do, please feel free to come back up. Hope everything is all right at home. May God bless you and your parents. So I think you're having network issues, my brother Wale. All right, so today we're moving. Let's move to the topic. This thing is not distracting me. This is what I usually put it up. You know what? Let's put it in the comment section, Mr. Remy. I'll write it in the comment section. It's in my face. It's in my face. I can't remove it. GTB. We're going into the topic now. Topic proper. So please, if you're on TikTok, please power tap, share the live. Mr. Remy Guy, the details you'll find in the comment section. GT account. Thank you very, very much. We'll get into. I'm going to put up the account details much later today, but let me just remove it right now because it's distracting. But please, the text is in the comment section. Please use it as you see fit. All right. Thank you, sir. So, yeah, let's just do a little housekeeping. Please, let's power tap on TikTok. Let's try and get this into 40K. If you're on Basically, we had a fun time. We discussed a few books here. 1 second. Let me just open the books that we need to use today. Today, we're discussing something very important, right? As far as Nigeria's history is concerned, there was tension between two major people, and that tension led to what has become the first, and I hope the last civil war that Nigeria will ever experience. That's the Biafran War that took place from 1967 up until 1970 January. So I'm really praying that we'll never have that kind of thing again. And the reason we're having these sessions is so we don't have things like that happen in our space. But please, to get ready for this session, please power tap on Twitter. We really need to get these numbers up here beside Busui Ores. Please click on that icon and join the team, drop a gift. All those things help the live. I really need to do all this before we get into it. So I won't be stopping and be reminding us. But I know that we're going to always remember. So please, let's do it now. We're on 23.2K on TikTok. Let's try and get this into 40K. Thanks a lot. Let me just open the books that we're using today. I mean, one is open already. So yesterday we read from Gowon. We read from this book called, it's an old book, but it's a very good book. Gowon, the autobiography of a soldier statesman by J. Ishawa Elaigo. Or I think it's Isawa, but I don't know. I hope that's Isawa Elaigo. There is the Nigerian Civil War by John de St. John. I read one of those books by Max Yolon yesterday. So I can remember one of those books. Nigeria Soldiers of Fortune by Max Yolon was also one of the books we read yesterday. And just to do a little recap, then we get into today's topic. Today's topic we're discussing Gowon and Ojukwu. Still discussing what led to the war. All right. Kola Venture, good to see you. Ẹkáàbọ. All right, so thank you, and thanks for the gifts. I really appreciate Remy Guy, SHC Sao. Thank you very much. All right, well together. I'm just trying to get back into this thing. All right. So far in this series, we've been talking about what led to the war. We've talked about the first coup, and we've talked about the mistakes of Iransi and how he, didn't take advantage of the situation in Nigeria at the time, considering the fact that a lot of people were actually very happy after the coup took place, and it would have made a lot of sense if he had, capitalized on that and made something of it. But apparently he didn't, which led to the terrible events of July 29, 1966. Yesterday we read from this book, Iransi by Chuks Ilwegbunam, and in this book we read the interview with T.Y. Danjuma, and some of the things, of course, that are not known so much in terms of the details of the things that happened that led to the unaliving of Iransi and also Adekunle Fajri. He mentioned, how he was in Ibadan with Iransi, having traveled from Lagos, but then of course they had the coup in Ibadan, and eventually, although he wasn't there, but the head of state was unalived. That's Iransi, which led to a lot of things. Apparently, that was not where he started. He started in Abeokuta. In Abeokuta, there was the case of Igbo officers, according to some sources, planning to do certain things in the east. And one of those sources, of course, is Anthony Nauro. And perhaps I should read that so that we can use that as a launching pad into today's conversation. Thank you for the gift. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right. So he says, one of the things, of course, that led, I've repeated this over and over again, the straw that broke the camel's back really was Decree number 34 of 1966. And of course, not only did Iransi abolish regional system, he also, quote unquote, unified the civil service. And you'll find that in the book by Professor Isawa. The idea basically is that you could transfer people anywhere, and it also means that what the Northern indigenization policy of Sadauna was meant to accomplish, or whatever it has accomplished so far, would be reversed based on that unification of the civil service. And what that means basically is this. And I remember spending some time talking about it yesterday, where someone said, "Oh, program and the North, what the North did led to whatever." The truth of the matter is that what the Sadauna did is what every sensible leader would do, or any sensible leader would do that same thing. If you have your kids going to uni, leaving school, and have no jobs, and then your civil service is occupied by people from other places, you have a duty to your people to guarantee gainful employment and job opportunities. And then the other people can say the same thing to their own leaders where they're from. Because, and by the way, like I always say, people can judge Sadauna, but that's only because they don't understand the policy. We're not going to discuss it today, but again, if you're really interested in understanding the Northernization policy, please read My Life by Sadauna. That's by Amaju Bello. You would understand what the Northernization policy was all about. But in a nutshell, the idea basically was to ensure that their own children, Northern graduates, had jobs in the civil service. And although those places were, and by the way, they didn't do it unilaterally. They started first with the Northern cadre, the senior cadre, to ensure that more people could get gainfully employed. And that became something that people called him a tribalist for. If that's what makes people tribalist, I think they should be happy that they called him that. But it's a very good thing that he did. Anyway, whatever they had gained from that will be reversed with Iran's unification of the civil service. So the Northern Civil Service was essentially part of the whole. So there was nothing yours in Nigeria. Everything belonged to everybody. Well, in other parts but the East. I think that's one of the reasons, of course, that people began to react. And of course, that led to the fighting and killing. That was in May. The law was promulgated on May 24. The fighting and killing started on May and ended, as a matter of fact, on May 29. Ojukwu went to the north, and then eventually, just to placate the people, the emirs went to Kano to talk to them, and then eventually he traveled to Ibadan. And it was while he was in Ibadan in July that he was, arrested and subsequently unalived. We moved from there to now talk about what happened from that day, how the original plan of the coup plotters was actually to break away from Nigeria. Oh, I meant Iransi, sorry about that. Iransi was what I was talking about. The original plan was to break away from Nigeria, and that's why the operation or the coup itself was called Araba. They were demanding for secession. The idea basically was that they wanted to get out of Nigeria and have a Republic of the North. And they started moving people, for instance, from Lagos, from Ikeja, from Ibadan, from Abeokuta. Northern soldiers were directed to go to Ilorin because Ilorin then was part of the North. They're going to get out of the country. They're using planes to move people from Lagos airport. And they also commandeered an international airline. And eventually, would I say good reason prevailed? But we had a situation where the Attorney General of the Federation, or the Chief Justice, so they're talking about Demola, you had the Northern civil servants, you had the British High Commissioner, the American ambassador, and the rest of the officers were able to convince the hot-headed ones, led by Murtala Mohammed, not to secede, but to stay in Nigeria. And you find details of that, of course, in the book by IBB, Johnny in Service. You also find it in this book by Isawa Eligo called Gowon, the biography of a soldier statesman. All right. Anyway, the other conversations, they chose to follow Gowon. And so Gowon, of course, became the head of state. But while all of this was happening, before Gowon became head of state, Ogundipe had discovered, who was the second in command to Iransi, and I discovered that there was no other thing to do. There was no way out of this. He had called people, for instance. Sorry, I may have to take it down, please. Thank you. So he had, there was a situation where he spoke to junior officers and they wouldn't listen to him. So he knew, that they were not interested. And therefore, he began to weigh his options. So they went to negotiations, who was going to get what. Apparently, they were not going to listen to anybody but a northern officer. They chose the most senior northern officer, who happened to be Gowon, and they wanted to work with him or have him as the leader. And then, of course, Obafemi Ogundepe had to move to London. Now, the funny thing, like we said yesterday, was that Ojukwu was somewhere calling Obafemi Ogundepe and telling him what to do. So I think that may be. I was going to read something earlier, but let's just go to that one. Though I find it very comical, to be honest. But let's see. So he says, well, all of this was happening in the west. Some things were happening in the north as well. Kaduna, the Igbo commander in Kaduna addressed his men on the Friday afternoon, told them there had been a mutiny in the south and appealed for their loyalty. Shortly afterwards, when radio and other reports began to give a clearer picture and likely outcome of the revolt, the northern soldiers went into action. They killed a lot of people. Welcome, apologies. They killed a lot of people, mostly Igbos in the north, unalived officers especially. By the way, this is not still the major killings, or this was directed specifically at Igbo or Eastern soldiers. But then, of course, some civilians also, became casualty. And then eventually, 1 second. The soldiers then seized control of the other units in Kaduna and Zaria. The same grisly pattern of rounding up and killing Eastern officers and men followed, relieved by the only 2 recorded incidents of clemency in the whole affair, when 2 northern officers acting independently of each other protected their eastern troops from the fury of the soldiers long enough to allow them to escape. Kano was spared major violence on this occasion, although 4 Igbo officers were shot 2 days later. The role played by the northern governor, Hassan Katsina, is obscure, but it appears that he was initially held prisoner by the mutineers, later freed, but left in a powerless position with only the poorly armed police at his disposal for restoring order. In Enugu, the coup also came late. 1 second, guys. In Enugu, the coup also came late, probably for the same reasons as in the north, and it failed, but only just. The man who scorched it was the Igbo commander of the 1st Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel David Ogunewe. By the way, that name it may sound like a Yoruba name, but it's actually Igbo. A popular and highly professional officer known affectionately by his men as Baba, father. 3/4 of his battalion were Northerners, and in a dramatic confrontation with some of his junior Northern officers, whom he encountered in the dead of night in the officers' mess, dressed in battle kit, he managed, through a mixture of personal authority and persuasion, to cajole them into surrendering the keys to the armory. But such was the degree of nervousness and mistrust at the time that a joint guard of northern and southern troops had to be placed on the armory for the duration of the crisis. Meanwhile, members of the government were scurrying off to their hometowns and villages, repeating the experience of the January coup. Ojukwu, we're talking about Gowon and Ojukwu, so this is a good place to begin to talk about them small. Ojukwu first went to the police headquarters in Enugu, where he was protected by the armed mobile police. But later, he decided to go to Onitsha, 67 miles away, on the banks of the Niger, for greater security. It was from here in Onitsha that he telephoned Ogundipe in Lagos, promising him the East's support. In other words, it was in Onitsha, running away from Enugu and then telling Obafemi Ogundipe to go fight. We are giving you our support. Meanwhile, you are running away. Anyway, Baba Ogunewe held the fort in Enugu until the situation calmed down and Ojukwu and the government returned and reasserted political control. So, having read that, we'll now go back to this book by Gowon. We'll start, the part where he got into power how things went, and then we'll now get into what led to the killings that the Easterners call pogroms, and of course what happened to the Northerners in the East as well, because their case is not usually mentioned. Now, I've done a video on this before, but because we're doing a series and we have to mention those things as they happen, we're going to have to repeat some of the things I've talked about. But I'm sure a lot of people here were not around at the time, so that also helps to understand those things. Excuse me. It is interesting that Ojukwu urged Brigadier Ogundipe to insist on taking command. Given the history of military intervention, one would have thought it would have been clear to Ojukwu that military hierarchy was often challenged in intra-military coups. In coups organized by junior officers eliminating senior officers, it is not often possible to maintain military hierarchy. Successful coup makers very often take over power themselves or only take command from officers whom they respect. To urge Ogundipe to take command in that tense situation against the wishes of the bulk of an army that would not take orders from him was a clarion call to suicide. Ogundipe perhaps knew the situation better, having been in Lagos during the crisis. He was very much involved in negotiations with the junior officers. So I'd like to make it very clear. And somebody was yesterday talking about cowardice, and I was like, Ojukwu was a coward here because he was one who ran away without anybody even chasing him. Ogundipe was there having meetings, until he was outgunned and outmanned, and then he had to leave because, of course, he wasn't needed at the time. While trying to contact his colleagues in the SMC, that's the Supreme Military Council, Gowon also tried to get in touch with various army units to bring them under control and to ensure that there was some order. But perhaps even more important than that was the demand by some junior army officers and other ranks under Major Murtala Mohammed that northern troops should withdraw to the north, destroy Lagos, and secede. It took a long time for Gowon to bring them to his point of view. By the way, this one is mentioning just Gowon, but it wasn't just Gowon. There are many people that were involved. I already mentioned them earlier. The civil servants from the north, the Chief Justice of the Federation, the ambassador, American ambassador, British High Commissioner, everybody was there. It took a long time for Gowon to bring them to his point of view. This demand even became more widespread after August 1, 1966. After contacting his colleagues, Gowon then asked some of his junior officers to draft his, quote, inaugural speech for him. But he was dissatisfied with this draft and had to redraft the speech himself. He said even Malams wanted to destroy Lagos. You have to remember that these people had lost leaders in January. And so their mind was destroy everything and then start all over again. Yeah, not fair, but context matters. All right, let's continue. After contacting his colleagues, Gowon then asked some of his junior officers to draft his inaugural speech for him, but he was dissatisfied with this draft and had to redraft the speech himself. Then the draft was sent to some permanent secretaries and a lawyer, now a judge of Federal Court of Appeal, for their comments, to ensure it was okay and reflected what should be said in the circumstances prevailing then. Perhaps some of the interpretations and misinterpretations which followed his speech could partially be related to the fact that he had no speechwriter then, and also to people's reading of the speech out of context. Before his broadcast to the nation, the address to the nation on August 1, 1966 was delayed precisely because of the redrafting of the speech by Gowon. Before his broadcast to the nation, Gowon had addressed the troops at Ikeja, a detailed quotation of how he felt finally when he knew he was to assume office as head of state and supreme commander of the armed forces. May be useful here. So he says, honestly, I felt as if I were under a battle. I had a feeling of death virtually choking me. I felt my throat go dry immediately. I was cold and yet sweating. If I could then, I would have run away. But two things kept me on. One, a strong belief in God who had seen me through the Congo. And two, a number of questions I asked myself. I kept asking myself, are you not a man? Are you not a soldier? What What would people and history say of you? Honestly, unless you are to use power to destroy others, if you are to build, you will really be afraid to take power. My first objective was to restore discipline in the army and to prevent killings. I called the soldiers, and as I stood on the rostrum, tears were in my eyes. I was angry and at the same time moved. I told myself that if I cried, the soldiers would have had me. I took courage and addressed them. I told them that if I heard of any more killing, they would also remember that I was a soldier and that I could and would kill. For Gowon, it was a tense moment, a moment of complex demands, of strains, and of decisions. Having talked to the troops, he then addressed the nation. In his address, he reviewed the events which had led to his assumption of office. He said, now this one is long, Shao. All right, please stay with me. It says, as a result of the recent events and other previous similar ones, I have come to strongly believe that we cannot honestly and sincerely continue in this wise, as the basis for trust and confidence in our unitary system of government has been unable to stand the test of time. Suffice to say that putting all considerations to test, political, economic, as well as social, the basis for unity is not there, or is so badly rocked not only once but several times. I therefore feel that we should review the issue of our national standing and see if we can help the country from drifting away into utter destruction. With the general consensus of the opinion of all the military governments and the other members of the Supreme Military Council and Executive Council, a decree will soon be issued to lay a sound foundation for this objective. All right. A lot of talk. But let me just move on to things a bit more interesting stuff. Let's go back to the book by John de St. John. Please keep our tapping. We're still on 29K. Hey, Joe, on TikTok, please. Greetings, HRH. Good to see you. Welcome. All right, so let's get back into that book. Gowon's own views in these early negotiations are not entirely clear, though it seems unlikely that he would have ever willingly wished to break up the federation. His entire background, they're talking about what happened with the whole idea of secession, Araba and all of those things. His entire background, his upbringing and way of life were those of a one Nigerian man. Born in Pangshin division of the Middle Belt 31 years before, he was the ideal ethnic and religious mix, a northerner, yet from a minority tribe, the Angas, and a devout Christian. For a country virtually paralyzed by its big tribe nationalisms and rivalries, the son of an evangelist, his religious antecedents and inclinations are very similar to those of President Kaunda of Zambia, with whom he also shares characteristics of temperament and asceticism. He grew up and was educated in Zaria in the Muslim North. After his secondary education, he joined the army and did his officer training first in Ghana and then at Sandhurst. He served with the Nigerian forces in the Congo and later went back to the United Kingdom to attend Staff College at Camberley. Handsome, charming, and boyish, a good sportsman, a non-smoker and non-drinker, he seemed almost too good to be true, as well as impossibly young and immature to take over a country of 50 million people in the wake of the worst military mutiny Africa had ever seen. But Gowon had two built-in sources of strength. He had and still has a deep and abiding love for the Nigerian army and an understanding of how it ticks, and secondly, an ability to take advice graciously from any quarter and produce an intelligent and commonsensical consensus from it. Therefore, hopeless though the situation in the army seemed in July, it was consistent with his beliefs to try to clean up the mess and reconstruct the institution in which he had passed most of his adult life. We're going to jump from all of this to... So people are trying to come up. Let me bring people up. I'm in a meeting right now, please. You just send me a message. Thank you. Alright, so I'm going to All right, some people have been trying to come up. I think this. I think I need to clear my throat for a bit. So let's have those who are trying to come up speak, and then I will go to House Productions. Jesus is Lord. That's the word of wisdom. Ibo Jinojo, are you there? Hello, Ibo Jinojo, are you there? Hello, Tom. Hello, Tom. Tom.
Oh, Brand.
Tom, do you want to speak? Is that why you're sending request, or are you just like? Can you hear me? If you can hear me, just write yes in the comment section. If not, I'll just drop you so we can get back to this. Thank you very much. Oh, it's an error. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I don't think Tom is supposed to be here. I think he's maybe also made a mistake or something. All right. I just read that. Just give us an idea of who he was. That's Gowon. So just going to read a few things about him, then we'll go to what I started 2 days ago, which was Ojukwu's ambition, because we don't talk enough about it. We're going to get into the book by Nebo Graham Douglas. Let's finish this one. So he says here, still talking about Gowon, his background and his known personal philosophy were those of the young modern Nigerian elite who had everything to lose and nothing to gain ideologically or materially from a dissolution of the Federation. Gowon, like the key northern civil servants who backed him against Murtala and his secessionist backwoodsmen, were an interesting new breed of young Africans shortly to become known as the quote-unquote new Nigerians. It is often forgotten in later controversy about the legitimacy of Gowon's position that the vital priorities following the July coup were not constitutional legality or army seniority, but stopping the bloodshed, getting the army back to the barracks, and preventing the country from disintegrating. It was a desperate situation for the threat of civil war. Murtala Mohammed later was only curbed with difficulty from marching on the east. Murtala Mohammed, Binugo. So his plan was to actually go to the east and continue what he started in Lagos. Like move to the east, kill everybody. So he says it was a desperate situation for the threat of civil war. Murtala Mohammed later was only curbed with difficulty from marching on the east, as was just as real in July as it had been in January. And if expediency justified Iran's takeover as the man most likely to hold the country together, Gowon was similarly vindicated. The first priority, as in January, was to reach an acceptable compromise in the army, which would enable law and order to return, and later, hopefully, a more effective method of government to emerge. The uncertainties and ambiguities, sorry, this thing is just going off and on. The uncertainties and the ambiguities of the crisis were mirrored in the first broadcast, that's the one we read earlier. The first broadcast Gowon made to a mystified nation on his return to Lagos. One second, please. He was so angry because he was the one who planned the Iransi exit. Of course. One second, please. Okay, I think we're good now. So it says the uncertainties and ambiguities of the crisis were mirrored in the first broadcast Gowon made to a mystified nation on his return to Lagos from Ikeja on 1st August. Murtala marching to the east. What of Araba? After Araba was concluded, Murtala still wanted to. So, see, it's two things. Number one, the original plan for Murtala and his crew was to secede. They wanted to have a Northern Republic, like have nothing to do with anybody in Nigeria again. And when Gowon then became head of state, because Gowon said, let's not secede, Gowon, the civil servants, everybody, the chief justice, the ambassador, commissioner, everybody was able to convince them. And then Gowon became the head of state. Murtala still wanted to go and do something in the eastern region. Are those modern history revisionists saying Murtala did not know the full details of January coup? This is not January coup, this is July. Please, let's remember the date. So, let's remember the dates. Murtala, yeah, I think you're mixing things up. Murtala knowing about what happened in January has nothing to do with what's happening in July. The idea basically is that you killed officers from the north and from the west, and no senior officer from the east were going to retaliate. As a matter of fact, the entire thing was a retaliation. More than 200 people were unalive, though. By the way. But then again, because when you start your own, Remy guy, honestly, I wish Murtala's fraction had the upper hand. Yoruba land would be free now. We never can tell. We never can tell. What if Murtala breaks away? Let me see. No, it's possible, though. You are right. Meanwhile, in fact, before I go on with this whole thing, let me read something from Nebogram Douglas about this particular incident before I continue. You have a point. But you see, they had to do what they thought was best. Because think about it, this was what they said to Murtala. If you secede right now, you're going to have a landlocked region. You're going to have a landlocked region. They gave him a lot of points, like you're going to have a landlocked region. You're going to, the federal civil servants, of course, didn't want to leave Lagos, who were Northerners. I don't know. Would you have had a better nation? I don't know. But it's possible. Let me come to you from this stuff. It says, this is Nebogram Douglas, who was the Attorney General of the Federation Attorney General of the Eastern Region. So he says here, I was still in the position, let me go back just a little. I realized this at once in the course of our discussion, but there was nothing I could do other than advise that such a move would be successful only if predicated upon the common consent of all the peoples comprising the region. What he's talking about basically is that as at June of 1966, Ojukwu was already talking about having his own nation. This was before the coup, the counter coup. So all we had was, we had the first coup, we had Decree 34 on May 24, and then we had the attacks on May 29. Ojukwu goes to visit Iransi and then comes back and says something like, we need to have our own nation as at June of 66. That's why I said that the whole idea of Biafra was built on the ambition of one man. And the people who are talking about it right now, they will use the pain of the people and make it seem as though that's the reason for what they're doing. But in reality, what they're really doing is to fulfill their own ambition, to have a nation. I don't know what they want to do there, but that's really what it's about. So let's go back to this. So he says, we are finished with the federation. This is Ojukwu. It is all a question of time, he assured me. I wondered. I knew that he had hoped to become head of state of the Federation of Nigeria sometime, replacing Major General Agui Rossi, the contempt for whom he did not much disguise, founding such hope as he did on the belief that by virtue of his formal education, it would be more acceptable than the other possibles for the position in due course. That hope was dashed by the northern incident of 29th May. 29th May, and after an unmistakable expression of resentment of Igbo domination. He wasted no time in planning for himself for the future And the one answer was to be head of state of an independent Eastern Nigeria, by whatever name it might be called. I realized this at once in the course of our discussion, but there was nothing I could do other than advise that such a move would only be successful if predicated upon the common consent of all the peoples comprised in the region, and that accordingly his first task would be to work for the solidarity of the peoples. I was still in that position when on July 29 the country was awakened to the news of another coup d'etat. The former one was Igbo inspired and executed. This time it was a northern affair. On learning of it, we of the Eastern administration were at once paralyzed by fear of our own safety and of the probable outcome of it all. But at first, we adopted an attitude of wait and see, which soon gave way to a strong hope of immediate independence and sovereignty for Eastern Nigeria, brought about by news reaching us on Saturday, July 30, that negotiations were going on in Lagos between representatives of the northern officers of the Nigerian army behind the coup and those still loyal to the federal military government, and that the firm standpoint of the northerners was the disintegration of the country into 4 or so sovereign and independent nations on the basis of the existing regions. Nothing could be more pleasing to the Eastern Executive Council, and if the manner in which the name Republic of Biafra was immediately suggested and readily accepted for this prospective entity is something to go by, one might say that what we now had before us was the hope of the immediate fulfillment of a long-standing desire. So you are right. As far as the Easterners were concerned, when they heard that, the North wanted to break away, they were also happy. Because, I mean, for a while now, Ojukwu has been talking about it anyway. And also, this man is also saying that the name Republic of Biafra was immediately suggested. And let me tell you what I find interesting from what I just read right now. That the idea of Republic of Biafra did not happen in 67. And it's not happened because of the pogroms either. It's actually a response to the fact that the North wanted to break away in 66. That's in July. All right, let's go on. It should be recalled that the first time the Nigerian political atmosphere was dominated by the dark cloud of secession was in 1963. Following the national census enumeration of that year, when the Eastern Nigeria took the strong position that the Northern-dominated federal government had manipulated the figures so as to give the North an undue numerical advantage over the rest of the country, and particularly to the prejudice of the East. In consequence of that position, the Premier of Eastern Nigeria and his minister threatened to take the East out of the Federation, and in the end, wise statesmanship on all sides prevailed to prevent the situation from deteriorating to national calamity. We talked about this yesterday, that we talked about the history, I mean, the timeline, so to speak, of secession or threats of secession in Nigeria. We talked about what the North wanted to do, what the West wanted to do, the East as well. And just in case you were not here yesterday, please let's keep our tapping on TikTok. Thank you very much. Please share on Facebook and on YouTube as well. Thank you. In case you were not here yesterday, what we discussed was that the first time anybody, threatened to secede in Nigeria was in 1950 and it was the North. The second time was 1953 and it was the North again. And that was why one second, wait, I want to be sure it's 53 or 54. I know the West also threatened to secede, but let me just check. Nnamdi Azikiwe. One second. Was 53, yes. So the North also threatened to secede in 53, making 2. Then the West threatened to secede in 53 as well, because of Lagos. Then we had secession clause debate in 54 in London. And then we had the East threatened to secede in 63 because of census figures. And then we had the Niger Delta, not this Niger Delta, the what used to be called Niger Delta at the time, as far as Adakaboro was concerned. Their own was in 66. And then we now had the North again in July of 66. And then, of course, later on we had the East in May of 67. So how many times have we had now? So 50, 53. So North is 50, 53, and 66. West is 53. South or Niger Delta is 66. East is 63 and 67. So that makes it 7 times. All right. By the way, one of these days, I think we should read the speech that Azikiwe gave in Yaba, his speech on secession in 1953. That was in May, when he was talking about why there should be no secession, and all those nice things that he had to say. We'll talk about that some other time. So let's go back to what we're reading. But even after that episode, the East did not appear to have settled down to a complete reconciliation with the idea of the perpetual maintenance of the integrity of the Federation and that of the absence in the Nigerian Constitution. So that means basically that the idea of breaking out of Nigeria, the seed was sown in 1963 during the census crisis, as far as the East was concerned. So when the North then said they wanted to secede in 66, it made sense that they would respond like saying, okay, we're just going to leave. However, Ojukwu's own was different from what was happening. He wanted to lead a nation. If you remember what we just read now, he wanted to lead Nigeria. He thought it was better than Ironsi. After all, he had formal education. Ironsi was not as educated, as far as he was concerned. And he was better placed. He had studied history at Oxford. He would be the next head of state. And when he noticed that would not work out, seeing what happened in the North on May 29th, he then decided to have his own region. So essentially, one of the major reasons for the war was Ojukwu's ambition. And if you think I'm lying, just stay with me. We're going to get into it today. So let's go on. It says, but even after that episode, after the 1963 episode, the East did not appear to have settled down to a complete reconciliation with the idea of the perpetual maintenance of the integrity of the Federation and of that of the absence in the Nigerian Constitution of a provision enabling any constituent region to secede from the whole, if and when it might wish to do so. Again, whatever problem they're having right now with seceding or with secession or with the possibility of secession was actually the handiwork of Azikiwe. And I think I should spend some time to talk about this. And something tells me I should just spend some time to talk about it. So let me just do it. You see, in 50, so I'm going to go through the dates I just mentioned again because I think it's important to do this. In 1950, the North threatened to secede because they wanted more seats than they were meant to be, than the rest of the country was willing to give them. So if you read the book, Nigeria Soldiers of Fortune, you will discover that the original plan was that the North will get 45% of the seats in Parliament, the East will get 33%, and then the West will get 33%. But the North said they wanted 50%. That should be 44% actually. Yeah, what's 33 plus 33? That math is not mathing. 33 plus 33 is 66. The remaining cannot be 45. So that means that book is wrong. At least that number is wrong. So maybe it's 34. Or, yeah, it has to be 34. It has to be 33, 33, 34. It can't be 45. Anyway, the North wanted to have 50% of the Parliament seats. The West said no. Yes, it has to be 34. So I just quoted what I read in that book, but saying it out loud, I discovered that it's wrong. It has to be 33, 33, 34. But sorry, just in case so that it won't be like I'm lying on the book. Let's read the book. 1 second. The book again is Nigeria Soldiers of Fortune, I think. 1 second. I think it's correct if it's based on seat and not percentage. No, 45 cannot be correct. If it's based on seats, yes, it should be correct. But no, it wasn't even that. I was right. It's not. This is what is in the book. It's 45%. It's not seats. I mean, the seats were over 300, so it couldn't be 45. The seats were over 300. So let me read to you what's in that book, so you know that I'm not making it up. The book is called Nigeria Soldiers of Fortune, and this is what he says. And again, he's wrong, apparently. But so this is what he wrote here. The North successfully delayed Nigerian independence until 1960 against the wishes of the South. Thereafter, Northern leaders remained hesitant about forging closer links with the South and kept secession as an emergency exit route. The 1950 Ibadan Constitutional Conference proposed that the northern and eastern and western regions would have 45%, 33%, and 33% of seats, respectively, in federal parliament. It can't be 45 seats because the seats were, the first election, the North won 174 seats, and it was just a little more than 50%. So, and I think the seats were about 312. It was 312, I think, seats in parliament at the time, and the North got 174 seats the very first, time. So, if we go by 33% to the east and the west, then logically, what the North will get will be 34%, right? But the North threatened that unless the northern region was allotted, by the way, this is Emir of Zaria, who was a member of the Northern Region's delegation. He threatened that unless the Northern Region was allotted 50% of the seats in the central legislature, it would ask for separation from the rest of Nigeria on the arrangement existing before 1914. That would be North and South. The North again seriously considered secession after the July 29, 1966 Northern Soldiers counter coup led by Lieutenant Colonel Murtala Mohammed. Now, let me read to you what happened with the 1950 case. Because we've had it before, but I don't want to just, rush over it and assume that we all, get it. Just in case, so that we're able to understand it a bit better. So let me read what happened. No, not this one. At the Nigerian Legislative Council in 16th September of 1950. So this is called the Nigerian Legislative Council debate. So the Oni, Adesoji Aderemi, was the one representing the West. And I read it here before. By the way, I didn't say this the last time. And somebody asked me why I didn't mention it. The reason I didn't mention it was because it really matter. But let me say it now. Azikiwe was against the North having 50%. So let me read what he said, because I've never read it here, because I think it's important to be fair. So this is from the second Lagos member, Dr. the Honorable N. Azikiwe. By the way, at this time, Azikiwe was representing Lagos, not Onitsha. So he says, Your Excellency, Azikiwe is speaking here. Your Excellency, Midwest, there was no Midwest in 1950, there was no Midwest until 1963. So it was West, North, East. So this was 1950. Let's remember the timeline. So Azikiwe says here, Your Excellency, I do not intend to waste the time of the House because my views on this report are incorporated in the minority report signed by myself and my friends, the Honorable, the first and third Lagos members. I feel that, consistent with the universal practice of federalism in other parts of the world, a bicameral legislature is usually resorted to when an impasse of this nature arises in order to obviate any particular region from dominating the others. My other objection is in connection with the increased representation for special interests. I feel that it is not sound fundamentally because it implies the creation of a privileged class. That was Azikiwe. So Azikiwe was, by the way, Azikiwe again was representing Lagos and he spoke against the North having 50%. So let me read to you what the Oni says, or said, the Oni of Ife, the Honorable Sir Adesoji Aderemi. Your Excellency, I feel I should make some remarks, and that is that I regard myself as a representative of the Western region. By the way, at the time, the Midwest was part of. It should be remembered that the Western region has expressed the views in favor of two houses, just as a way out of the deadlock we have reached. In doing so, the Western House of Assembly tried to follow the government's advice, which was given at Enugu, that the question of a second house should be considered in the various regions so that we may get over this trouble. I have made my position clear in the Select Committee that according to Yoruba custom, when a representative is sent by one assembly to another with a message he cannot deal with any issue newly arising from the discussion, he is bound to refer back home for instructions. On account of that, I cannot say that I agree with this decision, for I have no rights to vary the decision of the House of Assembly which sent me. I realized that majority decision was responsible for all we have done on the revision of the Constitution in the past. And I realized the fact that with all the Eastern members supporting the North, listen, with all the Eastern members supporting the North in its demand for 50% of the seats at the center, the table is turned. And as usual, the decision that is reached by the majority would prevail. Nevertheless, as we of the West have not dared to vary the decision of our colleagues in the Western region at the Select Committee, we still do not wish to vary it now. I just want to make that clear. Remember, all. Now let's read what the Eastern representative said. His name is Charles Oyema. You remember him because he was the one who said 5 years prior to this conversation that the Igbo domination of Nigeria was a matter of time. So it's the same person. So he says here, this is the first member of the Eastern provinces, the Honorable C.D. Oyema. This conversation was held on the 16th September 1950. Your Excellency, this matter of representation of our central legislature has been a very difficult problem, which has puzzled the minds of many of us since the Ibadan conference. At Ibadan, I was very much against the idea of having one region represented in such great numbers as to balance the other two regions put together. But I have given the matter further thought, and the problem as I see it now is whether we propose to have one Nigeria or to have a break between the North and the South. If we all agree, as we appear to have done, that we must have one Nigeria, then we must then consider what sacrifices we have to make to maintain that unity. I think that any student of history will remember that the United States had to fight a civil war in order to maintain its own unity. If all the sacrifice we make in this country is to allow the northern region, which is also part of Nigeria, to have 50% representation and thereby achieve unity, I think we would have got away very lightly indeed. That's the definition of unity. So we should let them have 50% so we can have unity. So that's how we're supposed to have unity. Then it says something very interesting. It says, now, when the question of two houses came up for consideration, some members from the Eastern region thought that that was really not an answer to the problem. For one thing, we could not exactly decide on the function of this upper house. This upper house was going to fulfill. If it was going to be merely a house, let me just jump to the part that will corroborate what he was saying to make it very clear what he was trying to do with the North. It says here, it says, furthermore, we thought that even if we gave the North 50% representation, we still had a council of ministers at the center whose votes, as a matter of honor, are bound to be the same once they have reached a decision as regards government policy. So what he's doing here basically is to say, let's give them 50%. Even if they get it, the decision will still lie with the Council of Ministers, and we can be sure they always agree. So whenever people say things like the British did this thing for the North, let's just also remember that they didn't do it without the help of the East. And according to the Oni Kabesi, it says all the Eastern members supported the North in its demand for 50% of the seats at the center. The kind of problem what we did for this Nigeria, God will take us out of it, but let's just be remembering how we got into it first before we blame people. All right, where were we? Let's go back. So we're talking about secession and the people that have tried to secede. So the North, of course, threatened to secede in 1950. We were not given 50% of the seats, which didn't make sense, but they got it because the East worked with them. This was 10 years before independence. All right, this was 10 years before. There is no God. We have to do it ourselves, Professor Lawale. There's God, but even then we still have to do it ourselves. The place of God does not remove the responsibility of humans. His existence doesn't change the fact that we have to still get busy. All right, let's continue. So, okay, we're talking about people who have threatened to secede. So the North, this was 1950. 53, I won't go into those details. We'll have another session. Let me write it down. We're going to have a session on the history of secession in Nigeria, and then I will tell you what I think about this Biafra people. If you don't mind, please let me just note it so that we'll remember when the time comes. The history of secession. One second, I just want to note it so that I don't forget. Please just pass up, please. Thank you very much. We're going to have a full session on it so that way we can go deep into everything. The funny thing is that I'm writing everything down now, and it just occurred to me that the North has threatened secession more than any other region. The North three times, the East twice, the West once, the Niger Delta once. So we'll have a full session on it so that way we can go into the details. But let's get back to the topic of today. So he says, even after that episode, the East did not appear to have settled on what episode is he talking about? What happened in 63 when the East threatened to secede? Even after that episode, the East did not appear to have settled down to a complete reconciliation with the idea of the perpetual maintenance of the integrity of the Federation, and of the absence in the Nigerian Constitution of a provision enabling any constituent region to secede from the whole if and when it might wish to do so. Let me also mention here that this issue that the East had in 63, in 66, is what they are still having today. And the cause of it was Azikiwe, and Azikiwe did that in 1954. At the Constitutional Conference in London, Papa had already spoken about the need to include a secession clause. The North agreed with that. The East said no. Azikiwe said no, essentially. And because of his position, we didn't get it. Thank you for the gift. Thank you so much for the heart, Prof. So we didn't get the secession clause. The problem now is that because it's not in the Constitution, you couldn't just up and leave. You had to find a way to include it, which is what I think that politicians from the Southeast should be doing now, because they want it more than any other person. Thank you so much for the money gone. They want it more than any other person, so they should be pushing right now to have secession clause and referendum. And let me quickly say something. It doesn't mean people will secede, but at least you must have that provision, just in case you want to use it. Just now, once you use it, there's no coming back. Hopefully, like Brexit. Not that you leave and come back and say, I forgot something. You just, Alora Mirami. Let's continue. But now, arising out of an evil thing, a northern-inspired and executed military coup was the likelihood of the attainment at no distant date of the goal of independence and sovereignty. That is, a complete political break with the rest of the Federation, which the East, through its politicians and leaders, had set for itself since crude oil was first exported from Port Harcourt in eastern Nigeria in 1958. Southern Cameroon, that's true, that was in 53. And then it happened fully in 61. Thank you for mentioning that. I don't even remember those people. So 53, they had elections where they didn't vote NCNC. And 61, they got it ratified. Yeah. They are the only ones who wanted to get out, and they eventually got out. Thank you for adding that. So many things to cover. Sorry, I'm trying to get my mind. Okay, once we are done here, we're going to an hour. I just remember something from that book, but let's continue. So it says, with the fact that they exported oil out of Port Harcourt in 1958, of course, we all know, like I've said it before, the first place oil was discovered in Nigeria, crude oil, was a place called Araromi. It's in Ondo State, and the date was 1908. It was by the German company. It was in 1908, before the First World War. I think the First World War starting, just made them abandon the whole project. But they first discovered crude oil in Nigeria in a place called Araromi in 1908. Now, fast forward 48 years later, 1956, they discovered oil in commercial quantity. In commercial quantity at Oloibiri in present-day Bayelsa State, which of course will be part of the Rivers Province at the time in the 50s. And then the first time oil was exported was in 1958. And that's why when you read an Auro speech, which I just remembered right now, one of the things he said was that one of the major reasons for the Biafra stuff, apart from the fact that Ojukwu just wanted what he wanted, was that he wanted oil. And that's why they kept saying that that place was part of the Eastern region, even when they had their own state excised out of the Eastern region on the 27th of May, 1967. Let's continue. And by the way, it says here, they never made it, they didn't see any virtue in silence and secrecy. They just kept talking about it, And if you also remember the article by Marjorie Parham in Listener, she also mentioned how by 1960 they just discovered mineral oil, and it almost became something that people thought it would belong to the Igbos. Say they just got mineral oil, that's crude oil. It never belonged to the Igbos. It's just that the Igbos were the ones who dominated the region. They were the majority in the region, of course, and that was not their fault. It's just the way it was. But it wasn't that thing was in the land. It was not in the land. It was in the land of the people that we would call the Eastern minorities at the time. Let's continue. Being new to the government of the region and having yet, if at all, to be drawn into politics, I could not say nor can say whether the name Biafra was the creature of the genius of that member of the executive committee by whom the suggestion was made, or was the name adopted by the former politicians when they first threatened secession. But it is remarkable that soon and significantly, even after the hope that an independent state of Eastern Nigeria was going to be given to us, as it were on a platter, had become an illusion, all Enugu was talking about the, quote, Republic of Biafra, end quote. On the 30th of July, I was entirely with my cabinet colleagues. If the secession of the North from the Federation and the consequent disintegration of the remainder of the Federation into sovereign and independent nations based on the existing regions was the solution to the pestilence of periodic coup d'etat in the country, I was all for it. But in present circumstances, my duty was to urge the executive committee, as I had advised the military governor some 8 weeks previously, to attempt to secure the solidarity of all the peoples of the region, lest the same divisive factors responsible for the imminent collapse of the Federation tended sooner or later to the fragmentation of the East itself. Let me say something here. Whenever you talk about this particular thing that he kept mentioning, how to work with the rest of the East, the people he's talking to essentially were the Igbos. Now, you have people say things like there was an Eastern Consultative Forum. I want to recommend a book, and in that book you will find how the Eastern Consultative Forum worked. The book is called Sunset in Biafra by Elechi Amadi. For the most part, it wasn't as democratic as people thought it was, where people would come together and say, okay, this is what we want to do. Do you agree? Do you not agree? No, everybody, essentially, you just came to rubber stamp whatever it is that Ojukwu was saying at the time. And what he was saying here is that you need the buy-in of those people. They will say they got it. But if they got it, here's my question. This is what the Eastern government always says, the Biafra people, that they got all of them, they're working together in the Eastern Consultative Forum. If they got their buy-in, how come they were killing those people? How come Biafra forces were killing people in all those minority areas? Apparently, they didn't get the buy-in. But if we have the time, we'll read Sunset in Biafra, but that's it's a very good book to understand the workings of the Eastern Consultative Forum at the time. So let's go on. The hope of immediate independence by the common consent of all the component regions of the Federation was short-lived. For on May 1st, August 1966, Lieutenant Colonel, as he then was, Yakubu Gowon, announced in a radio broadcast that he had taken over the government of the Federation of Nigeria. It was one indivisible Nigeria, of which he thus became the head of state. The immediate reaction of Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu and his advisors, the core of whom were now for the first time on the surface some relatives of his and some other members of his clan group, to this takeover of power by Gowon was the decision to take the East out of the Federation without further ado. And this was to be implemented on the same day. But as I was not immediately available to advise on the legal aspects of the instrument of secession already drawn up, it was agreed that our final stand be deferred until members had the benefit of my participation in the discussion on the crisis in the light of the new development and heard my views, both generally and particularly on the legal aspects of the matter as a whole, as well as the instrument itself. What is this Turenchi saying? On the 1st of August, the coup happened on the 29th, well, I started on the 28th actually, but University was killed on 29th, it was 30th, 31st, so 29th, 30th, 31. Those 3 days, nothing much. Everybody was hearing that there's a possibility of secession or breakup of Nigeria. As soon as Gowon declared that he was the president or the head of state of one indivisible Nigeria, Ojukwu that same day, 1st August 1966, and his advisors, whom his Attorney General is now telling us, were his family members and people of his clan, decided to have an Eastern Federation that same day, August 1, 1966. The only reason they didn't have that stuff was because the Attorney General, Nebo Graham Douglas, who wrote this book, was not available. Why am I harping on this? Because you hear this thing about, was what happened in the North that made us have our own nation. We had to declare our nation. Again, let me say this, and this, to be honest, especially to Igbo people who are listening to me, listen to me. You have been lied to. You have been lied to. The person who declared the nation did not declare it because anything was happening to anybody in the North. Again, that was a catalyst. And Ojukwu has, and by the way, the Eastern region for the most part, they have this very interesting way of always making catalyst the cause. What speeds something up is not necessarily the reason for that thing. In other words, it's not the cause of it. Again, as at 63, they went to break up. June of 66, Ojukwu himself said they wanted to break up. August 1st, they wanted to actually declare. Again, this was months before. This August to May is 9 months. So the declaration of Biafra in May, by the way, the pogrom did not happen on, I don't like calling that thing pogrom because it wasn't a pogrom. The killings, the riots, again, they were terrible. They were bad. The killings were terrible, but they were not, it wasn't a pogrom because pogrom would mean that it was state sanctioned. And from all my studies, I've not seen a time where the Northern government said, okay, now we're going to kill Igbo people. I have not seen it. That's why I don't use the word flippantly. But it was a terrible incident all the same. People died, like a lot. But even that had not happened at this point. This is August 1st. Program happened in September of 66. By the way, that was the same month that Ojukwu started attacking different parts of Nigeria. But we'll get to that. There's a book I just remembered right now. I've not read it here before. Okay, I read it once. I hope I remember. It's On a Darkling Plain by Ken Sarawiwa. We're going to listen to some of the things that happened from his own perspective. But let's continue with this one. So he says that opportunity, what opportunity? The opportunity for him to be available to advise them on what to do. That opportunity came both for them and for me on Wednesday, 3rd August 1966. It was a meeting at which I was virtually the only speaker except for the military governor himself, putting a number of questions to me. It appeared to me that the government of the region was all set to proceed with the declaration of independence. I had known long before now that it was the intention of the military governor to attempt to take the East out of the Federation in furtherance of his ambition of becoming a head of state of a sovereign and independent country. And it was clear to me that the present development offered him the pretext for doing so. Ojukwu, they always look for pretext. By the way, nobody's asking what's going to happen to the minorities. Oh, who cares? As far as this is concerned, they just want something for himself and for his people. And then maybe if the Easterners, the minorities get anything after they've taken their oil, whatever they got, they should make do with it. But let's continue. I'll start again. It appeared to me that the government of the region was all set to proceed with the Declaration of Independence. I had known long before now, and it was the intention of the military governor to attempt to take the East out of the Federation in furtherance of his ambition of becoming a head of state of a sovereign and independent country. And it was clear to me that the present development offered him the pretext for doing so. I was convinced then, as I am now, that that was not in the best interest of the people of the region. Now, this was my chance of demonstrating that the interest of the people was paramount. I knew I was in a challenging situation. I knew I was in a challenging position. I accepted the challenge. This is not the place to set out the argument. Again, the person speaking here is Nebo Graham Douglas. Nebo Graham Douglas was the Attorney General of the Eastern Region under Ojukwu, and the book I'm reading right now is called Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion. It was published in 1968. He says, this is not the place to set out the argument with which I tried to dissuade them, or to dissuade him as well as my colleagues. But one thing I may say here, and that is that I tried to leave Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu in no doubt that if he attempted to secede, no independent nation would accord his new regime diplomatic recognition. His reply at one stage of the discussion was that he was sure that two nations at least would recognize his new state. Who those two were, we did not know, but I tried to show him that his hopes were resting on a very shaky foundation. It is not for me, and certainly this is not the place to say whether or not I have been proved wrong by the purported recognition accorded the Igbo Republic of Biafra. This man is throwing shots, man. He says, it is not for me, and certainly this is not the place to say whether or not I have been proved wrong by the purported recognition accorded the Igbo Republic of Biafra by Tanzania and 3 other African countries, some 12 or more months after the declaration of the birth of that intro republic, when its size had dwindled to less than 1/3 of that which it started off. One thing too I may say is that at the close of the meeting, I appeared not only to have carried with me the other members of the executive committee, having regard to the expression of gratitude with which they greeted me as we left the meeting chamber, but also to have convinced Ojukwu himself of the futility of his design and of the unreliability of the preconceptions upon which he seemed to have founded the hope of his getting away with the independence he sought to grab. In the end, not only was the declaration not made that day, but also no final decision was taken as to whether or not, and if so, when it was to be made. But after the meeting, as we were about to disperse, the military governor called me into another room and disclosed to me his plans for the raising, training, and equipment of an army within a very short time, a plan in which he assured me the Republic of Israel had agreed to play a leading role. If you think Nnamdi Kanu said this nonsense, he has Oga. Israel. This is August of 66, August 3rd. Ojukwu is already talking about the fact that Israel will support him. Like I say, the sufferings of the Igbos in the north is an unfortunate incident. Was unfortunate, right? It's terrible. But what Ojukwu did really was to just take advantage of the situation. He was planning to get out of Nigeria all along. And the reason I'm saying this is because, let me say, I didn't say it the first time because I stopped myself, but let me find I'll find a way to say it now. For the generality of the people of the East, you believe the things you heard because you were told by people you loved. But you never asked the people you loved where they heard the things they told you, where they heard it from. For the most part, those were things that were designed by Ojukwu himself. So when you say things like, oh, they did this to us, you don't understand what actually happened behind the scenes. And that's normal. We're all human beings. We don't know everything, which is why we research. Why? And the reason for that, of course, is that so we may know what really happened, and at some point in our history, we are able to actually heal based on the truth. But you can't heal if you decide to just live with what my father told me, even though your father was not there when they're having the meeting. A word is not for the wise. Let's go back to the document. Again, I'm reading from Nebo Graham Douglas. Let's continue. So it says here, even after the meeting, he called Graham Douglas into a room and told him that he was working on trade. It sounds like Nnamdi Kanu. He says he disclosed to me his plans for the raising, training, and equipment of an army within a very short time, a plan in which, as he assured me, the Republic of Israel had agreed to play a leading role. Then I knew that I had not really succeeded in convincing him against secession. All I might claim to have achieved was the prevention of a precipitate declaration. And in this respect, one factor, which, as I soon realized, had operated to the advantage of all who thought along the same lines as I did, was ironically the confusion arising out of the coup and pervading the general atmosphere for quite some time. At the time of that important meeting, we were not certain as to what had become of General Aguiyi-Ironsi, and the hysteria with which Lieutenant Colonel Gowon's announcement of the takeover was received having died out. Ojukwu was astute enough not to risk a power struggle with the general in the event of the latter being yet alive, lest as his personal popularity stood at the time. General Aguiyi-Ironsi, rather than he became the prime beneficiary of a seizure of independence. But I'll explain everything I'm reading right now. But as soon as it became clear a few days later that General Aguiyi-Ironsi had been killed, he and his green light for proceeding with his plans towards an eventual declaration of secession, and a decision was expected any day. Let me explain what I'm saying. What he's saying. What he's saying basically is this. As at August 3rd, nobody was really sure what had happened to Aguiyi-Ironsi. Therefore, Ojukwu was very, very careful not to declare Biafra at that time. Because if Aguiyi-Ironsi was alive, that means that he was seceding and pulling his own region out with his person, an Igbo person, at the top, which would mean that he was essentially destroying that other person's government based on ethnic affiliation, right? But as soon as he heard that, they really killed the guy, people were not expecting him to do anything. Like, he could just declare Biafra any moment from then. Realizing now that his will to take the East out of the Federation was inexorable, I adopted the tactics of advising him against a declaration other than from a position of strength, that is military strength, and urging him to play for time. My hope then was that if a hasty action were averted in the intervening period, some pressure might be brought to bear upon him by the reasonable, eminent, and intelligent people of the region, of which the region could, as I thought, boast many, to abandon the idea of a complete break with the rest of the Federation and to give more thought to that of going to talks with a view to securing adequate guarantees and an overall advantageous position for the East within the framework of a new federal constitution. Play for time, in the end, he agreed to do and did do, but submit to pressures tending to turn him away from his determined path, he did not. But in this respect, I regret I cannot say how much pressure was in fact brought to bear upon him, although I personally urged a number of leading Eastern Nigerians to do so. During the first fortnight following July 29, one great restraining factor, which in addition to those which have been mentioned already, prevented a rational assumption of such a risk as that to which the declaration of secession in those circumstances was tantamount, was the presence of soldiers of northern Nigeria origin in Enugu garrisons. In other words, One of the reasons he did not also declare Biafra at the time was that there were more northern soldiers in the Enugu garrison, and they outnumbered those of eastern origin in the ratio of some 4-1. And so, notwithstanding that the armory was well secured and in the hands of loyal eastern soldiers, who were all the time literally sitting on a gunpowder keg. But as soon as the threat posed by their presence was removed, pursuant to an agreement reached between representatives of the regional governments and those of the new federal authorities on or about the 9th of August, in accordance with which all troops were to be repatriated to their regions of origin at the shortest possible time, the stage became set for Ojukwu to embark upon positive action, not only in defiance of Gowon, whom he would not accept as his new chief, but also to demonstrate his determination not to get reconciled to the notion of the continued political association of Eastern Nigeria with the rest of the Federation. We'll come back to this book. Let me just say something before I go to the book by J. Isawa Elaigo. The book is called Gowon, The Biography of a Soldier Statesman. One thing you discover in all of this is this. There are young people who parrot nonsense based on what they heard from Ojukwu. And for instance, they say things like, Ojukwu did not agree with Gowon because Gowon was not the most senior officer. I said yesterday, let me just repeat something today. There's nowhere in the world where, having executed a coup, you still have to go through the previous hierarchy that you had before the coup. It's not about hierarchy anymore. The structure has changed. It depends on the folks who carried out the successful coup. If it was successful, they determine what happened. Ojukwu had always had issues with following orders from Gowon. This was not the first time. We read that yesterday. We won't go back to it. But just to be clear, using Babafemi Ogundipe as a crutch in this argument is utterly ridiculous for two reasons. Number one, he was not part of the coup planners. The coup planners had to choose who they wanted, and they could decide who they wanted. And by the way, they didn't even listen to Babafemi Ogundipe because he was from the south. And even the civil servants who were supposed to get instructions, they will say they are going to go and do something, or the soldiers will say the officers will say they're going to Ikeja. They will not develop diarrhea. You find that in this book. They were suddenly developing diarrhea, and they were not returning. And when it became clear that they were not going to listen to him, he had to leave. But here's the crazy part. While Ojukwu was shouting that he should fight for his right and assert his authority, because Gowon is not as he's higher than Gowon. Ojukwu himself had run away, and I'm repeating this because of the new people that just joined us on YouTube. Ojukwu himself had run away from Enugu. So first, Ojukwu left the government house in Enugu and went to the police barracks. So he will be protected by mobile police. Ojukwu then ran away from the mobile police 69 miles. He ran to Onitsha. It was while he was in Onitsha, hiding away. Again, he's always running. Hiding away in Onitsha. That was when he took the phone and now started calling Babafemi Ogundipe that the East was behind him. When people talk about the history of cowardice in Nigeria, there's no way they must not add his name. Because every time he was running, he ran in Kano, he ran in the East, in Enugu to Onitsha. He also ran from Nigeria to Cote d'Ivoire. Now also run. And that is why I don't understand why people from a particular place think he's the one they should believe and follow. Your elders know this to be true, that he was not willing to, it was not worth it, and that's why they didn't vote for him in 1983. Have you ever asked yourself? I'm going to say this before we continue. People come around and say things like, "Oh, the East was like detribalized. That's why we voted for Obasanjo." I believe that's your business. But the point is, they read the report. They saw between the lines. They read now that I think will help. If you read this report, I think you'll probably change your mind about the work completely. Number one, read Goldstein's, Robert Goldstein, who was the Biafra PR manager in the United States. Please read it. Read. He wrote it's a letter. You can find it online. It's in a book by Brigadier General Godwin Alabi Sama. The book is called The Tragedy of Victory. It's in there, but you can also find it online. the letter written by Robert Goldstein. It was 1968. Please read that. Then read the answer. That's a debate at the House of Commons in the UK in 68 about the war. It's on that document. I'm trying not to quote. I don't want to read any. I don't want to call out any stuff from the North or from the West because some people are already biased. But there are many examples from the North and the West, and even Oyinbo. Read the Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo. If you read those 3 books, well, 1 book and 3 reports. If you read those things and you still think that man was your Lord and Savior, God bless you. But just carry your nonsense away from where people are living. Just go and stay, as in, like, you have to belong to the evil forest. Because there's no way you'll understand all these things and you still think that there was something about him. That's why they didn't vote for him. Again, somebody wrote there, senator in 2003. They still didn't vote for him. I saw a video. I don't want to play that video again, of elders, Igbo elders, speaking about Ojukwu and why they didn't want him. Don't worry. In this conversation, this series, we're going to get to how he escaped. That would be my question to you. Let me just ask in advance. So all of the things that he did for himself. And that's the painful part. I wish more Igbo people knew this thing. And why do I want you to know this thing? So you could hate Ojukwu? No. I want you to know this thing so you can heal. Because you are angry with the wrong people. And at this point in Nigeria's history, nobody from Yoruba land will take on this load. The burden that belongs to Ojukwu will now take it and say, hate me. Don't worry, just hate it. No. All the Awolowo is that you guys have been doing for the last 50-something years. It has ended. And I'm so glad about what's happening with the political. So please, I beg you in the name of God, don't stop. Do it in 2031. By the time we end this 8 years of Tinubu, oh my God, your life will never remain the same. Hopefully, you would have healed before the end of his tenure. But if you don't heal before then, you will never heal again. Because the things that are coming out, respectfully, they will not stop coming out. But again, like I said, respectfully. Because we really need those things. We've been lied to. And I'll say it again. Like I said yesterday, when somebody said, oh, but Baba Femi Ogundepe ran away. I said it several times. The coward. He said no. He said Baba Femi Ogundepe and Ojukwu were cowards. And I said something yesterday. I'm going to repeat it now. If I show you a coward from your region, you don't have to find a coward in my region. Why? We are not twins. That's number 1. Number 2, if I tell you there's a coward from your region, you don't have to make another person in my region cowards on a dozen by dozen basis. That's your business. So, for instance, Ojukwu was a coward, respectfully, if that means anything. He ran away every single time. And so, when you talk about cowardice, and I'm saying this emphatically because this thing has gone on for so long in Nigeria, people say, you Yoruba people are cowards. And the young people think it's true. And I got really angry about it a while back because I said something somewhere and I saw a Yoruba boy cower. And he tried to cover it with comedy, with humor, to say, I don't want to say what he said, but essentially what he was saying basically was he was showing cowardice by trying to pander or be patronizing to what I was doing, to say, oh, you are very brave. I wasn't necessarily, it's not about bravery for me. It was about his own cowardice. And that thing would have come from the fact that he's been told several times that Yoruba are cowards by people who have no record of or history of heroes in their region. And I'll say it again. If you don't have history of heroes in your region, you don't qualify to call other people cowards, especially when they're not cowards, and especially when you produce cowards. If Arjuna ran away from Lagos to Enugu, from Enugu to Ghana, was it that they brought him back? And unfortunately, he was killed by the same Ojukwu. Ojukwu ran away When it happened in Kano, he ran to the Emir's palace. When it happened in Enugu, he ran to the police barracks. From police barracks, he ran to Onitsha. And then in 67, he ran away from the east, having plunged everybody into Wahala. People dying everywhere. He was responsible for more people. Please power tap on TikTok. If you think I'm lying, and it's okay if you think I'm lying, like it's natural, you probably, think I hate you. If you think I'm lying, please look for that report I mentioned, Robert Goldstein. You don't know about that stuff more than him. He was the PR representative for Biafra. Ojukwu was taking pictures of dying children, sending it abroad to win world opinion or to change world opinion, and refusing to allow food to enter into Biafra. And he was supposed to be doing it for the people of Biafra. Are we joking? The person that should be doing what I'm doing right now should be an Igbo man. But no, they'll be looking for Biafra that will never come. Disabuse your mind from this crazy idea. The person who even put it in you was not thinking about you. He was just a very ambitious person. An egomaniac who just wanted to have power way back, way before the killings in the north, which of course, like I always say, was unfortunate. But guess what? There were also killings in the east. We're going to get to it hopefully today. But let's go back to the book. This time I'm going to read Ẹkáàbọ speech at Addis Ababa in 1968. I hope you're getting something from this. I just want us to get to the point where we know who the real culprit is, and then we deal with the issue. We don't have to say, oh, this person is terrible, we hate him. That's not the point. The point is just that stop gaslighting me, stop blackmailing me. Heal or no healing, who cares about them? As spirit of assessor, you have to. I mean, I do care about the Igbos. That they just don't get it. That's why they always insulting me. I care about you guys, man. I care. It's just that no. Before we go to Ẹkáàbọ speech, let's spend some time with John de St. John. So we're going to go to his book. The book is called The Nigerian Civil War. Fantastic book, I might add. Fantastic. Okay? Same Ojukwu asked Abacha to acquire MKO. Oh, yes. He did that. And Ojukwu was also against June 12. There's a book, The Open Soul of a Country, or The Open Soul of a Country by Wole Soyinka. He mentioned what Ojukwu did when he went to IBB as far as Abiola's issue was concerned. Ojukwu wasn't a good person. He was happy that Abiola was in prison. He told IBB so, and he was, pandering to IBB until they got what they wanted, which was the confiscated properties belonging to his father. It's a shame. And the shame, sincerely, is not on him as much as it is on his people. But I'll say this before I go on, because this is, guys, it's painful. It's painful because you don't know how you can spend 55 years of your life believing something that was a lie, engineered by people who knew that they were lying. And you look at young people today, young Nigerians of Eastern origin, they're Nigerians, but they're Igbos, just thinking that somebody hates them. Like, they just come to this world and they're just growing up as regular people, and they just hear this thing over and over again. I saw a video last week. It was painful. It wasn't one video. It was about 3, and all of them were adults, or agbalagba, like gray head, They were old and they were still lying. How do I know they were lying? Look around. See all the books we've been studying all this while. You can tell if people are lying. In other words, having lost, the only thing you have won is the war of propaganda. Having lost the war itself, the only thing you have won is the war of propaganda. And you don't want to lose that one as well, because it has now become part of the identity of the people. It's sad. These young people were not there. Now they have to take on the lies because that's what makes them feel good. I saw a video yesterday of a young lady. She's a very dumb person, to be honest. Very dumb. She was saying things that she never fact checked. I don't want to play the video here. It's just, but I felt like, how dumb can you be? And everybody was shouting, "Oh, I went to school. I go to school. I don't know anything." No, I don't. But I know more than your dad. And that's why you don't have a name. By the way, your name is user here because you are not proud of your identity. This is what happens when stupid people give birth to children. They give birth to people like this. Now you have your 10 seconds of fame. I'm going to mute you now on TikTok. These are people who will never sit down to read anything. Well, I say let us read together and learn together. Instead of you to say, okay, well, let us read though, you say, oh, I prefer to be reading receipt. Your identity is I'm glad that, let me put it this way. What I want to say is not, let me not say it that way because I don't want to hurt others because of a stupid clown in the comment section. But here's the point. If you are Igbo, please do me a favor. The books I mentioned, by the way, which also include, the books also include Igbo books. I've mentioned Achebe here. There was a country. I've mentioned the problem of Nigeria here before. Biafran Story by Frederick Forsyth. All these things. So whether it's Igbo books or Hausa books or Yoruba books or Northern books or British books or American books, please read these things. You need to heal. Alone, you need to what is deep money or me the solo imbo no. You guys have been dealt with. You just don't know what's up. A struggle for secession. God bless you, Phoenix. It's by N.U. Akpan. We'll read it today. No, maybe not today. When we get to Aburi conversation, I'm going to read that book by N.U. Akpan. A Struggle for Secession. Also read Tragedy Without Heroes by Hilary Njoku. Once you get in you, if you know what this man did, it is well. Now let's go back to the book by John Desenjo. The book is called The Nigerian Civil War. And please, if you're on TikTok, please power tap, share the live. If you're on Facebook and YouTube, please share the live. That way we can have more people see this. Let's go on. Excuse me. The uncertainties and ambiguities of the crisis were mirrored in the first broadcast Gowon made to a mystified nation on his return to Lagos from Ikeja on 1st August. By the way, I like that phrase. His return to Lagos from Ikeja. Busui, look at your comment section. What's happening? What's happening in my comment section? IFCOM is give and take. Just leave people alone. They'll take. Just leave them alone. There was a time I used to do all those let's all be fair. And I discovered that from the east is a sign of weakness. I'm like, I don't be, you know, so more they run out like this, eh? Thank you, J-Links. My moderator is there. Don't worry. Ravecom. Moderators did there. The uncertainties and ambiguities of the crisis were mirrored in the first broadcast Gowon made to a mystified nation on his return to Lagos from Ikeja on 1st August. So I said I like the idea. He says, return to Lagos from Ikeja. Just to tell you that Lagos is not, was not always the Lagos you're talking about right now. Lagos is different from Lagos State. But I say that every time, and I don't mind repeating myself. I hope you don't mind hearing it again and again. But let's continue. The key phrases in his speech were, quote, the basis of trust and confidence in our unitary system of government has not been able to stand the test of time, and, quote, the base for unity is not there, end quote, which later became the subject of great controversy and endless speculation. Did Gowon mean the federal interpreted it to be, or that the basis of a unitary system of government a la Iransi within the federation had disappeared? His own and the federal version. By the way, in many instances, the federal version and the Eastern version were always clashing. The broadcast certainly shows signs of hasty redrafting and editing. Civil servant sources in Lagos confirmed to who is me? The me is John Desenjo. Civil servant sources in Lagos confirmed to me after the war that the soldiers at Ikeja had failed to obey the golden rule of drafting. When a theme or policy changes, scrap the original draft and start afresh. But those were desperate days, and the men involved obviously had little time to consider the niceties of speech writing and polished prose. It seems highly likely that the speech was originally drafted to announce Northern secession and the breakup of the Federation, but was changed at the last minute after Gowon had achieved a wide measure of support. And as such, it accurately reflected the 3-day struggle between the secessionists and the Federalists at the Ikeja barracks. Remy Guy said something earlier. If that worked out, Nigeria would be a totally different place. And I can assure you, Yoruba country, or Yoruba nation will be a totally different place right now. The only problem is just that they're going to take Ilorin, sorry, not Ilorin, not just Ilorin, Kaba, part of Ekiti, I think. They'll add all those places to the north. That's the only issue I would have had with it. Let's continue. The same evening, Ojukwu spoke on Enugu radio and underlined the realities of the new situation. Nigeria was, he pointed out, effectively divided into 2 parts. The North, West, and Midwest were the North, West, hey, please listen to what he was about to say. By the way, what I just said right now is that Nanon says he wants to talk, but may I read what Ojukwu talk? He say, I'll go read this thing for Pidgin now. Let's get back into it. So Ojukwu says here, Nigeria effectively was divided into 2 parts. The North, West, and Midwest, where the coup had been successful and the new regime accepted, and the East, where it had failed. The crazy part is that the failure of the coup in the East was not even because of Ojukwu, it was because of Ogunewe. Ojukwu don't run commot. So if anybody should be taking glory for that, it shouldn't be Ojukwu. But anyway, saying that the coup succeeded in the North, in the West, and in the Midwest. I don't remember anything happening in the Midwest, shall. Anyway, so he's saying that he wants to divide Nigeria into 2. So every other person on one side, then the East on the other side, because now that place the coup failed. Leaving power in the hands of the existing government, he made it absolutely plain that he would not accept Gowon's elevation to the post of Supreme Commander, that his own position was a strictly legitimist one, recognizing Ironsi if he were still alive and Ogundikwe as the next most senior officer, if he were not, and finally that the present arrangement was temporary and merely designed to secure a breathing space. This new posture of verbal cut and thrust between Lagos and Enugu was to continue with little change until it was replaced by a more deadly duel 11 months later. Again, the whole idea of Ogundikwe, again, is what opportunists do. There's no truth to it. Ojukwu didn't do this for Ogundikwe because it takes a lot of stupidity to expect that people who plan the coup will give the power to another person because he's the higher ranking officer. You go find something where you go hold on to. That's the way these things work. Sporadic outbursts of violence continued in the army throughout August. A particularly unpleasant incident reminiscent of the worst days of the Wild West occurred when a column of northern troops descended on Benin City, sprang some of the January coup detainees, and lynched them. That was bad. For the second time within 3 months, let me take that again. A particularly unpleasant incident reminiscent of the worst days of the Wild West occurred when a column of northern troops descended on Benin City, sprang some of the January coup detainees, and lynched them. For the second time within 3 months, frightened, wounded, and demoralized Easterners fled home to recount their personal tragedies to a well-primed and receptive audience. The Eastern government estimated the death toll with meticulous care. 43 officers, 170 other ranks. As an act of messianic vengeance, the July return march for the swath coursed through the northern officers' ranks by the January boys was a resounding success. Revenge was certainly one of the motives. Separation from the South in the early stages was another. But this changed as tempers cooled and senior northern officers reasserted their control over the mutinous rank and file. It then became evident that if the North was going to secede, it was determined to fill the power vacuum in Lagos and the empty slot at the head of the army. The struggle for power between the... One second. I'll read something to you very soon. The struggle for power between the federally minded, personalized by the clash between Gowon and Murtala, ended in victory for the former. That's for Gowon. But it had been touch and go. Murtala and his secessionists then paradoxically turned their avenging energies towards imposing the new order on the East. He tried hard to send troops to attack the East and shatter the delicate truce that still existed between the northern and southern soldiers in Enugu. Had that happened, it is highly probable, with the northerners' immense superiority in the army and the East's total unpreparedness to withstand an invasion, that the region would have been overrun and its leaders forced into exile or killed. Gowon and his moderate supporters prevailed, but his own position was much more precarious for many weeks, even months, after the coup than was originally thought. And the northern hardliners continued as a powerful faction within the federal government, a force to be reckoned with throughout the pre-war period and indeed the war itself. Special service and public announcement. If you're from Eastern Nigeria, please be grateful to Gowon. I know people like to insult him and say all those kind of nonsense, but please be grateful to Gowon. If not, what Murtala Mohammed did, when I read this book, this is what came to my mind. What Murtala Mohammed did in Asaba, in Lagos, in Ikeja. This is a continuation. That blood with the heart. By the way, say now him eventually collect power from Gowon. Of course, that was in '76, but eventually collected power. At the same Murtala. What book am I reading from? The book is called The Nigerian Civil War by John de St. John. All right. Please don't stop our tapping. Thank you for getting us to 85.6. Let's go over 100K. Thank you guys on TikTok, Facebook, YouTube. Thank you very much for joining us as well. I hope we're learning history together. Welcome to class, I should have said, because we said we start calling it class, right? All right, let's continue. So again, a lot of terrible things happened. Those who had not been court-martialed, hi Rosalind, those who had not been court-martialed all the while, they were, especially for those in the in Midwest, okay, that's the one he was talking about earlier. In Midwest, they were killed, they were lynched, and that was, thank you. Oh, thank you. He created states in '76. Thank you. All right. There's something I noticed in this book. I want to quickly read out. He says both. There's something he said I will explain to you, but I just want to mention something about Frederick Forsyth. So this man condemns his interpretation of things. That's John de St. John. A.H.M. Kirk Green also as several in his own book also condemned his interpretation of things. His interpretation is always the Igbo interpretation, even though he's white. Let me read something to you just from here. It says both Frederick Forsyth and Walter Schwartz cogently argue this interpretation, but the former goes further and suggests that the British High Commissioner Sir Francis Cumming Bruce managed to persuade Gowon to strike out the words announcing the dissolution of the Federation and substitute other ones. This seems highly unlikely and does not square with accounts I have heard from senior federal officials who were involved. One can accuse the British diplomatic service of many faults, but sloppy drafting and editing is not one of them. If Coming Bruce had been so closely involved, he would presumably have made a more workmanlike job of the speech. Anyway, like I said, it's the same book, the Biafran story. Maybe one day we'll do a session on that book. Now propaganda full, I'm sure, but God will help us when the time comes. Now, to a large degree, the January coup detonated the January coup detonated on a 7-month time fuse, the July counter coup. The young Igbo majors established the precedent of treachery within the army, but it was, they discovered, a weapon with a double edge. They set the precedent, but they also collected. They also demonstrated the vulnerability of the country's leadership and how simply it was to destroy a regime and transfer power into more acceptable hands. The unique fabric of army life, so much more intimately interwoven than that of civilian society, made the institution highly vulnerable once the normal bonds of loyalty and comradeliness had been torn apart. Let's jump to some of the things here. So it says, for instance, that strange myth grew up around the northern officers murdered in the January coup. The most senior, Brigadier Mimalari, was still alive, and that Ironsi was tortured by his captors before being shot to try to make him divulge the brigadier's whereabouts. While civilian life settled back peacefully after the first coup, the army remained fearful. Gowon had had an armed bodyguard since March through Ironsi, curiously incensed, just superbly brave, surrounded himself with northern soldiers. The government added to the mystique of the dead northern officers by failing to announce and honor their death or punish their murderers. For the average soldier, this seemed dubious and confusing. Their captains had disappeared into thin air, suddenly becoming non-persons. Senior officers spoke of the dangers of publicizing the details of the first coup. There was fear everywhere, one remarked, but they later realized that saying and doing nothing further fertilized the rich soil of rumor. We're going to move away from this for a bit. All right. We're going to move away from this for a bit, and all right, just a little commentary on the coups, and then we'll go into what happened after Gowon took over, and then we'll now go back to the book to the speech by Anthony Naoro. One of the executors to hand power back to their seniors once the job was done. In the July coup, there was a strong desire to have the senior officers legitimize their actions, and in this sense, the army structure did manage to survive and later fight a war. Euphemisms like, quote, "I have my orders," end quote, were used by plotters in both coups when arresting or even executing their victims. In July, northern NCOs turned on their own officers on several occasions when the latter tried to prevent the killing. Remember what we read from General T.Y. Danjuma's interview when he said he was pushed aside by the men because he didn't want what they wanted. It's the same thing that John Desenjoy is saying here. He's saying that northern NCOs in July turned on their own officers on several occasions when the latter tried to prevent the killing, but always respectfully. "Put your hands up, sir," was heard more than once. Army phraseology was used in a macabre way. One northern soldier, having shot an Igbo officer, justified it to his own commander as, quote, "accidental discharge, sir," end quote. And even more grisly language of their own emerged during the Holocaust. Take him to the house of chiefs meant take him away and shoot him. Some soldiers apparently thought they could assume the rank of the men they had shot and wore their badges of rank for days afterwards. Others performed ritual killings, the most terrible being that of an Igbo captain caught at Ikeja airport, who was tied to an iron cross, whipped to the point of death, and thrown into a guard room to die. That's what Brits were misunderstanding. It wasn't misunderstanding. It was a revenge. Again, it is words like this that make me understand that people don't like to tell themselves the truth. They didn't misunderstand anything. They were revenging what was done. And if we want to grow and make progress as Nigerians in Nigeria, we need to tell ourselves the truth. Nobody misunderstood nothing. They had it coming, but I mean, it was terrible that this kind of thing would happen to a person. For the next 6 months, the pendulum of fortune in Nigeria swung erratically between hope and despair. Please power tap on TikTok. Please share on YouTube and Facebook. Thank you very much. And on Twitch as well. I'm going to have to study that Twitch very soon, but yeah. Let's keep the live going. Thank you very much for your participation and engagement. For the next 6 months, the pendulum of fortune in Nigeria swung erratically between hope and despair. Throughout August, Gowon tried hard to assert his authority, but the mutiny in the army, but the mutiny in the army rumbled on. On radio and television, he assured Igbo officers of their safety, but privately advised them to find their way back to the east. 10 days after the coup, the first formal step to divide the army took place with the repatriation of Northerners from the east and Easterners from the north. The farewell scene, please remember this thing, we're going to come back, we're going to revisit this when I get to the book by A.H.M. Green. So it says 10 days after the coup, the first formal step to divide the army took place with the repatriation of Northerners from the east and Easterners from the north. The farewell scene in Enugu, where bloodshed had been avoided, was a sad one, but demonstrated that there were still human ties between the soldiers. Baba Ogunewe, the Igbo commanding officer, had resisted attempts by the Eastern government to wreak vengeance on his northern soldiers with the same courage and determination with which he had stopped the latter from mutinying during the coup. The send-off was preceded by drinks with his northern officers in the mess, an official photograph, and accompanied by tearful scenes at Enugu railway station. This exchange, which effectively created 2 power centers in Nigeria, helped to ease tension. But the federal government kept its troops, mainly Northerners, in the western region and Lagos. We'll talk about how Papa, what he did to ensure that, that was fixed much later. Let's continue. So he says, this exchange, which effectively created 2 power centers in Nigeria, helped to ease tension, but the federal government kept its troops, mainly Northerners, in the western region and Lagos, thus contravening an agreement reached by representatives of the regional military governors and Gowon in Lagos on 9th August, which ordered all soldiers back to their respective regions of origin. However, Gowon managed to broaden the base of his regime by immediately announcing the abrogation of Ironsi's unity decree, promising a 3-phase return to civilian rule, and most important of all, releasing the popular politicians, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, the Yoruba leader, and Chief Anthony Enaoro, the Midwesterner, imprisoned 3 years earlier by the Balewa government. It was one of the many tragedies of the Ironsi government that the decision to release this man had been taken before he was killed, but not implemented. Gowon thus received the credit and finessed it with the gesture of going out to the airport to meet Awolowo and greeting him humbly with the words, quote, "We need you for the wealth of your experience," end quote. We're going to come back to this, but before we do this, let me just make something very, very clear. Oh, there's a video, but how would you see it if we just do the audio? So I'm going to play the video. A lot of, like I said something that there's a document by Odia Ofemom, who, by the way, was Ao's personal secretary. He wrote this stuff. It's called The Forgotten Documents of the Nigerian Civil War. And he mentioned that after Papa was released from prison, Ojukwu started saying that he was the one who released Awo. I'm going to play you the video of when Awo was released. This was in August of 1966. By the way, this happened less than 2 weeks after Gowon became head of state. So let me just play it so you can see it. I hope. This one you have to see because when it makes sense, I'm not going to play audio. All right. All right. So, just to make it very clear, the person who said when Easterners or Igbo people say something like these killings were narrated by Reverend Mashao. No, we already talked about that yesterday. Now, when people from the East say things like, "Oh, it's Ojukwu that released Gowon," the only way Ojukwu released Gowon was when he said it. That he released. Sorry. The only way Ojukwu released Papa Awolowo was when he said it. It was his mouth that he used to say it. He said it and people believed it, but there was no way that would make sense. I'm going to show you something that I think is important. I will show it to you, then I'll. That's the Republic of Nigeria official gazette. All right, I'm going to put this in the Telegram channel. If you haven't joined the Telegram channel, please do join. It's Redomi Global on Telegram. I'm going to put the link out there, so if you want to join, you'll be able to click and join. Also, very soon, we're going to have to mute the stuff because I see a lot of people typing stuff there because I don't want to also start, everybody will just start fighting. The point is just you can, access it to be able to get information or some documents that may not be readily available in the public space. But they are in the public space, but just so you won't have to, stress yourself with searching. There are a few things there that I think can help with understanding Nigeria's issues. So I'm going to pin it on YouTube. I'm going to pin it on YouTube and also it's on Telegram. Sorry, in fact, let me just send it right now. Let me send it to the Telegram channel so that you can read along as I read. It's the official gazette showing how Chief Obafemi Awolowo was pardoned alongside his comrades. So let me put this here. All right, I think it should be there now. All right, so if you join the group, you'll find that document. It's not even the document, just the first page, because that's what we need for the conversation, not the full book. So it says here, instruments of pardon remitting the unexpired portions of the sentences imposed on the following: Chief Obafemi Awolowo, Chief Anthony Aronsele Enahoro, Lateef Kayode Jakonde, Michael Adedapo Omishade, Sunday Ebietoma, Effiong Okon Eyo, Samuel Akombi Onitiri. That was from, by the way, it was Republic of Nigeria Official Gazette, Lagos, 12th August 1966. Instrument of pardon. By His Excellency Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon, Head of the National Military Government, Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces of the Republic of Nigeria. Whereas Chief Obafemi Awolowo, having been duly convicted of the offences of treasonable felony, unlawful purpose, and sentenced to imprisonment for 10, 5, and 2 years respectively on all 3 counts. And whereas the said Chief Obafemi Awolowo, having said 1963, and whereas the Supreme Military Council, after reviewing his case, is pleased to remit the sentence and grant a full pardon. Now, therefore, in exercise of the powers conferred by Section 101, Subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Republic, and of all other powers enabling it in that behalf, the Supreme Military Council do hereby remit the unexpired portion of the sentence imposed on the aforesaid Chief Obafemi Awolowo and grant him a full pardon. Given under my hand the public seal of the Republic of Nigeria at Lagos this 2nd day of August, 1966. That was Yakubu Gowon. Meanwhile, there was something I read the other day from Papa's book, Adventures in Power, Book 1. It's called My March Through Prison. And in this book, you'll find the letter that Papa wrote to Ironsi asking for a prerogative of mercy, asking for free pardon. This was in March. The letter was dated 28th March 1966. Ironsi had 6 months in power. Papa was still in prison. This man got into power on the 1st of August. Papa was out of the prison by 12th of August. And then some clowns would tell you it was Ojukwu. Number one, Ojukwu could not do it because it was a federal prisoner. Ojukwu could not do anything about it. Number two, Ojukwu lied. And you know what? Maybe I should even read that portion. 1 second. Let me read to you to redirect our conversation. What's this book? Mambo. Because it's important to be mentioning these things. So you know when the lie started, and then you can protect yourself with the truth, right? Yeah, here it is, the forgotten documents of the Nigerian Civil War. Now we have to find that word. What is a person in prison doing with cash? Cash, bow. How cash take enter this thing? All right. Let me read this in from here. The other document, the second most forgotten of the Nigerian Civil War, has had more luck than the Fagina script. It happens to be the transcript of the famous meeting. No, I have this one. This is not the place I'm looking for. I'm coming on. 1 second. Oh boy, I have to find this thing. In fact, we have to reuse this book in these sessions. We have to use this book. Just give me a second. Let me find. I think you might write some example. We don't have to live together. The post is long. I wish I can post it here. Okay. I didn't plan to read this thing. That's why it's giving me this much stress. But anyway, the point is that I want to show you how claim that he was the one who released Chief Obafemi Awolowo from prison. But I will find the page. It's quite long. I'll find the page later and then I'll read it to you. But it's oh boy, this is the funny thing. Once I mention something, I want to read it. Now I'm wasting time. I hope I'm not wasting too much time, Sha. You know what? There's another way of finding this thing. 1 second. If I don't find it now, then I'll show you. I'll read it later, maybe tomorrow. But let me just see if I can do that now. on ball. It will take me a couple of seconds, but maybe not seconds, maybe like a minute. But we'll find it. We should find it. Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Okay, good. I apologize. I didn't prepare for this before, but I think I'll get the answer in seconds. I found it. I found it. So there was an interview that was conducted. As a matter of fact, this is also in Kurt Green's work. But this thing is too long. Go can't read everything now because of time. Let me just read this stuff one. It says Ojukwu elaborated on this claim during an interview in Boston on July 9, 2001. Ojukwu stated, "If you remember, I released Awolowo from jail." He acknowledged that even that some people are beginning to contest as well. He noted that Awolowo was in jail in Calabar and that Gowon could not have released Awolowo because, according to him, at no point was Gowon in charge of the East. The East took orders from me. Now, how could Gowon have released Awolowo, who was in Calabar? And then he lied by saying that action created quite a lot of rapport between Awolowo and himself. So even in 2001, Ojukwu was still lying that he released. By the way, this was August though. When he said Gowon never had authority in the East, my question is, as how? As how? Was your guy, he was the leader of Nigeria, he created states. How would he be able to create states from the Eastern region if he had no power over the Eastern region? So I just wanted to read that. I needed to read that. It was from his interview at Boston in 2001, where he said, "If you remember, I released Awolowo from jail." From the document I just put in the Telegram channel, if you're not in the Telegram channel, please click on the link on YouTube, and then you find that document there. The pardon was by Gowon, not Ojukwu. So I just wanted to read that out. But now that we've read it, I can now move on. Sorry, sometimes I can be like that. I have to find what I'm looking for, because if not, then we'll have uncompleted projects all over the place, which we don't like. So back to Nigeria, the Nigerian Civil War by two books before we go to there. I hope I get them. So he says the three things that he did. He immediately announced the abrogation of Iran's unity decree. He promised a three-phase return to civilian rule, and then most importantly, he released the popular politicians. That's Chief Awolowo, the Yoruba leader, and Chief Anthony Enaro, the Midwesterner, imprisoned 3 years earlier by the Balewa government. And when he did that, he says, Gowon thus received the credit and finessed it with the gesture of going out to the airport to meet Awolowo and greeted him humbly. So the funny thing is this, there is a video evidence of Gowon meeting Awolowo at the airport. That's the video I played for you earlier. So Ojukwu's lies and his people's lies don't make sense. So he says, Gowon thus received the credit and finessed it with the gesture of going out to the airport to meet Awolowo and greeting him humbly with the words, quote, "We need you for the wealth of your experience," end quote. A new and free-ranging debate began on the country's future, with the politicians much more prominent than they had been in the post-January coup period. Groups of spokesmen, consultative assemblies, and leaders of thought proliferated on all sides, and people began to question the continued existence of the federation. in a way rarely done in the past. In the east, tension remained high as more refugees, many of them wounded and exhausted, and all of them with a story to tell, continued to stream in. The popular mood expressed elements of shock, anger, and a mixed desire for vengeance and secession, but it was too early for a positive expression of the general will to emerge. The East, however, began to knit together, and overnight, Ojukwu and his government were transformed from probably the most criticized of all the new military governments into the most popular. Ojukwu in particular became a folk hero. He too released several politicians, notably Michael Okpara, and grew a beard as a sign of mourning for the coup victims. So maybe Ojukwu forgot who he released from prison. I think he forgot. He was mixing Papa, which makes no sense because Papa and Okpara are never on the same. Anyway, let's continue. Communicating with Gowon by telephone, the tone of these conversations was still informal. Jack and Emeka are not unfriendly. Ojukwu made it clearer than ever that he would not recognize the Northerner as head of state. There were at least 6 officers in the Nigerian army who were senior to Gowon, including Ojukwu himself, and he stuck by his claim that each of these had more rights to have take over than Gowon, since it was now obvious that Ironsi had been killed. No announcement, however, I know what's happening with this device. No announcement, however, was made of the general's death until the Aburi conference in January 1967 for fear of inflaming public opinion. So they didn't announce it officially until January at Aburi. Behind this legalistic and hierarchical consideration was Gowon's personal unacceptability. To Ojukwu, the idea of being subordinate to a junior, less educated, that is why coup plotters, that's why they unalive their seniors. Because of this kind of nonsense. You may look at it and say, it's a very terrible. This is why they unalive their seniors. It's not the seniors that is there, or if you are a good man, you just retire all of them. That's what Gowon should have done. To Ojukwu, the idea of being subordinate to a junior, less educated, less experienced officer of Gowon's caliber, he had a low estimate of the latter's intelligence, was anathema. He pointed out later at Aburi that he was prepared to work with Gowon as an equal or a titular head, but accepting him as his chief was quite another matter. Quote, militarily, Gowon is not my superior, and the question of acknowledging him does not arise, Ojukwu said flatly. To make matters worse, although neither had blood on his hands from the 2 coups, each suspected the other of having tried to kill him. These personal elements of mistrust and incompatibility were to deepen as time went on, and were a crucial solvent in the disintegration of the country and the slide to war. Let's hold on here for now and quickly visit Papa Enaoro. We'll come back to this one later. By the way, we are moving between... Okay. Let's get back to this one first. Alafiao. All right, thank you. Let's go on. So I'm going to read from Anthony Naro speech of 1968. So go back just a little bit. In a broadcast to the nation that morning, Gowon promised to bring the disorders in the army under control, stop further bloodshed, restore law and order and confidence in all parts of the country with minimum delay, and seek a new basis for unity. Major General Gowon also analyzed the roots of the Nigerian crisis and announced that a unitary form of government did not provide a basis for Nigerian unity. He promised that with the concurrence of the military governors and other members of the Supreme Military and Federal and Executive Councils, a decree will soon be issued to lay a sound foundation for Nigerian unity. July 29 was welcomed by the nation, particularly because of the events which followed it. On his assumption of office, Major General Gowon set in motion the machinery for finding a lasting solution to Nigeria's problems. He ordered number one, the release of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, who was leader of the opposition in the federal parliament until his imprisonment in 1963, Chief Anthony Enahoro, and other political prisoners and detainees. By the way, if you like books, that's what all the books say. Unless you want to listen to Radio Biafra, which is just a station for clowns. So please, let's take the intellectual approach. Who was leader of the opposition in the federal parliament until his imprisonment in 1963, Chief Anthony Enahoro and other political prisoners and detainees. B, an immediate return to the federal system of government. C, the summoning on 12 September 1966 of an ad hoc conference on constitutional proposals comprising representatives of all the regions of the federation. This conference was preceded by consultative conferences in all areas in the regions. At these consultative conferences, the issue of the creation of more states in the federation was revived, and memoranda were submitted demanding that the basic cause of dissatisfaction, i.e. the imbalance in the federal structure, should be removed. Major General Gowon also announced that the country would return to civilian rule as soon as it could be arranged. The Constitutional Conference already referred to was preceded by terrorist bomb outrages in Lagos. Terrorist bomb outrages in Lagos. This was in September, right? I'm trying to see. I don't want to jump into the terrible things that happened. We'll get there. But let's move gradually. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. Let's go back to Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion by Nebo Graham Douglas. Right? Let's go there. Then we'll build up, and then we'll move into Anthony Enahoro, and then we'll go back to John de St. John. Then we'll now dive into A.H.M. Green. That's a better way of building this stuff. So let's go back to Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion by Nebo Graham Douglas. Excuse me. So he says here, during the first fortnight following July 29, one great restraining factor, which in addition to those which have been mentioned already, prevented the irrational assumption of such a risk as that to which the declaration of secession in those circumstances was tantamount, was the presence of soldiers of northern origin in the Enugu garrison. These outnumbered those of eastern origin in the ratio of 4-1, and so, notwithstanding that the armory was well secured and in the hands of loyal eastern soldiers who were all the time literally sitting on a gunpowder keg. But as soon as the threat posed by their presence was removed, pursuant to an agreement reached between representatives of the regional governments and those of the new federal authorities on or about the 9th of August, in accordance with which all troops were to be repatriated to their regions of origin at the shortest possible time, the stage became set for Ojukwu to embark upon positive action, not only in defiance of Gowon, whom he would not accept as his new chief, but also to demonstrate his determination not to get reconciled to the notion of the continued political association of Eastern Nigeria with the rest of the federation. When was this? This was August of 1966, August 9, 8 days after Gowon took over. So let's build together. This is long before the whole, Wala bust. 1 second, my lips are getting dry. Okay. Excuse me. All right, good. I just woke you up. Yeah. The first step in this direction was the evolution and implementation of a policy of what he, that's Ojukwu, called total disengagement, announced to the executive committee at its first meeting after the repatriation of troops from the other regions to their regions of origin. In other words, the soldiers who were from the east were moved back to the east, the ones from the north were moved back to the north. So before this point, there were more northern soldiers in the east than there were eastern soldiers. And so Ojukwu did not bother declaring anything. But as soon as the regional agreement and the eastern soldiers moved from the north or from other parts of Nigeria to the east, Ojukwu then released a statement called total disengagement. And he announced that policy to the executive committee at its first meeting after the repatriation of troops from other regions to their regions of origin. According to this policy, there was to be the gradual dissolution of all ties binding the east to the other regions and to the center. And the very first thing to do, which was to be done immediately, was to ask all civil servants. Please listen to this. So the first thing to do, which was to be done immediately, was to ask all civil servants and other personnel of Eastern Nigerian origin working and engaged in other economic and other activities in the other parts of the country to return to the east at once. At that very meeting, that's Nebo Graham Douglas, the Attorney General, confronted him with the practical difficulties which such a step would entail, such as the difficulty of finding them suitable or comparable employment in the east. After a moment's reflection, he agreed with me that our financial resources could not stand the strain and ended by saying, quote, well, let them stay, end quote. Reason had prevailed, but as it turned out to be, not for long. For soon thereafter, the call went out to all Eastern civil servants and so on to return home, and many did respond to the call, to their ultimate disappointment. And then towards the end of September, an order was issued obliging all Nigerians residing in the east, other than those of Eastern origin, to return at once to their regions of origin. They were given no opportunity of choice. Many of them were reluctant to go, but not even the fact of their long residence in the east, in some cases for upward of 30 years, could prevent their being forced out of the region. What is he saying here? Ojukwu called back all... Let me say something. No. Let me finish one sentence. Ojukwu called back all the Easterners from across Nigeria to return to the east. 1 second, please. I think I was okay. I think now see there. All right. Have you ever heard people say something to the effect of? All right. Have you ever heard people say something to the effect of? You want us to leave your region so that you can take our property. Have you heard that thing before? Please, if you have heard it before, say yes and tell me the people who say that thing a lot. Do you want us to leave your region so that you can take our property? So if you have heard it before, say yes. If you have not, say no. But if you say yes, also tell me the people who say that thing. Let me tell you something today. The only place that thing happened was actually in Igbo land, in the east. People were sent away and the properties were appropriated. And that is why whenever you have conversations about people leaving Yoruba land or all those things that they have, you hear people saying things like, you want to send us away and take over our property, because that's what happened in the east. And I've said it before, in the entire history of Nigeria, the only region that said to people that if you are not from here, you have to leave, with the exception of Igbos from the Midwest. The only region that this was before the war. And when those people left, they left whatever they could carry. And some of them had been there for many years. There is a document. You know what? I'm going to go there now. Should I go there now? Just so can you go? I'll finish this chapter. Sorry, this portion. Then I'm going to read to you what happened in the east and what happened in the north and what happened in the east. We're going to end with that, and then we'll continue from there tomorrow. Here, so you have to be Easterner or a Midwest Igbo to remain in the east. And I think from what I have studied so far, it appears that people are afraid of people doing to them what they did to others. That's why they say things like, you want to go our property, because even during the war, when people left their properties in the southwest, they got their houses back. And no, it wasn't even just Lagos. It was even individuals who. Somebody wrote something on one of the videos on YouTube, on the YouTube channel. By the way, if you haven't followed the YouTube channel, please subscribe. It's Busui Oris. You will have fun. There's a reason I'm putting a lot of content there. Someone said, just do it once in a while. There's a reason I'm doing it. You will have fun just going through the channel. Like, there's so much to learn. And we've had fantastic sessions there. So please subscribe to Busui Oris on YouTube. Enjoy the videos. You learn a lot. And we'll continue to learn on our, daily live sessions as well. Somebody wrote in the comment section that an Igbo man, during the war, well, I think the war, we've not gotten to that point yet, but I just want to mention this. During the war, he had to run away, of course, because for his dear life, So when he returned, her mother took him to a well. When I was reading, I was like, "Kill and be well." When they got to the well, the mother opened the well. Apparently, there was no water in that well, and brought out sewing machines that belonged to the Igbo man. And he said the Igbo man just broke down and started crying. There's a story of Shububim Balogun and Alex Ekweme. There are many other stories like that. In other words, what you probably did to others that you are afraid that will be done to you, there's no need for that. Nobody's trying to get your property. But that happened in the eastern region. We're going to get to that. Let me just finish this portion. Then we'll move to the book by A.H.M. Green. That might take me a while to open, but let's just finish this one first. So it says here, towards the end of September, this September was the craziest month of 1966. I mean, July was terrible because of a lot of people were killed, unfortunately. January was. September was the worst. We're going to get into that in a bit. Towards the end of September, an order was issued obliging all Nigerians residing in the East, other than those of Eastern origin, to return at once to their regions of origin, but they were given no opportunity of choice. Many of them were reluctant to go, but not even the fact of their long residence in the East, in some cases for upwards of 30 years, could prevent their being forced out of the region. Justification for this move was offered by the unrealistic calculation that, listen, please listen. Justification for this move was offered by the unrealistic calculation that as they left their employments, homecoming Easterners would take their places in the civil service, in industry, and in personal professional employment. I had argued against the step on the ground that for every non-Eastern Nigerian leaving, we would have on our hands no fewer than 30 homecoming Easterners. My figures might be wrong, and that in the end, we would only be creating incalculable hardship for our people. And the wisdom in such an argument has been acknowledged. happily for me, I had resigned my appointment when the order was issued, and reciprocally, everything possible continued to be done to entice Eastern Nigerians everywhere to leave their jobs. We'll come back to this book. Now let's go to what happened. What other things happened in September? I need 2 books. If you're on TikTok, thank you very much for power tapping. Please don't stop. And drop hearts, means, or gifts. Again, as much as it's beautiful to be a giver, it also helps the live itself. So please support the live. We're glad you're here. I need to open 2 books. I think one should do for now, to be honest. But there are 2 volumes actually. It's called Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Kirk Green. It's a fantastic book on the war. So what I'm about to read right now, I've read before. I've read parts of it before, but I want to read something. I want to create a case, right? So that we can understand certain events, right? So, for instance, there are 3 major things that I'd like to talk about. 2 I mentioned earlier. The first one was the fact that Ojukwu started attacking Nigeria in September 1966. Let me put my mic very close to my mouth. Taking Benusi mic. Ojukwu started attacking Nigeria in September 1966. 9 months before he declared Biafra. By the way, if you are Yoruba, they will bomb some places in Yoruba land, and they were planning to bomb more places in Yoruba land. We're going to get to those things maybe tomorrow. So that's the first one. The way he attacked Nigeria was merciless, and there was no war. Number 2 was what happened to the Easterners in the north. And then number 3 is what happened to the Northerners in the east. And then that will help us to understand this even a lot better. Sorry. Oh gosh. Like I said, it's going to take me a couple of minutes to open because okay. Okay. Don't worry, let's start from, okay, let's start with, should we start what happened in Enugu? I don't think that's fair. I think we should start what happened in the north, because a lot of Easterners were unalived. 1 second. The reason is because, of course, I want us to, to be honest, if you're Nigerian, you must have heard what happened to the Easterners in the North over and over again. So we've heard it let me not say too many times. We've heard it so many times, right? But I think it's okay to also revisit some of those things. We already mentioned it from the book by John de St. John. The book is called The Nigerian Civil War. And then we're going to read some things from here as well. I just need to find the page. All right. So in the early hours of July 29, 1966, the country faced a second serious situation following the January coup. Northern soldiers mutinied in various locations. As part of this mutiny, officers of Eastern Nigeria origin were attacked and killed in cold blood in military stations across the north, Ibadan, Abeokuta, and Ikeja. Ojukwu described this as a cold, premeditated murder of officers of Eastern Nigeria origin and a brutal, planned annihilation of Eastern officers. When your people were killing other people, although I will tell you that what they did was bad, but you cannot cry. Which is why I tell the wise ones from the south is who are always quiet. When your people are insulting everybody, you never talk, but you are wise. We know you are wise because when you speak, at least we know there's hope. But the point is we need you to speak. You can't speak up only after you've been hurt. When your people are hurting people, speak up. So now Ojukwu is saying, oh, it was cold, premeditated. Oh, of course it was premeditated. They were going to revenge. You won't just do what you did to them and you think, and everybody just say, okay, I hope I delete you. No, they're going to come for you, sadly. By August 1966, in the wake of these events, in fact, let me read it. Let me finish that one. Ojukwu noted, I'm reading Ojukwu's account now. I don't want to go deep into it. Ojukwu noted that those killed on July 29th were mainly officers and men from Eastern Nigeria, in contrast to January 15th. This event heightened tribal distrust, particularly between Igbos and the Northerners in the army. Rebel Northern soldiers also reportedly traveled to prisons where Northern soldiers were detained from the January incident, releasing them and killing Eastern soldiers held in protective custody. By August 1966, in the wake of East, while currently tens of thousands of frightened Easterners were making their way back from the north, making the beginning of a massive exodus. 1 second. The New York Times of 18th August 1966 gave a figure of 300,000. The Times of 19th August 1966, 500,000. There were also several thousands of refugees leaving the East, especially the Hausa communities, often molested. Refugees were making their way in what was the start of a massive exodus from the north. The government announced that it had set aside £1 million for their resettlement. By now, the regional radio stations were locked in a battle of alleged and denied charges of hardship meted out to each other's nationals. Accusations of northern troops abducting an Igbo officer from the Kaduna Military Hospital and an eastern lawyer having been beaten by armed Hausa thugs in Makurdi, being countered by allegations that Igbo highway robbers were terrorizing travelers on the Ojukwu Road. Attention to the possible political plans of the East was renewed when Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu gave an interview to 2 foreign journalists, declaring that, quote, Igbo and Northern soldiers can no longer live together in the same barracks, end quote, accusing the North of plotting his murder and concluding with the grave assertion, quote, this is a pogrom. That's where you got it from. This is a pogrom. Sorry, guys. I don't think I have the time for... I'm not joking here. Ojukwu was quoted as saying... okay, sorry. Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu gave an interview to 2 foreign journalists declaring that, quote, Igbo and Northern soldiers can no longer live together in the same barracks, accusing the North of plotting his murder and concluding with the grave assertion, quote, this is a pogrom. This is intended as the Northerners' final solution to end what they call the, quote, Eastern menace, end quote. He was also quoted as saying the fact had to be faced that the national unity which the army above all had sought to forge was now an illusion. 10 days later, however, he gave a categorical assurance to a meeting of oil company executives held in Enugu that the East had no wish to secede. The people of the East, quote, the people of the East have all along demonstrated restraint and discipline. The East is anxious to ensure peace in the country and she does not wish for secession. In fact, she has continued to make concessions in the interest of peace and unity, but we recognize that the factors that make for true federation no longer exist. This is what he said to the oil people because he wanted to collect their money. By the way, he eventually collected the money, royalties from the oil companies. So he was telling the government we're going to secede. He was telling the oil companies that they're not going to secede. This assurance came at a time when there was growing talk of the need for a parting of the ways and an open advocacy for the whistle-cord confederation. The denial was one that Ojukwu was to repeat a month later when, at the height of the constitutional review talks in Lagos, he reassured the foreign diplomatic representatives in an important statement at Enugu that any talk of his region's secession was, quote, grossly mischievous, end quote. The same affirmation, by the way, these are documents, so they are quoting documents. The same affirmation of no secession was reiterated in an interview with a Lagos journalist. In Lagos and the West, public opinion remains certain of one thing, that, to quote the slogan used by the provost of Lagos Cathedral in a sermon delivered at this period, quote, we perish if the old brigade gets in, end quote. Towards the end of August, the Federal Executive Council met for the Sunday Post, 28th August 1966. I mean, it's long, man. For the first time, under Lieutenant Colonel Gowon, but without Ojukwu, the national military government found it necessary to issue an explanatory note reassuring the country that the meeting was nothing special. Almost at once, the cast increased tension by broadcast from Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu, in which, echoing Gowon's sentiment of 1st August, he gave his opinion that there is in fact no genuine basis for true unity in the country. He went on to declare 29 August a day of mourning for the dead in view of the significance of the events of the last 2 months. At this time, Ironsi's death had still not been officially announced. Predictably, this gesture was at once countered by a statement from Lieutenant Colonel Gowon, deprecating the decision as most unhelpful. On the last day of the month, Lieutenant Colonel Gowon signed the edict abolishing Decree 34 and restating Nigeria as a federation. By the way, they said he's one that destroyed the region. He was the one who returned us to federation, contrary to what Ironsi did in May of '66. So it says here, Colonel Gowon signed the edict abolishing Decree 34 and restating Nigeria as a federation. Simultaneously, an Eastern Region consultative body, the parallel to what the other regions had called leaders of thought, the mandate he sought, the first of many such warrants of leadership during the months ahead. At home, the Nigerian press made its assessment of the gravity. I mean, let's now move to what happened in the north. To the people, of course, people were frightened, people were killed. Oh, okay, I get it now. Huh? 1 second, guys. So, of course, we know what was happening. Ojukwu was anywhere to leave. Now, let's read what happened in the north. Then we'll now go back to what happened in the east. So, we already read here that soldiers were killed, civilians were also killed, but majorly was soldiers, and it was upwards of 200 people, about times 10 of the numbers of people that were killed in the January coup. So let me read just a second. I want to go back a little. Please stay with me. We're going to end this thing on a high note because. All right. So what you notice is that Ojukwu will do something, Gowon will do something, Gowon will do something, Ojukwu will do something. And let me just read a little from there, then we'll go on. Despite the East's hesitation, Let's continue from there. Despite the East's hesitation to send its delegation to Lagos without what it deems sufficient guarantee against molestation or worse, the telephonic dialogue between the two brother colonels was encouraging enough to allow Gowon to go ahead and convene a constitutional conference. Its function was to consider the resolutions of all the regional leaders of thought as entrusted to their respective delegations. This comprised just 14 delegates, all told, and an equal number of advisors. On September 12, the conference met, undeterred by a terrorist exploding a bomb in the Federal Palace Hotel the previous night, despite the biggest security operation ever mounted in the capital. We'll read more about all these terrorist attacks. By the way, it was all carried out by Easterners. No, I'm sorry, by Igbos. Let's be telling ourselves the real truth. It's not just, what if I say Eastern 966, you could say maybe somebody from Akwa Ibom. By Igbos. But read about that tomorrow. But let's continue. So there was a bomb exploding at Federal Palace Hotel the previous night. That was on 11 September 1966. Despite the biggest security operation ever mounted in the capital, in his keynote opening address, Lieutenant Colonel Gowon put to the conference the 4 alternatives that were open to them in their search for a framework of a satisfactory constitution. The agenda included as its only other item consideration of what interim arrangements would be necessary to tide the country under the period until the implementation of whatever future form of political association was agreed in broad outlines could be effected. Ojukwu chose the very same day to make a dawn broadcast, assuring the people of the East that he had done all he could to. Santu had broadcast a stern warning about good behavior in the North during the talks. No communiques were issued during the first week of the Lagos talks. The East delegation stated its position, urging a union of 4 virtually independent regions. The Northern delegation tabled a similarly oriented proposal for autonomous states, attaching as an annexure a complete description of the structure of the Central African Joint Services that it had in mind as a model. The West proposal for 8 states and a strong central government was in contrast to Awolowo's own memorandum calling for 18 states, drawn on a linguistic basis, and to the Midwest demand for 12 states with a relatively weak government at the center. The Lagos delegation too published its own wish for a multi-state federal structure. To this, the names of the delegates are given in Nigeria. We'll read that. I don't want to read any names now, but here's the point. The point is, the East wanted to have 4 independent regions. The North wanted to have autonomous states. The West wanted to have 8 states, but Awolowo himself wanted to have 18 states. You are just listening to Papa, because none of them was smart enough, to be honest. They are just listening to him. They will not be in this trouble. But everybody is doing strong. See where we are now. Come sure. Anyway, everybody was giving their own. Lagos also had its own stuff. Midwest wanted 12 states with relatively weak government at the center. Lagos wanted multi-state federal structure. By the way, it's not Lagos State. Lagos is the capital at the time. Because there was no state now. This was 66. There was no Lagos State until 1967. And much of it was taken out of the Western region. But let's continue. So controversy on the creation of more states, the Intellectuals Nigerian Society aired its views in an open appeal not to split Nigeria into unviable microstates. Let me quickly say something. The more I look at this whole the more I look at this whole thing, I think some of the people that failed Nigerians the most were the intellectuals. And these days, I see some so-called intellectuals speak on TV. I saw one last week. I was disappointed. It was a professor. I just felt like this is the problem. Textbook knowledge, no understanding of your reality, just spouting nonsense. when everybody was talking about creating more states back in 66, the same intellectuals, so-called intellectuals with degrees, were the ones shouting, oh, don't break Nigeria into unviable micro states. Something that people have been asking for since the 40s, especially in the 50s. All I'm trying to say is that this intellectualism and academic whatever that we think we have, it doesn't mean you have wisdom. Because you just be talking nonsense. You'll be looking at America, be shouting China went to China. You don't have to sit down. You should sit down and understand your own reality and then create something that fits. But again, that's the intellectuals conversation. Let's continue. We're almost there. I want to read what happened in the East before going. Wow. 549. Okay. There was soon enough public unease about the leaked implications of the North proposals for the leader of his delegation to issue on 16 September a brief statement on where the North stood on the crucial issue of more states. Now let's jump because of time. Gowon broadcast a special message to the people of the North in which he referred to the fact that God in his power has entrusted the responsibility of this great country of ours, Nigeria, to the hands of another Northerner. Lulled by such a plenitude of pious hopes and honest wishes, the country prepared to relax for its annual holiday. It is unfortunate to note that some employees in the government service, including the flimsy excuse of exaggerated allegations of threats and hostility against workers of particular ethnic group. By the way, that was Gowon speaking, because apparently he says the northern government accused the East of purposely striving to sabotage its administration by recalling the Igbo technicians on whom its utilities and services largely depended. Let me say something before we go on. You see, there was a plan to blow up the electricity company, which we call NEPA or PHCN today, in the north. Most of the engineers and technicians were Igbos. When Ojukwu called them back, there must have been this thing of, we'll see what they go do without us. And so that was what the Northerners were complaining about at the time. Just to put that out there. And then they now said it is unfortunate. So it says they were trying to sabotage its administration, or the Northern administration, by recalling the Igbo technicians on whom its utilities and services largely depended. Then he goes on, I mean, there's, gosh, okay. It is unfortunate to note that some employees in the government service, including the statutory corporations, have found it necessary to desert their work on a flimsy excuse of exaggerated allegations of threats and hostility against workers of particular ethnic group. It is clear from the inquiries made so far and the reports received from various parts of the region that there is a plan by some people to paralyze the efficiency of the public services and to disrupt the cordial relations that had existed between the diversified peoples of the region. What region? The northern region. Please stay with me. We are going somewhere. We will end well today and every day in Jesus' name. The plan is meant to lead some workers to believing that they should leave the region. Acts of intimidation and molestations are some of the means of executing the plan. Ironically, as it turned out, the government's own newspaper, leading with an appeal for calm as the Constitutional Conference ended its third week of deliberation, had prefaced its editorial, typical of the press at this moment, on the eve of national independence, with the reflection that tomorrow, whatever happens, will be a turning point in our history. Sadly for some, the morrow was destined to prove an appalling point of no return. Now we are there now. We are where we are going. The organization or the spontaneity of the riots. Official blame was subsequently laid by the North on Radio Cotonou for broadcasting inflammatory reports of Hausas being killed in the East. Please stay with me. We're about to plunge into it now. I want us to end with this one. The organization or the spontaneity of the riots, the official blame went to was subsequently laid by the North on Radio Cotonou for broadcasting inflammatory reports of Hausas being killed in the East. In other words, Radio Cotonou, you know where Radio Cotonou will be, Benin Republic, was broadcasting that Hausas were being killed in the East. What happened later? Terrible events. We're about to get into that. Sorry, this is one of the foolish intellectuals on YouTube saying, after Awolowo supported Gowon to conspire with the Western countries to fight Biafra, have Nigeria progressed ever since? Nigeria today is worse than it was before the genocide war. Nigeria is better than it was before the war. There was no genocide in Nigeria history. You're not a doctor, you're a clown. All this doctor nonsense that you're putting on your kidney doesn't mean that you have any sense. This is what happens when you have people. Number one, I don't even think you're an intellectual. You're a very dumb person. Awolowo did not conspire to do anything. Your people caused what happened to you, but you cannot take responsibility for anything in your life. That's why you're not making progress. Beyond just shouting money and water, which of course we know where the source of the money is. That's the answer to your question and your stupid comment. Whoever your name is, Benjamin or whatever. You guys are just wonderful. Let me not say something bad. Now I say it several times. All this one that you guys will just be using Awolowo. Anytime you use it, Mama Roinsileni. It means I will be sending you home. But right now I've not sent you home. The next thing you write will determine whether I will send you home or will just go on like this in peace. By the way, Nigeria is better. It's your region that is worse because of ESN and UGM. And don't worry, don't do anything about them. Just be looking for people to blame all over the place. A serious fellow. Where were we? Radio Cotonou was broadcasting inflammatory reports of Hausas being killed in the East, which was then repeated over Radio Kaduna in English and the vernacular programs. The East has never doubted the planned instigation of the massacre. Listen to this. This is where we're going to end today, but please, if you are sleeping, wake up. Let's readjust our seats because it's about to go down. The organization of the spontaneity of the riots, official blame was subsequently laid by the North on Radio Cotonou for broadcasting inflammatory reports of Hausas being killed in the East, which was then repeated over Radio Kaduna in English and the vernacular programs. The East has never doubted the planned instigation of the massacre. In other words, the government has never said it didn't do it. The incidents of intertribal asylum, as well as the catalogue of retaliatory savagery and the thousand-fold tally of the Holocaust that rocked Nigeria over Independence Weekend, monstrously the worst riots in the history of any former British or French colony, are neither yet fully established nor our concern here. Testimony of wanton murder is available from both sides. Let me read the side that you have heard before, then I'll now read the side that you have not heard before. Mr. Isaac A. Ogbonaya of Ojukwu was a catering clerk at Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. He narrates, on 8 September, Mr. I.E. Ubani, an Umaya man and clerk in the Ministry of Agriculture, informed me and one Yoruba man that Operation Number 3 to finish the Easterners will be carried out on 28 September. At midnight of 28 September, I heard a big and continuous noise. I then woke up my inmates. Observing that our lives were in danger, we escaped into the nearby bush. Under cover of the bush, we could see a mob break open the house of Mr. Ezima and his brother, both of whom came from Umuahia, Eastern Nigeria, and drag their bodies out after killing them. By the way, what I'm about to read right now is very gory on both sides. So please, if you want to type, wherever you want to type, please try not to be funny. God bless you. Because I want to read about killings and life means something. So let's not joke around with it, especially in the comment section on TikTok, please. Thank you. Observing that our lives were in danger, we escaped into the nearby bush. Under cover of the bush, we could see a mob break open the house of Mr. Ezima and his brother, both of whom came from Umuahia, and drag their bodies out after killing them. Why are they doing this? Because they said, oh, there's something was about to happen. One. Number two, there's also the news report coming from Radio Cotonou and being rebroadcast on Radio Kaduna about Hausas being killed in the East. Was it true? Yes. We're going to get to that later. Let's continue. Then at about 2 a.m., one of the roving mobs spotted us and gave chase. We all ran down to the river valley nearby, where the grass was so thick that we escaped. That we escaped our chasers. Let me just read some footnotes for you. Travelers returning from Enugu have reported that many northern Nigerians residents in eastern Nigeria were killed during the last weekend. Wait, I'll come back to what happened in the east. Sorry, not my fault. Let's continue. There we parted and I hid myself inside a culvert. At 7 a.m. the following day, Thursday, I came out. When I saw some policemen passing, I decided to go back to my house to see if I could get any of my things. On my way to my house, one fellow worker, Mr. Stephen Onoha, a native of Okigwe, eastern Nigeria, saw me and started to hail at me. His calls attracted the attention of a group of northerners working at the building site. They chased and caught him and beat him to death with hammers and sticks. When they killed him, they carried away his portmanteau. Then they turned and chased me, but being already far from them, I was able to outrun them. What happened? Jesus. Oh, God. Sorry, guys. Something happened. I just lost that page. No, I didn't even notice the page. Oh, dear. Please give me a minute. Apologize, I think it's the network. I prefer using this app sometimes because I'm able to easily search for what I'm looking for. I would have just used a normal one, but it can get crazy sometimes, so I apologize. But please stay with me. I want us to do this. Charlie Smith, and that's your dad, though. Having said that, I'm going to mute you. Oh, I wish. Why didn't I note the page? Sorry, guys. Somebody's insulting Abby. What does it say? Which book is this, please? It's called Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria. They always standing against the Igbos because of jealousy. Hey, yeah. Oh, God. In fact, you know what? It gets worse. I just saw something I didn't even see before. But that happened in October when 400 Igbos were killed. When I'm talking about what happened in North, let me just read this one. Okay, I'm coming back to this. I don't know what happened. I'll probably just note the page and then go to the normal one to open it. Sorry, guys. I found it, thank God. Okay, we're back. I still can't find the page. It's a funny app. Advantages and disadvantages. Okay, let's go back to that. So it was saying, there we parted and I hid myself inside a culvert at 7 a.m. the following day, Thursday. I came out when I saw some policemen passing. I decided to go back to my house to see if I could get any of my things. On my way to my house, one fellow worker, Mr. Stephen Onoha, a native of Okigwe, eastern Nigeria, saw me and started to hail at me. His calls attracted the attention of a group of Northerners working at a building site. They chased and caught him and beat him to death with hammers and sticks. When they killed him, they carried away his portmanteau. Then they turned and chased me, but being already far from them, I was able to outrun them. As I ran towards the senior service quarters in the campus, I met Mr. J.O. Arukwe of Ojukwu, Eastern Nigeria, and Mr. Phillips of Asaba, Midwestern Nigeria, Igbo. Both of them executive officers in the university. Both were driving in their cars to work. I stopped them and warned them that there were violent disturbances in the campus. They reversed their cars and drove back to their quarters. I ran up to the house of a Yoruba lecturer and took shelter. As the lecturer lives near Mr. Arukwe and Mr. Phillips, I was able to see Mr. Arukwe join Mr. Phillips in the latter's house. I also witnessed an attack on Mr. Phillips' house, and I saw Mr. Arukwe dragged out dead from the house. And again, I ran into the room of one Yoruba man and hid inside the ceiling of the building. I stayed there from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. They went into my room and looted all my belongings, after which they came into the Yoruba man's room and asked whether there was any Igbo man hiding there. They were told to come back again, and that if they discovered that the Yorubas were hiding anybody, they themselves would be in danger of losing their lives. They said they knew I had not gone to work and that I was hiding somewhere, as they were sure I had not escaped. I heard all these things from my hiding place in the ceiling. At about 7 p.m., I left the yard and sought a way out. I entered the bush and ran until I came out on a tarred road. Just as I was looking to see if I could get a lorry to take me, I saw some Hausas, and they were the very people who were looking for me. I ran in the opposite direction, but unfortunately I came upon a roadblock and many soldiers were there with their guns. The soldiers caught me and started beating me. Judging from the way they handled me, I believed that I was a dead man, but they left me half dead. Excuse me. Can any moderator please let me mute Chooks? Chooks is like a child just making noise in the comment section. Please let me mute him, writing in caps and talking rubbish. Thank you for doing the Lord's work, moderators. The soldiers caught me and started beating me. Judging from the way they handled me, I believed that I was a dead man, but they left me half dead. I called on them to come and take my life, but they refused and said that they would leave me there to suffer and die in agony. That's in Enugu. Such behavior was not confined to the north. Okay, so Yoruba man saved him at the risk of their own lives. No Igbo would do that. I don't know about that. One second. I'm about to read the other part, but hold on. I want to stay on the east on what happened to the Igbos for just a little longer, because I don't want to just start talking about the other one, because that one you may not have heard about it before. And all these people that are liking me right now will hate me in a minute. But so wait till you remember this when you start hating me, that I acknowledge these ones as well. These massacres generated intense fear among Igbos and other Easterners living in the north, leading to a massive exodus from the region. By the end of July 1966, about 50,000 Igbos had already fled. But following the September events, this increased dramatically. By March 67, which is still far away, there were 1.5 million refugees or returnees in the eastern region. Another source states about 2 million were repatriated. That source is Ojukwu, but we'll get to that later. The mass return was a turning point as fleeing Igbos felt rejected by the North and Nigeria. Now, all the terrible things that happened in the North to the Easterners, terrible. But we're going to go on to the next part of the conversation now. Such behavior, like the one that happened to those people, was not confined to the North. Sorry, if I say my moderators are not around, let me just mute this guy by myself. Even when I'm trying to no matter what you do, you just can't please some people, Sha. Let's fasten it. We're about to get into it. In Enugu, the attack on Northerners started on the 15th of August. Igbo soldiers led the attack. About 630 Northerners were killed in the province, while 27 were seriously wounded. The book is Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Kirk Green. I'll start again. In Enugu, the attack on Northerners started on the 15th of August. Igbo soldiers led the attack. About 630 Northerners were killed in the province, while 27 were seriously wounded. A Northern boy, 7 years old, was publicly slaughtered in the streets by uniformed Igbo soldiers in the presence of another Northerner who was dressed like an Igbo and was thus able to escape detection. In Onitsha province, 30 Northerners were killed and 6 seriously injured. Sorry, I just need to quickly address somebody who is talking to his father in the comment section. And my address to you is to make you mute. If you do not, you'll be shouting, we will not hear you. Let's continue. Because of that clown, I will start again. If you want to go and hug transformer, find one close to your house. God be with you on your way to your whatever. In Enugu, the attack on Northerners started on the 15th of August. Igbo soldiers led the attack. About 630 Northerners were killed in the province, while 27 were seriously wounded. A Northern boy, 7 years old, was publicly slaughtered in the street by uniformed Igbo soldiers in the presence of another Northerner. Wow, thank you for the gift. UIG, thank you. When and how is he CNC? CNC, but I didn't mention CNC. Let's just continue. A Northern boy, 7 years old, was publicly slaughtered in the street by uniformed Igbo soldiers in the presence of another Northerner who was dressed like an Igbo and was thus able to escape detection. In Onitsha province, 30 Northerners were killed and 6 seriously injured. In Owerri too, where Northerners had lived for long and intermarried with the Igbos, they were attacked and killed in cold blood despite assurances from the Igbo elders. One Northerner who escaped from Owerri was Alhaji Sabo, who was born there, his father having settled there 70 years ago. His father, chief of the Hausa community in Owerri, had been a customary court judge there for 37 years. He was killed at the beginning of the organized attack on Northerners in the presence of the son, who later managed to... There's this thing is warning us. It's about to... I don't want it to go off, so please, let's power tap. If you're on TikTok, please, let's power tap aggressively. And by the way, I have to change my audio source. Please hold on for a second. Okay, I hope you can hear me. All right. In Onitsha province, okay, I already read that. In Owerri too, let me just read it again. In Onitsha province, 30 Northerners were killed and 6 seriously injured. In Owerri too, where Northerners had lived for long and intermarried with the Igbos, they were attacked and killed in cold blood, despite assurances from the Igbo elders. One Northerner who escaped from Owerri was Alhaji Sabo, who was born there, his father having settled there 70 years ago. His father, chief of the Hausa community in Owerri, had been a customary court judge there for 37 years. He was killed at the beginning of the organized attack on Northerners in the presence of the son, who later managed to escape to Kaduna. In September, a very large number of those Northerners who had managed to reach... This atrocity was witnessed by some foreigners on the Ojukwu-Onitsha road on their way to Western Nigeria, and these high witnesses are believed to be one of the sources of information for the foreign broadcast of the atrocities. In Port Harcourt, a house with a large number of northern women in hiding was attacked. The women were raped and beaten to death. Igbos singing war songs slaughtered every northerner they could find in the street, and a number of those who were in hiding were killed quietly by their neighbors. During the evacuation, a train driven by an expatriate carrying about 2,000 northerners from Port Harcourt was stopped at Imo River by Igbo soldiers. Suddenly, Igbos armed with deadly weapons rushed out from the bush and attacked the passengers. Every adult male northerner on the train was killed and the bodies thrown into the river, while children and the young women were captured and taken into slavery. The few survivors were eventually admitted into Ojukwu and Makurdi hospitals. Suffice it to say that the grisly evidence of bestial butchery, which reached its grand gunner in the bloodbath of Kano Airport and provided a springboard for Ojukwu's subsequently exploded theme of a program, constituted a milestone on the road to Nigeria's imminent disintegration and remained a demonstrable point of no return. I think we just stop here. There's another book, but I don't want to read it. It's already past 6. Let me read it. It's by Elechi Amadi. It's called Sunset in Biafra. Let me read something to you from there. Why do I talk about this? Is it to make Igbos like, oh, they are bad people? No. It's just to say that, listen, people hurt you, and it was terrible, but you also hurt people, and it's also terrible. So what you do is not to say, oh, you're a bad person. Just understand that we are all humans and we made mistakes. Let me read something to you first before I go to that book by I'll still read this thing again tomorrow, to be honest, but let me just read part of it. Before I read the book by Elechi Amadi, let me just read something to you from volume 2 of this book. It says, at this time, this is September, Nigerians of northern origin living in the former eastern region were attacked by Igbos. Many of them were killed, others maimed and injured. This was between 28th September and 28th September 1966. The attacks on the northerners took place in Port Harcourt, Abakaliki, Oji River, and Onitsha. News of these attacks was first broadcast over Radio Cotonou in Dahomey and other foreign stations, and subsequently over Radio Kaduna. Northerners in Igbo land fled back to the north. Many of those who tried to escape were collected, massacred, and dumped into Imo River by Igbo assailants. Then the Northerners retaliated by attacking Igbos living in the north. One more source, and then we'll move on from this. See, the Nigerian story can be sad, but I think one of the mistakes that we make with this, the way we talk about empathy, is that we forget that in many cases it takes two to tango. It'll make it look like it's just one-sided, but it's not. Okay, what in this up? This thing is slow. What page is in that book? So slow. Give it a minute. Port Harcourt, yes, you mentioned. Let me just quickly find it. I'll make it worth your while. Sources Barrow. Sorry, Omumbo. Okay, we're good. No, what happened to So it says estimate of the total number of Northerners killed in the East during this specific wave of violence are less detailed. However, federal sources include Northerners among the casualties of the overall 1966 tragedies, stating that about 5,000 people of all tribes, police personnel. Sorry guys, it's because I didn't do this before coming here, and I apologize. We're going to find what I'm looking for. Just give me a second. The problem is that the Northerners never really documented and kept harping on this. The interesting thing it was documented by the federal government, right? But they just didn't harp on it, and I'll tell you why. They won. When you win, you don't cry. I think I found it. Oh shoot. This is it. Okay, yeah. So let me read from Sunset in Biafra by Elechi Amadi. Just a little, it's not that long, just to... The story is sad. Yes, it is. It is. Late in September 1966, this is from a man called Elechi Amadi. The book is called Sunset in Biafra. Elechi Amadi is an Ikwere man, by the way, and his own people also suffered, right? Many people were killed in the Eastern, in Port Harcourt, who were Eastern minorities. We'll read about them maybe tomorrow or the day after. But let's go back to what happened to the Northerners in the East. Why am I saying this? I'm not saying the Easterners are demons. I'm just saying that there's no sole victim in the story of Nigeria. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying the Easterners are terrible or this person is worse. I'm just saying that, listen, not be only one person, just a chop. They give and receive. Terrible stuff, by the way, but it is what it is. Late in September 1966, reprisals against Northerners residents in the East began. One Saturday, I drove into Port Harcourt from Ikwere Eche Grammar School when news of the incident had begun to filter into the province. At the railway crossing near the stadium, there were several dead bodies. Along Owerri Road, now Ikwere Road, I had to drive carefully to avoid corpses. The most spectacular killing was that involving a man and his donkey. The story was that two men were being chased to begin with, and that one of them had turned into a donkey. Northerners were reputed to be accomplished in magic. When therefore the pursuers saw a man and his donkey emerge from a lane, they killed both, burnt them, and placed them by the roadside near St. Thomas Church, where crowds of passers-by gathered to stare at them. Then it says, I do not think Ojukwu organized these killings. He must have known that the act would take some of the strength out of his case, while achieving little by way of retaliation. But it was certainly an organized affair, for stories of similar incidents trickled in from Aba, Umuahia, and other places. When the BBC picked up the news, it was denied. You know, I took a while before I read that part. That is the problem of the East. The denial of the things they do, but the tears and wailing of what was done to them. That doesn't make you human. That you hurt people doesn't necessarily make you a villain, just makes you human. But that you deny the things that you did makes you not human. It makes you a demon. Because what it means basically is that you're trying to cajole everybody and blackmail everybody and weaponize empathy to make it look like you are the only one. You just sat and they just beat you. Everybody is beating you. That lie is what must end in Nigeria. To say, listen, what happened was terrible, but guess what? What you said we did. Why even lying about it when there are many, eyewitness accounts? There are other things that happened to them. We're going to talk about some of those things tomorrow, but let's stop here for now. We're talking about Gowon. Today we talked about Gowon and Ojukwu, how Gowon got, into office and how Ojukwu was against it. But where we are right now is September of 66. Gowon became head of state August 1, 1966, after the coup of July 29. Awolowo was released from prison on August 12 by Gowon, not by Ojukwu. The Gazette that the federal government published in 1966, 12th of August, is what we've put in the Telegram channel. So if you don't belong to the Telegram channel, please join the Telegram channel. It's called Redomi Global. I'm going to put it, if you're on YouTube, it's already pinned. But if you're on TikTok, I'm going to put it there now. So you can copy it and paste it in your browser. Or just search for Redomi, REDOMI Global, GLOBAL, and you'll be able to join. That document, that page, the first page, is in the library. We also talked about the terrible events of May, of July, the unaliving of people. Excuse me, particularly the Easterners. A lot of Easterners were killed. You've been trying to send gifts since. Please, how do I do it? You have to buy the gifts first. But if you have not bought the gifts, there's another way you can do it. Once people start coming up, I'm going to put up my account details up here so you can send whatever you want to send there as well. So, but to do gift on TikTok, you have to buy gifts first, and it's a long process. Maybe we'll talk about it. But then, if you want to just transfer money, I'll put the account up very soon. So a lot of Easterners were killed. No, there were many Yoruba people killed. See, in both cases, both coups, whether it was the January coup or the July coup, Yoruba people died. It wasn't even our fight. So we collected on this side, we collected on that side. So the January coup, Otabawa. But a lot of Easterners were killed, more than 200 of them. And again, it was a retaliatory strike. It was a counter coup that was essentially for the purpose of revenge. And you saw it from the way Murtala Mohammed was speaking. You saw it from the way, he was going all out. But of course, we also saw the coup side from Yakubu Gowon, how he intervened. Although Murtala Mohammed wanted to secede and break Nigeria and have Republic of the North, Gowon was more about, healing and, bridging the divides. We also read, of course, this was yesterday, the interview with General T.Y. Danjuma about the events that actually happened, because he was there in Ibadan, because he had accompanied the Oronsi to Ibadan, and he was there when he was taken, although he wasn't there when he was killed. We also talked about we moved on from July to August. So August, he became head of state. Papa was released. Constitutional conference was being discussed, and then by September, constitutional conference started. The night before it started in Lagos, the Igbo people struck. And again, please, if you are Igbo, I'm not saying you did it. I'm just saying people from your place did it, and it was your government, and it was your leaders, and it was the people. I'm not saying you. So just try and understand, this is how history works. Nobody's blaming you until you now tell me that what they did was wrong. I will now blame you. Okay? So they blew up. We're going to talk more about that tomorrow. They blew up the Federal Palace Hotel in Lagos. Well, part of it. That same September, they did some terrible things. They blew up a road or a bridge. This was even before the war. I'm talking September 66. So I'm taking it month by month. We're going to get to what happened in May later of 67. They blew up a bridge. They blew up places in Lagos. They blew up, they had plans to blow up UI. Thank God I remember. I'm going to read that plan to you. Before I even read it, I'll first read it from on a darkling plane. The meeting at Onsuka, University of Ibadan. Let me write it down so I won't forget tomorrow. University of Ibadan. And then I'll now read to you how those who sought to, sorry, I'm talking as I'm writing, sought to blow up UI were arrested. That one is an arrow. So the first one is from Darkling Plain by Kensarawa. The kind of plan where people get for Yoruba land, terrible. War never start though. Just so you know the person that you call a savior and messiah. So we'll get into all of that, but we also ended by saying that by September, while the conference was going on, the East was blowing things up. Also, they were telling people to return from the North to the East, and also mandating that anybody who was a non-Easterner and a non-Midwest Igbo must leave the East. And if you remember what we read from the book by Graham Douglas, the book is called Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion. It was published in 1968. He mentioned that the rationale for doing that was that they said that whatever post that became vacant would be occupied by returnees. And of course, that led to mass exodus. To now make matters worse, there were things happening in the East. Of course, because of the officers, let me just make something very clear, so that it doesn't look like we're castigating or demonizing any group. There was a coup in January. Igbos were not unalived. In July, there was a counter coup. Many Igbos were unalived, unfortunately. The Igbo people heard about it. They heard about it in the East. They unalived Northern or Hausa civilians. Radio Kutonu broadcast that. It was picked up in the North and then rebroadcast by Radio Kaduna. The people in the North began to unalive the Igbos in the North. Read about what happened to the people in the North, the Igbos. We read some of the accounts. We also read about some of the things that happened to people in the East, the Northerners. And here's the reason I even stayed a bit on the Northerners. We don't talk about it enough. And the reason I think we should be talking about it as well as the Eastern minorities, which we will do in the coming days, again, is not to say Igbos are terrible people. It's just to say that they are human beings. In other words, they are not angels. And they're not necessarily the sole victims of everything. So they were hurt, and it's unfortunate, but they also hurt people. And those people also demand to be heard, or they deserve to be heard. If we have that, we can then have a nation where we are growing stuff based on fairness and not on victimhood. Thank you very much. Could this be that our law too is religiously biased? How is he religious biased when his sister was married to Alaji and eventually became Alaja? How? We'll talk about that later. But if you want to come up, please, you can send requests. We'll bring people up now, and then we'll have your thoughts, and then we'll round up momentarily. So if you'd like to come up, we have the next 1 or 2 minutes, after which we'll have to, just stick to who we have up here. So terrible things have happened in Nigeria's history, and we hope it never happens again. And remembering these things now should make people know that, no, don't start what you can't finish, right? Don't start what you can't finish. All this revolution now, we change Nigeria, we fight, we call war, we Monique, Biafra, Farabale. Okay, may God give us wisdom. I was asking that why is he adamantly trying to work with them? How does that have anything to do with religion? You know what? I'm going to bring people up. Let me just say something. People make mistakes about Awolowo's on this. Please study this man. If you don't study anything in this world, Awo is enough to study. But let me say something on a serious note. Awolowo did not only work with the East, he also worked with the North. He just did not work with the Northern establishment. And he had his reasons. And the reason is simple. The Northern establishment thrived on feudalism. In other words, as far as Awo was concerned, the Northern establishment did not care enough about the people. But Awo will work with NEPU, Northern Elements Progressive Congress. That's the one with Aminu Kano. Awo will work with UMBC of Paul Tucker. They were all Northern parties. It just would not work with NPC because of the way their politics was. And it was not because they never worked together. They worked together in the 50s. And that's why it didn't work with them. Even when Akintola was saying, let's do it, let's just take our own bit of it. I was like, it's not about taking something for ourselves and taking, we are going to have parastatals, we're going to have, ministerial slots and stuff. How about the people? So Awo worked with the North. He just did not work with the northern establishment, which would be the emirs, religious leaders, and MPC. By the way, if you say MPC, you already put everybody inside that thing. He just did not work with MPC going forward, but he worked with MPC for a while. Thank you, Waziri Ibrahim. He worked with Waziri Ibrahim. So it's not like he didn't work with the north at all. And it had nothing to do with Christianity. By the way, if you really look at the way Nigeria was at the time, the most educated region was the West. The East was, catching up. Never caught up, to be fair, contrary to what Achebe wrote in his book, no lie. But they were doing very well. They were moving on very fast. So it would make sense that if both of us can work together, we can change this country, because these other people, when I say people, I'm not saying northerners, I'm talking NPC. NPC wasn't so bent on, and I'm not saying NPC did nothing for the North. I'm just saying that compared to, let me give a very good example. 1955 was when we started free education in Western region. Much later, the East tried it. Well, they couldn't. They stopped doing it in less than 1 year because they just couldn't. So they introduced money. For the North did not even really bother about it. And so, because, let me tell you something. I don't want to talk some things, but the point is that the North did not bother so much about education because it wasn't so much about Western education for them. It was more about Islamic education for them. I'm not saying it's good, I'm not saying it's bad, it's just what it is. Let me even say something. When the North started getting positions, or Northerners started getting positions in Northern civil service, a lot of them were actually from the Middle Belt. And in Middle Belt, the powers that be, the people that held Middle Belt were people like Paul Tucker, but NPC, of course, had control of that space. All of that, just to say this, Awolowo working with the East had nothing to do with Christianity. Awolowo working with the North, Awolowo was in the North in helicopters dropping flyers, flyers, to the point where, to the chagrin of the North. Awolowo's incursion into the North actually paid off, by the way, and it was one of the reasons Sadana did not like him very much. Yes, pamphlets, thank you, UIG. Read this book, Adventures in Power, Volume 2, Travails of Democracy and the Rule of Law. Awolowo talked about everything that happened. So it's not that, it wasn't because of religion, it was just because it was just an ideological issue. The way these people, they move, they're not carrying the people along. And back in the day, everything was based on ideology, especially for Awo. Even the British said it. For him, it had to be. But I think also you see the President Tinubu, he learned from that. Sometimes you have to chill a bit. But I don't blame Awo for not working with NPC. But it wasn't because of religion. It was because of the feudalistic mindset. And don't forget, the Sardauna, Sir Ahmadu Bello, was a direct descendant of Usman Danfodio. He was a grandson of Sultan Bello. He was a prince. There is a way he carried himself. Let me recommend the book. If you went to his house, you have to sit on the floor. The book is by Bolage. It's called People, Politics and Politicians. It's in that book. If you went to his house, you have to sit on the floor. Like no matter who you are or who you were. And if you read his own book, it's as well. One of these days we'll talk about Sardauna. He has his bad sides, but he has his good side. People talk a lot about his things like that. But I will add his reasons. All right, thank you very much for that. Let's bring some people up, and then we'll be closing the session. Please, we're going to be here again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. So please join us on YouTube, on Facebook as well. Thank you very much for being here. So let's bring people up. If you don't send your request now, I beg, please. Once people finish, we'll just close. Because one of the things I notice is that people do, this person don't talk something, I have to respond to it, which is fair. It's just that, the kind of thing where we do, don't day here since 1 p.m. Please, let's mute. Everybody's on stage now. Please, let's mute. Thank you. Please mute, though. Let's have any turn, please. Don't forget to pin the account. Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, it looks like we have a lot of people who want to speak today. So please, everybody, you are going to do me one favor, please. Let me beg you. We are going to have to time ourselves, please. We have a lot of people who want to speak, and I want them to have the opportunity. So please, 3 minutes and 2 minutes, possibility of another minute extra, and then we'll have to move to the next person because of time, please. So 2 minutes, but max 3. If you're able to keep it to 2 minutes, I'll appreciate it. And I know that may be too short for you, but we have a lot of people who want to come up. So please, let's try and understand. So let's start with, 1 second. Let me just bring one more person up. And then this place to be full. We have to bring people up again. Let me see. All right, yeah. So somebody was asking earlier about giving and stuff. That's the bank account details. Thank you very much for your support. Please mute. Please mute. Please mute. Thank you. Okay, we're good. So let's do, please, let's just do 2 minutes, max 3. Quickly go through this and then bring up the next set of people. I'll bring everybody up, please. Let's just finish with this. So, Eniton, good afternoon. Abi, it's evening. Good evening, Chief. I hope it's a man. Evening, sir.
Yes, good evening. My name is Taiwo Eniton.
Good to see you, sir.
So what I want to contribute is that if you look at what happened in 1966, you understand that we have gone through a lot as a nation. As a nation, we have gone through a lot. But what I'm about to say is that history is repeating itself gradually. History is repeating itself. Because if you look at what is happening now between the southwestern and the southeast, and mainly because Mr. Peter Obi lost the election. So these people, they are trying to bring back history. Because I could remember, based on history, what I know about the little history of the Civil War, of the coup. What led to that coup is when the Southeasterners begin to celebrate when Sardauna was killed. They had this label of a dragon on a loaf of bread, and Sardauna's picture was there, like the dragon was marching on his head. So this provoked the Northerners, and there was a retaliatory coup then. So something of this nature is about to happen again. If you look at the social media space today, you realize the way these people are being toxic just because their person did not win the election. So what I will advise is that, because of time, I don't want to talk too much. What I will advise is that we should be very, very careful, because when history repeats itself, this is not 1966 again. We are more sophisticated now in terms of weaponry, and it will be bloody for the both side. So that's what I want to say. Thank you very much, and God will heal our nation.
Amen.
In Jesus' mighty name.
Amen. Thank you very much, my brother Taiwo. That was fantastic. Very good submission, and I really appreciate that. All right, thank you so much for that. Let's learn from history. It's best that way. We should learn from history rather than repeat the mistakes of the past. These things we're discussing, really, at the end of the day, is to learn. There are clowns in the comment section on YouTube just insulting their parents because they don't understand. You are repeating mistakes. We are telling you you are being funny. Don't worry. There's a saying by Albert Einstein. I mean, it's credited to him. It says the definition of insanity is to do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. So if you keep at this, you get the same result you got in 66, in 45, in 53. And there's a pattern, by the way, that goes way back to the 40s. Anyway, I hope people get the answer. But if you don't get the point, it's fine. It's fine. Somebody in the comment section on YouTube asks to get the books. You may have to check Amazon. If you're in Nigeria, there are some websites that sell books. But generally Amazon, Nigeria, I think Booksellers, Sunshine, Roving Heights, they have some of the books. and I've been told about having something. So soon, once we don't do it well, it will be easy for me to say, go to Redomi and you'll be able to get it. So it's one of the things we're working on as well. But for now, please check Amazon, check Booksellers, check Sunshine Booksellers, and also check Roving Height. Thank you very much. So let's go to the next. Where's Phoenix? Hey, yeah. All right, Phoenix will come back later. Mr. Collins, please go on. So once you're done, I'm going to take you down. Please try and understand. It's because I want to bring new people up. All right, let's go, Collins. Good afternoon.
So, good afternoon. How are you, Prof?
I'm very well.
Sorry, thank you. We're not powered, so we're not powered actually. So these people shouldn't think because we're quiet and we're not chest beater. So they shouldn't think maybe because we don't talk loudly like the way they do, that we don't know what we need to do. So mine is going to be a question, basically, Prof. There's a man missing in action from January 1966 to the period leading to the war. Yeah, actually. I don't know where this man is, and nobody has ever talked about him. This man actually literally participated in getting the independence of Nigeria. And I find it very hard that the man was not there when Ojukwu was taking all the actions that he was taking. But when Ojukwu wanted to participated in the coup wanted to do coup in 1964, he informed this same man. Please, can you tell me where is Nnamdi Azikiwe in all of this? I wanted to know. Can you please tell me where is Nnamdi Azikiwe when Awolowo was begging, what's his name, Ojukwu not to go to war? Some delegate was sent to him not to do that. A lot of people was going to meet Ojukwu, but a man who actively fought, was one of those who fought for the independence of Nigeria from a colonial master, was just missing in action. I don't know. I wanted to know what was the role of Nnamdi Azikiwe in all of this. That's, in the tool of January 1966, he told us he traveled and he went to enjoy himself while they took the presidency away from him. You understand? So he gave it to somebody else. Has not returned back from his enjoyment in the wherever he went to. And again, what is about to happen again? Maybe he's still there. I don't know. Can you please tell me what's going on with Nnamdi Azikiwe in all of this? I really wanted to know, please. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. So, a lot of what happened before the declaration of Biafra, I haven't seen much of it, but what I can tell you is this. Initially, Azikiwe actually supported Biafra. As a matter of fact, he was an ambassador for Biafra. He traveled to different places, including France, to get people to get different nations to support Biafra. So he was actually working for Biafra at the beginning, right? But much later, he switched sides and decided he moved to Lagos. And by the way, that's the reason, that point, please, you have to mute. That's the reason people in the East hate him, because he stopped believing in Biafra. As a matter of fact, there was a time we told France not to send food, which interestingly people don't usually... Gosh, man, this is not helping. Please, I'll bring you back up later. For some reason, I can't... Sorry, guys. Phoenix, please send your request so I can take your spot back. But please, Dark Poet, please send your request again. Where was I? What I know of it is that he supported Biafra in the beginning. He traveled, to get recognition for Biafra. Then later on, maybe he didn't see what he was expecting. This was in 1968. He switched sides and moved to Nigerian side. But he wasn't really an elder statesman in that period. The only thing we saw was that when he moved, and started giving interviews, TV interviews, saying, they should stop Biafra, they should not kill themselves. It's not necessary to kill again. Okay, I'll bring you, just send your request, Dark Point, I'll bring you back up soon. It's not necessary to kill again and all of those things. But initially, he supported Biafra. That's all I know about it. Did he Was he called upon to visit Ojukwu? I don't think. No, I don't have any report of that happening. What I have is that he came in at the time when the war was being prosecuted. He was in the east, and then he just went with it. And when he eventually was going to move, even Ojukwu seized some of his properties. I don't think he ever gave it back to him. His books, some of the things that he had, never really got back to him. But it wasn't part of all this consultative, whatever. All right, consultations. There's a name I'm looking for. 1 second. There's a name I'm looking for. I'll remember. Let me just check. Delegation. Can you imagine? That's what I'm looking for. Delegation. He wasn't part of the delegation for the National Conciliation Committee. He wasn't part of it. This was led by Awo. Who am I referring to? Azikiwe. Chinua Achebe went back to the east. He left NBC. He didn't run away. He ran to the east. Excuse me. You find out in his book there was a country. Chinua Achebe did not run away. He went back. I don't know if I should say ran, but he went back to the east. And he also became an ambassador for Biafra and also worked with the Ministry of Information, which is essentially what people call the Directorate of Propaganda. That's what Achebe did. But Azikiwe, I don't know much about what he did until he became an ambassador for Biafra. And then he's changed his mind, and today people hate him. Everybody that hates him in Igbo land hates him because he stopped believing in Biafra, and to the point where he called the governor of France to stop selling food to them. So that's what I can tell you right now. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you, Prof.
Yes, sir.
He didn't come back in 1966 at all. When did he came back in? Because
I will have to check. I'll have to. No. So you have to also remember that
the voice of the East totally becomes silent at a point. Oh wow.
Okay, I will see if I can provide more answers tomorrow. But that much is what I can say. But was it silent? He was silent. Was it? Who says Zik never supported Biafra? I told you, Chris, why are you like this? Why are you loud with ignorance? Zik that was traveling the world for Biafra, you say he's never supported Biafra. You know what? Because he spoke. Guys, give me a second. I'll read this after the next person. So why am I doing this? Because I'm trying to teach you, Atuche, to stop lying. There's nothing to gain from lies. Let's have MEC. Once MEC is done, I'm going to read to you what Zik did in Biafra, since you want to lie here. People are listening to you and people can read and think. No, you can't read and think. I'm sorry. You just open your mouth and you're lying like all of us don't know what you're saying. My sister, please go on. Thank you for coming up. You are the lady here. You have made this place a lot better.
No, good evening. I'm just stay here so I can learn more.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up because there are many people in the comment section. Is that okay?
All right. No problem.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm glad you're here. Thank you very much for your participation. Thanks a lot. All right. I thought. Okay, let's have Tunji Adam so I can take the opportunity to open that page I'm looking for, so I can answer Atuche Chris. I don't like when people lie like this. Like you just lie without provocation. That's Shafi.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you very much, bros.
Yes, sir.
I'm here today this week. So yesterday I took delivery of my books. Number one is Chief of Afemi Awolowo, The Political Moses, and the autobiography of Afemi Awolowo. To be honest with you, these are books that have been hoping to get for so long, but because I had nothing to kind of energize me to be this kind of interested in reading what sort of history and all of that. For the latest development about how the Igbo people have decided to to continuously, attack the Yoruba people for business reasons has really drawn my attention, and that's how I got to know about this your page. And to be honest, sir, you have been doing a great job. You have really inspired a lot of people, and I must commend you for what you have done. And I believe that the posterity will speak well of you, and the future will say you are there to contribute your part in ensuring that the history and the dignity of Yoruba people is protected.
Very much, my brother.
Yeah, so my point today is that these guys, the Igbo people, did not just hate Yoruba people or try to say all sorts of things to us because of mainly because of Tinubu. These things has been going on for a long time. The problem is that I will liken them to this idea of somebody who knows that these people are my elder brothers. Maybe there is a young boy who knows that he has two elder brothers, which is the north and the west now, and somehow you couldn't match up to them in all capacity, but then you want to find a way to demoralize them. You want to find a way to make them feel worthless so that you can say confidently that you are on the same pedestrian or the same page with them. That has been the problem. The Igbos, when you look at whatever Yoruba is doing, even in the entertainment industry, they could see that we don't really spend much of energy. It's because it is our originality. We don't spend much of energy in ensuring before we achieve success in business, in promotion, and in all sorts of things. In education, it's not something we propagate. We don't do advertisement to be recognized in the society. We are recognized by nature because that is what we are. That is what is in us. So because even to an extent that an average Igbo man do not understand that when you see two Yoruba men disagreeing on political issues, not necessarily because we are several people with positive and progressive ideas in Yoruba land who want to make a positive change and have direct and already made solutions to the problems on ground. But then we know as a people when to put a stop to our fight. We know when to come together and solve our problem and have a discussion. All of these things, they don't have it. They don't know how to form this kind of unity. You, as a person now, you are from. I think I heard you the last time, sir. You said you are from Ife, right? Am I correct? Yeah.
Yes, please. Yes.
I'm from Ekiti.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we've never, for any reason, had any reason to deliberate on where we come from.
Your time is up, oh.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want us to know that Yoruba land is a great place and we should all protect our dignity. We should not let some people gaslight us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, sir. Let me just read some things from here to respond to the gentleman who was talking earlier. So let's start with this. As the crisis escalated in 1966, Azikiwe was reportedly in England seeking medical attention during the January coup that toppled the Balewa government. His absence led to speculation that he was aware of the coup, although he was immediately invited back to Nigeria by General Ironsi, returning in a private capacity as a journalist some months later. Now, there is a part where, in the beginning, if I let me read something to you from Crisis and Conflict. This is from Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by H.M. Kirkland. It says here, this Federal Ministry of Information Press, it is possible that he was interviewed at a Surrey hotel. Dr. Azikiwe said he would return to Nigeria if he could, as a father of his people. Quote, all I am interested in is restoring peace. Ironsi's request for the whole cabinet to meet and appoint a deputy prime minister able constrained. All right. he wanted to return as a father of his people, but eventually returned as a journalist. 1 second. There's something I'm looking for. Oh, I opened it just now. It's a book called Nnamdi Azikiwe and the Nigerian Civil War. I want to read something from there. I'll go back to another book. Ojukwu characteristically treated the late elder statesman with scorn. Before the war ever began, Ojukwu removed Azikiwe as the life chancellor of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Besides this, Zik and many of the older politicians were disturbed by the autocratic style of government that Ojukwu brought to eastern Nigeria as governor of the region. The appointment of Ojukwu's father to some boards, for instance, did not sit well with Zik. That is, you are hearing nepotism, Abi? With Zik and his group, who felt that the military took over power to correct the mistakes of the past, including tribal. Please mute. Please mute. Please mute. Please, hey, Jesus. In fact, you're very spoken, Sha, so thank you. I can't see your request to Phoenix. I can't see the request at all. So please try and do it again. Mombo, I just want to read a couple of books just to answer that question. Thank you for the gift. I appreciate it. So he says, the appointment of Ojukwu's father to some boards, for instance, did not sit well with Zik and his group, who felt that the military took over power to correct the mistakes of the past, including tribalism and nepotism. It follows then that when secession was being hatched, any form of opposition to it came, so it was against, it was for, then it was against, in like regular Zik fashion. So he says, it follows then that when secession was being hatched, any form of opposition to it came mainly from Zik and majority of the old politicians like Matthew Mbu and such lawyers as Louis Mbanefo. Their opposition had little or no effect as events had reached a point of no return. As Ojukwu said then, I think we are now rolling downhill and it will take a great deal to halt the momentum. End quote. Even in the Consultative Assembly, which became Biafra's parliament once the Civil War started, Zik found he had no influence. The much younger and radical members of the assembly were not ready to defer to him and benefit from his experience. Rather, the few times he attended the assembly sessions, he was shouted down as an old politician, quote, old politician. Zik was later to say about that assembly that, quote, no votes are taken as such, and almost everything of the Consultative Assembly unanimously carries a written vote of implicit confidence in the leadership of Colonel Ojukwu. If anybody contradicted the content of such a previously prepared resolution, he runs the risk of being detained. The disregard for Zik by Ojukwu and his government was to continue throughout the period he was in the rebel enclave. From 1966 to 1969, Bernard Odogwu, one of the actors during the war, says in his book, No Place to Hide, that Ojukwu's disrespect for Zik was evident even on the foreign trips they undertook together. So, number one, he traveled with him. Should I go there before I come? Okay, I'll finish reading this and then I'll read to you how he moved around. So he says, even when they traveled around abroad for foreign trips, that in 1968, when Zik was... Okay. So there's a man called Bernard Odogwu. He wrote a book, No Place to Hide, that Ojukwu's disrespect for Zik was evident even on the foreign trips they undertook together. For example, in 1968, when Zik, by the way, 68, Zik was already 64 years old. Ojukwu was in his 30s. In 1968, when Zik was summoned to accompany the rebel leader on a trip, he was only given less than an hour's notice. Not only that, Zik was completely shut out of the inner caucus of the group. In Gabon, for example, Zik was prevented from attending discussions with President Omar Bongo. Odogwu said that Zik, in a fit of anger, said, quote, we have arrived at Gabon, and I have been excluded from the first talks with President Bongo, and I have been left standing in the dining hall, as if I have never seen one before in my life. According to Odogwu, Zik felt he was invited along those foreign trips to be used as a showcase and, quote, only to be humbled after the second show. I must warn this young man, Colonel Ojukwu, that I would rather quit than tolerate any further insults and humiliations. A few more things. Joe Achuzia, one of Biafra's war commanders, said in his book, Requiem Biafra, that another factor, this is actually very, very important. I mentioned this earlier, but I'll tell you exactly what he did and how they traveled after this one. Another factor that probably contributed to Zeke's frustrations and bitterness must have been the loss of his property at Nsukka after the Biafran army withdrew, abandoning it to the federal troops. As the story went, and as corroborated by Odogwu, Zeke at first refused to live in Nsukka, and Ojukwu was said to have been miffed. He asked rhetorically whether the reason for his refusal to leave the city was because of his much talked about library, or whether he wanted to be a prized catch for the federal troops. Achuzia said Zeke was forced to flee the town. The property, according to him, were loaded into 14 trucks with a copy of the inventory made out in triplicate. One for that's Achuzia's headquarters file, and 2 enclosed in the letter to His Excellency Ojukwu, and the property being sent to him for onward delivery to Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. Zeke never recovered his property intact. Such frustrations and bitterness experienced by Zeke were not known to the federal side, where many Nigerians obviously felt Zeke was favored and supported the secession. But let me read the second part. This, I want to read, I'm trying to read a lot of Igbo books. This is Achebe, Chino Achebe. The book is called There Was a Country. I'm just going to read a portion of it. It says, a few of the roving ambassadors for Biafra were Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, who later left the breakaway republic, Dr. Kingsley Ozumba, K.O. Mbadewe, Professor Eninjoku, Chukwuma Azikiwe, Dr. Larry Okam, Dr. Okechukwu Ikejani, as well as Cyprian Ekwensi. So in the book, not only did he travel with Ojukwu, by the way, that book, that one, Nigerian and Nnamdi Azikiwe and something, that book is Igbos are never wrong in that book. So even when they do something, you shall find a way to explain it away. But I wanted to read it just to get into some of those things. But in this book by Achebe said that the roving ambassadors, some of them, the number one person they will mention is Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. He traveled on his own on behalf of Biafra. I think there's one more thing I want to read. 1 second. 1 second. This is from The Nigerian Civil War by John de Senjor. It says here, the quality and breadth of talent among the emissaries played a crucial part, and it is arguable that if the tireless, constantly moving delegations had not contained so many stars, the result would have been much less satisfying. Most of the principal emissaries were already known to and respected by the leaders they were lobbying, and had made a name for themselves not only in Africa but outside the continent too. The fact that the plea of recognition came from academics, lawyers, churchmen, and diplomats, as well as politicians and soldiers, significantly increased its impact. Men like Sir Francis Ibiam, a former president of the World Council of Churches and governor of the Eastern region, the gentle and scholarly Sir Louis Mbanefo, a member of the World Court in The Hague, 2 distinguished former vice-chancellors, Kenneth Dickey and Edin Njoku, and the ex-premier of the East, Michael Okpara, were all deeply involved. But the man who decisively swung the key states of Tanzania and Ivory Coast around was the former president of Nigeria, Nnamdi Azikiwe. Zeke's impact cannot be overstressed. The father of Nigerian nationalism and an international figure of many years standing, he had been one of Nyerere's and Kaunda's early heroes. That he, the leading architect of Nigeria's unity, should now be advocating its demolition was an argument of considerable force. It is significant that Zeke made a long tour around Africa, including Ivory Coast, Tanzania, and Zambia, just before the recognitions, and unlike the other Biafran emissaries who had to creep in by the side door, he was treated in the red carpet style of the president he used to be. The recognitions were a landmark in the war. They suddenly injected new hope into Biafra just when everything seemed without hope. Zeke did not only just go with Ojukwu, he represented Biafra. And there may have been many reasons that made him do it. I don't even think he's a demon for doing it, but the problem I have with it is with people always trying to deny the past, like Atuche just did now. And the former writer also says, oh, the reason I was always going there is that Ojukwu just take him there, just like a prize stuff, a prize object. Whenever they see him, and then he was made to stand in the dining. How? I just read 3 books: Nigerian Civil War, Achebe, There Was a Country. But the point is that it may have been difficult for him to pull out. But did he work for Biafra? He did. He did. And when he had the opportunity in 1968, he jackpad to Lagos. And he started working against Biafra. And that is why he is hated today. And while he was even inside Biafra, he was not respected by Ojukwu. That episode of his books, that one I read it in another book. I can't remember. I think no, it's not this one. There's another book that talks about that episode. It was actually quite painful. 14 trucks of his library, and they just scattered everything because Ojukwu did not do what he was supposed to do. But again, Ojukwu was not respectful of him. Ojukwu was also very nepotistic, appointing his father onto boards as a military administrator. But again, it was just carrying on the tradition that people had done in Lagos as well. So, as we work with Biafra until he stopped working with Biafra, I hope we answered that question in the short time we had. Thank you very much. Let's go to...
You did answer my question, Prof. And this is the thing. I'm
we
sorry.
have to we have to move on. We have to move on because of time. We can't have another question, please, because of time. But if you ask no, I will say something. And you ask another question. You know what? Ask the question. What's the question?
Yeah, it's actually on the same thing. Looking at the country that Nnamdi Azikiwe was actually part of those people that get the independent, and he was the one again on the other side. He was taking side on the Biafra side.
What's the question? What's the question?
Well, the question is this: was there any time that Nnamdi Azikiwe was trying to make peace within the northern soldier Gowon and Ojukwu? Was there any time, or he just came and suddenly take side and say, okay, we just want to go with Biafra?
Sorry. Okay, thank you. Let's be careful with history. Things are not that straightforward. Azikiwe is not Ojukwu's father. And sadly, he was not respected in the East, even back then. So the idea of him mediating and calling both of them together, that would not happen. It did not even happen, not like it will not happen. Because even in I read something there from something called the Eastern Consultative Forum. If you really want to know a little bit more about that thing, please read the book by Elechi Amadi, Sunset in Biafra. It was a rubber stamp assembly for Ojukwu and his minions. Nobody really cared about what Azikiwe had to say. They just wanted him to say yes to everything Ojukwu said. Is he that kind of person that will be able to now stand up? The only person who could speak sense into Ojukwu, as far as politicians went back then, was Awolowo. And he did try. Of course he did. How do I know? Because I have the minutes of the meeting. The minutes of the meeting are in this book. Awu on the Nigerian Civil War. We'll get to this book at some point. Ojukwu was just somebody who didn't care for whatever. Like you could tell him anything, he wouldn't listen. And I'm not going to blame Azikiwe for that. Because you have to also be careful, not to just say, oh, he was a bad man, let's make him bad. He's not, he has his issues, but as far as this is concerned, there was nothing he could have done. It was, as a matter of fact, what's the word now? I'm looking for a word. Wait, let's remember also that it wasn't just from his presidency straight to Yakubu Gowon. There was a run. Now, there the coup meet him. You see, he got back to Nigeria. Ironsi was president, was head of state. Azikiwe went back to the east. It was while he was in the east that the coup started, that the second coup, July counter coup, happened. The coup meet him for east. So it was in the east. All the war meet him for east. So nobody say it was just one man just say I'm in London. I mean, when it was wrong, we talked about it. He went to hide, saying he was going on a boat cruise to the Caribbeans. Then later went to the UK, and then he was there. He knew about the coup. We know all of those things. We talked about it. But when it comes to the issue of Ojukwu, that's not on Azikiwe. It was on Ojukwu. Ojukwu was an egomaniac. It was just. I can't blame Azikiwe. He's not his father. But I hope I answered the question. Let's quickly move on. I think that poet has already spoken, so we have to go. Okay, that poet has not spoken. So after that poet, we'll have a Daughter, and then we'll have rural area. Phoenix, I've been trying to bring you up. I can't even see you on the list, which is crazy. But let's have Dark Poet, and then we'll have a Daughter. Please, let's stick to the time because of other people who are trying to come up. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good evening once again. Good evening, everyone. Let me quickly divert to Collins.
2 minutes, so
because I read some part about Alex Madebo. He speak about Ojukwu and Zik encounter, and what I got from that is that Zik had ambition that if they could get what they want, he had ambition of becoming their first president, and Ojukwu already sealed that for himself. Ojukwu is, with what Madebo said, Ojukwu is planning to off military uniform when they get what they want and put on the native distance to become the first president, which is why he is trying to break Zik's defense to make him redundant. By the time they will have achieved that. So that was one of the reasons why Zik too switched side again, according to what Madebo insinuates, that they make him redundant. He does not have any influence. And he also mentioned the part that yes, he went to Gabon with him.
See, don't believe Madebo. As a matter of fact, the book you just mentioned, I'm getting it tomorrow. I ordered it last week, so it's going to arrive tomorrow. I read something about Madebo. So the reason I say don't believe Madebo is that Madebo is on Ojukwu's side. And I think it's easy to just dump on Azikiwe. Again, Azikiwe has messed up in the past, but on this particular one, I think it's not fair to say he wanted to become president. How would he want to become president of a nation? Again, Madebo has a very interesting way of writing stuff. I've read excerpts from his book. I've also read about him from other sources. And the only person that I think speaks highly of him is this man. And I'm not surprised. His name is Chuks Ilogbonam. He's the only one that is kind of... let me say it this way. I'm not even Igbo. But I think... So not Madebo, for instance, was in the army, was in the Biafran army. Madebo had issues with everybody. Read what he had to say about Victor Banjo, for instance. He had issues with everybody. Yes. But I said, if you read what he had to say about Victor Banjo, when he had to command the... Excuse me. When he had to command the 101st Brigade, that was the Liberation Army of Nigeria. What I'm trying to say... I'll be very, very wary of blaming Azikiwe for what happened in that period of Nigeria's history. I think the blame of that thing actually lies with Ojukwu and his folks.
Ojukwu, yeah.
Yes. And one of those folks, and one of those folks is Madebo. Because it was one of his advisors.
I'm actually not blaming him because let's look at it. He is now on a national level, he is the most senior politician for the East then. So if he has ambition, it's within his right. Because no one trumps him then. It was the president, which is
It's a lie. It's a lie. He cannot have ambition. A military person wants to secede and break up a nation, and you are saying that a civilian has ambition to rule that nation. The person who has been shouting about ruling the world, who just finished ruling Nigeria, I'm sorry, I just doubt that claim.
Yeah, I quite understand, Prof. I understand you that. Like what I'm getting for is what I read about, what I could able to deduct from that. And because at the end of the book, Madebo to place some blames on Ojukwu that his greed led to the major destruction for the war on them. Not really because he would have surrendered, as advised by the civilians then that he should surrender, but he kept on saying he wouldn't.
Which civilian asked him to surrender? Did he mention any names? I can't wait for that book to arrive tomorrow, man. Did he mention any?
I think he mentions on him. He mentions on him. I've read it over 10-15 years ago too, but I'm trying to, because somebody stole the book from me actually, and I was angry about. So I'm because I could remember some lines on it. I have that kind of that kind of memory. So on the long run for me, I want to still advise our Gen Zs who still believe they want to be a young Yoruba, but to be coming to this kind of platform, come and learn
so that they can unlearn some history that they were taught outside that is untrue, and they can forge a path forward in growing our own land. Because if these people who have turned their back on you, you at least you vote for them, and they turn their back on you. I'm not saying you shouldn't vote for who you like. When you are
please, 30 more seconds. Your time is already passed.
Yes,
30 more seconds. In fact,
I'm rounding off.
Yes,
Because
please.
you know you chop part of my time.
Yes, that's why I didn't talk before.
When you're trying to please some people that are trying to they put everything on your own race or your own ethnicity, you should have a rethink and you should learn about the truth. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much for that. I just saw something in a book right now about how Banjo died. Let me not change the topic. Thank you very much. Let's have Phoenix. Phoenix was here before. I have to bring up just 2 more people because of time. So Phoenix, please, 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Can you hear me?
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I wanted to just give something that happened in 2015 during that Buhari and Jonathan's election, and there was some crisis. How there were some fires in the north. I was traveling from Port Harcourt to Umuahia. And there was this riot because people brought news that Igbos have been unalived in the north. And there were these guys they were at around that Obigo site. They were stopping cars, stopping buses, especially buses. And they were searching. Is there any house man here? Let's bring him down. You understand? And in the bus I switched on my camera because there's a group I belong to, a WhatsApp group I belong to of journalists. So I switched on my camera. I was recording better. I had to hide it in such a way. So they came to the bus, opened the bus. Yeah, is there any house post? Yeah, no, there's no house person here. You understand? And then we moved on. And then I shared it in that journalist group. Of which the majority of those journalist group about 90% Igbos. I said I should take what down? Something that's happening and I'm seeing, I should take it down. You understand? So this thing, when there's reading these things, when you're reading about this program and everything, I believe it happened because one thing I've come to realize is that we have failed. We always like to say and hide the bad parts that we have. I had to private chat the admin to say, okay, are we not supposed to be journalists? We're not supposed to report the truth, irrespective of who was at fault. There's a British woman who was in that group also. She carried it and wanted to take but the admin told her that it was a lie. I was not the admin. I was just new there, so I think she believed him. That's why that news didn't come out. So when I see this kind of when I hear this, I know it happened. It must have happened because I've seen it, something like that almost happening to me. Secondly and finally, when I see the politics today, I'm pissed. And in one of your lies, you mentioned that if Ojukwu actually was fighting for Igbos, he wouldn't come back and then go and support the Hausas. You understand?
Yes, no, yes.
You unlike these people, and I agree with you. You understand? I mean, Buhari did 8 years. As bad as Buhari's government was, it's not brothers we are supporting him. We should support a southern president, irrespective of his religion. Do your 8 years. You understand? So that the northerners will know that there's unity also in the south. That's the truth. And I'm pissed that we want to use us as the devil's advocates in this coming election, and I think it's wrong. And I think that's why Igbo is getting his politics wrong.
It is well.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
sir. Thank you very much, Phoenix. It is well. Thank you. Where can you get the book I Won the Nigerian Civil War? I've mentioned several times. Amazon, Roving Heights, booksellers, Sunshine Booksellers online. And if you can wait for a few more months, when we set up the bookshop, I'll be able to tell you I just can't do it now because I'm going to need to set up an office for that, right? I can't start taking phone call during session. Hey, you're not collecting your book? Okay. So don't worry. But for now, check Roving Heights, booksellers, Sunshine Booksellers, and Amazon. All the books that you're looking for, you find. I mean, you should. By the way, some of the books, like this one, for instance, is hard to come by. But many of them you will still find, to be honest. All right. Thank you very much, Phoenix. Please, let's try and do 2 minutes. I really have to go. It's 7:24. I didn't know I was going to be here for this long. So let's have Edalto. Edalto, please. We have to reduce it because I have to run. So Ejo. So I have Edalto, then we have rural area, and then Akinshafi. Yes, sir.
Can you add my 2 minutes to
First and foremost, we have to
can we? Rural area, okay, so.
I want to add my 2 minutes to Edalto to make it 4.
Okay, I'll make it 3. And then, yes.
Thank you very much.
I was the witness. I was a witness in the retaliatory killings in Port Harcourt. That was right after the killings. So you could tell us the non-Easterners clear.
All right. Okay, that's what I'll give you time more.
Yeah, give me my time.
Oh, really, thank you. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. Thank you very much for the program. We thank you for the readings. First thing I will say is that please let us get books. Let us buy some of those books. While Olotu was talking, I was able to download 2 books. I downloaded where I am now. I can't lay my hands on my books, so I'm trying to get them and read with him as he reads. So I downloaded 2 books. I downloaded Grain, some of those books, so that you will know that this man that is reading here is not making anything up. He's not making anything up. Not buy these books, download them, not just download and buy alone. Please read them. Some people have a lot of books at home. They are not reading, and they will come out and be like Atuche Chris. He will come out to be angry. So that is that. Please, somebody, we are talking about healing. We want this country to heal if it can, but this country can never heal if we do not discuss all of these things. You know, it's like a wound. If you keep on binding it, it will omajera. So let us have discussions. We appreciate the fact that all of you are coming here. We want you to bring a lot of people on this platform. You can also further it by discussing it with other people. You know, it's like a church that have branches. It's like a company that have outlets. Please, let us continue to discuss all of this, discuss these books, discuss these perspectives to see that in Nigeria. Reading all of these books to us, I have seen a sole victim. The sole victim in this Nigerian cause are the Yoruba people. We are the collateral damage. Every time there's something on the right, Yoruba people collect. On the left, we collect. We have never planned a coup in this country. We have never tried to usurp any government. We have always been our Omoluabi. We have always put our Omoluabi at the fore. We have never fought anybody. We didn't even. In fact, if you have left the Hausas, Fulani, and the Igbos, both of them would have decimated themselves. If not for us, that war would come to abrupt stop that just happened in 1970 or thereabout. So we have been at the receiving end. The Igbos that we have done a lot for, because when they told them to leave Western region, it was Immortal Awo that told the government to say, no, leave them, protect them. And again, I'll come back for people that talk about Zik. Igbo people do not have, and I do not hold it against them. They don't have that idea of what leadership is all about. They use, if anybody comes, if that person will fight himself his way to the top, they will accept. If he forces anything on them, they accept. If the moment somebody usurps him or removes him, they don't care. You can imagine if Zik was an Hausa man, he wouldn't have come back to Nigeria as a private citizen or as a journalist. You can imagine if that had happened in Yoruba, of course, it wouldn't have happened. No stupid person like Ojukwu would have told us to leave Nigeria anyhow like that. But imagine if something like that happened. Awo will still be treated like a god that we have always revered him to be. But it borders on the attitude of the people from that part of the world, which means that they don't hold leadership in high esteem like that. They just want a momentary something.
That's 4 minutes over.
That's that. Last
it's 4 minutes, so
you have the last one second. So everything now borders. Everything now goes back to the Yoruba bots. We have I can't say it, but when you fight for somebody, you always think if they can fight for you back. Don't go and be now. The good example is that Wole Soyinka went to prison. Professor Wole Soyinka went to prison because of Biafra. Go on Twitter today. Go and see the people denigrating Soyinka. Immortal Awo saved people. Go on the internet and see people, denigrating Immortal Awo. So for you, Yoruba bot, please, I am begging you, read books. Read a lot of books and use your brain as you are reading these books. Use your head. Your head is not a stone. It is meant to be used. You have brains. So please, I want to beg you, come and call your friends to come listen to this program. All of us, please, let us support this program so that it won't die, because it's a class for some of us. Some of us that have books that we can't lay our hands on them. Some of us that have books we can't even read. We don't have that time. As you were reading the book, some people were eating. I saw them on the ground. They were eating. They sat down eating. Some people are just there's a man there. His wife was touching his chest. So it is good that somebody is there for us, reading into our ears. So please let us support this program in whichever way we can.
All right, thank you.
We can support it. We have a lot to say, but unfortunately, please, Yoruba bot, rethink, have a rethink. Don't sell your land. Don't throw away your prestige. When you go to prison for them, they killed him. Rural area, thank you so much.
Binubu, rural area, now you can speak. 2 minutes, sir.
Much for the work you are doing.
Thank you, sir.
I've asked my friends to come to your platform. Maybe, I don't know why, maybe they've been coming, but I wanted to drag them here. Some of them are like professors like you. Well, anyway, Mr. Busayo, I was an eyewitness to the killings in Port Harcourt. I not 10 there. I saw the killing of the Northerners. That was, I think it was after the killing that Ojukwu said non-standard should leave. It was on a Monday morning. We came back and we were dismissed from the school, to go back home. Everybody should go back home on a Monday morning. So we came back home, and that was the beginning of our isolation in our various evacuating us to the Port Harcourt seaport. That was our last day in Port Harcourt. So it pains me a lot when I see what is going on in Nigeria right now, because the way the Igbos are behaving now, just like nothing happened, just like they never learned anything. They are ready for war. You can see it in their action and in their speech, the way they talk. They are ready for another war and stuff like that. And that particular time, there was a saying in Igbo language. Anybody that understands Igbo should get what I'm saying. They were saying Ojukwu nye anyị egbe. Ojukwu nye anyị egbe means Ojukwu give us guns. That was as far back as 1966 September. So they were already ready for the war there. Let me stop here because it's very emotional for me, because my family suffered. We left everything, all what my father accumulated from 1922 in Port Harcourt. We lost everything. And he was one of the movers and shakers because he has all these ocean sea vehicles that travels all the way to like Finland and Norway at that particular time. But anyway, I'm happy I'm still living to witness the Nigeria. Advise my Igbo brothers and sisters. War is not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That was very emotional. Thank you. And it's also good to have elders who actually experience these things. I mean, we study these things, we read it, and sometimes we have to even come to terms with some of the things. We have to piece together stuff from different sources. But you were there, and yeah, sorry for your loss, and I pray Nigeria heals, so that the pain would be worth it. But thank you very much for sharing with us. Somebody said Igbos don't want war. I mean, the words and the actions don't tally. That's the problem. Majority of your people support ESN, IPOB, so you don't want war. The rhetorics of those organizations, the things they say, the things they do, the way your people move, the insults, the tauntings, especially out. And that's the craziest part that I would never understand is how people leave their homes, go to other regions and taunt their hosts in the region of the hosts. And that mistake, which is a mistake by the way, keeps happening. There has not been a decade since the 1940s that mistake has not happened, and it's always what I mean. Do we not learn anything from the past? Do we not learn anything from the past? Do you want to repeat these things? Could make sense. Anyway, everybody will be all right. Nigeria will heal, and I hope people get what they want. Those who want to have secession, please, let me just say this. If you want to have secession, please work with your representatives. You have 58 of them in Abuja. You have 5 state governors. You have 5 houses of assembly. Please work with them. Get your secession clause and a referendum passed in those places. You get what you want. But all this, I just hope this rhetoric, the insult, because normally, why would I be talking about some of these things? But it's also good, by the way. I'm happy that you guys are insulting everybody because it gives us opportunity to actually dig into stuff to understand, not so that we can insult you back. At least from my own perspective, I'm not planning to insult anybody back. That makes you talk like this, like a person whose counsel is darkened. What's the pain that makes you talk like that? Only for me to now study and discover that the pain is even non-existent. It's based more on the propaganda than the events. It's a shame. You want to join Mr. Kola Farawela? Please call. Let's try if this is going to work today. Please call Telegram at Busui Oris. And let's see if that works. Somebody on YouTube wants to be part of the conversation. Please call Telegram at Busui Oris. Let's see if that works. And then we'll see if we can patch you in. Hopefully that works. But thank you very much, Rural Area and Adalto. Let's have Akin Shafi as we begin to round up now. Hello, Akin Shafi. Okay, Akin Shafi is not around. I got to run, man. Hello, Mr. Isaac. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. How are you doing?
Hello.
You speak later, my brother Aki. Hello, sir.
Okay.
Please go on, Hello. Mr. Isaac. Please go on, Mr. Isaac.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to make some contribution to all that I've heard this morning. You see, one thing we have to understand, even during the declaration of Biafra or the so-called Biafra at that time, Ojukwu himself, who was the presumed head of state or the governor of the Eastern region, was not even interested in Biafra. He wasn't interested in Biafra. One, If he was interested in Biafra, he would stay in the land to defend Biafra. But he was trying to move to Lagos to overthrow the then head of state, Yakubu Gowon. So these Igbo people of today, they are saying marginalization. No, Igbo have been in the forefront of Nigeria. I don't know why they are talking what they are saying, because when you look at the 66 coup, they were all there. They say it's not an Igbo coup. It was an Igbo coup. It was a coup for the Igbos because one, Michael Okpara was spared. He wasn't killed. Dennis Osadebe for Midwest spared, but all the other premier were eliminated. So why would they say that it is not Igbo, and why would they say that they are being marginalized? Because they have everything in Nigeria. So all they are talking about is just not adding up at all. So they have to make peace, because they are really turning the country into a different thing entirely. See, even when Shehu Shagari was the president, and Igbo man was the vice. So they have gained so much in Nigeria. So they're talking of being marginalized, or they don't recognize them. That's not true at all. It's not true. Because they did one thing they did not do. They did not follow up with the agreement. And that is why they have a problem with the North. They talk about eliminating. Hello?
1 more minute, sir. 1 more minute.
Okay. Well, they didn't follow with the agreement. So they have been like that before. They have not been following truly with the people. Even when the Chief Awolowo asked them to form a coalition against with the North, Zeke went to the North and formed a coalition with the party in the North. So they are not really wanting to make peace. They just want to cause problem in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, Isaac. Thank you very much for coming up. So we have 2 more people, and then we'll be closing the live. Akin Shafi is away again. All right.
Hello.
All right, please go on.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. 2 minutes, please.
So, okay, Prof. Briefly, in my 2 minutes. So first, I would appreciate what you have been doing. It's very excellent. It's something that is very much needed at this period of our history. And my contribution would basically be on moving forward. So because just as you have rightly emphasized, everybody has been hurt, especially even the Yoruba race. However, we need to move on beyond the situation, especially to our Igbo brothers. I must acknowledge them as our brothers because we've been living together for quite more than a decade. So again, when we talk about reasons why people would always want to agitate and complain, most of the time it is due to the fact that probably they are not included. So it's a natural thing. You have
Hold on. Who is not included?
let me land on that.
No. You have already landed. But I'm just asking a question. Who is not included in Nigeria?
So if they feel that they're not included,
nobody cares about anybody's feelings. No, hold on. No, you have been saying things. You have been saying. See, let me tell you. Hold on. I've been listening to you. You have been. I understand where you're coming from. I've been hearing. Wait now. From the. After you've spoken for about 10 seconds, I started hearing those things on the undertones. I get where you're coming from, but I don't like. Just say what you really want to say. So when you say somebody feel like he's not being included, how have they not been included? Is it that they don't have governors, they don't have House of Representative members, no senators? We've had how many Senate presidents from the East since 1999? In Obasanjo's first time alone, we had 4. We've had deputy Senate presidents. We have Pius Ayim as president. We have Evan, we had Wabara. We had Orado Kadigbo. We had the gentleman in London now, the one that had this filling the gap. like, what exactly is it that you don't feel like you're involved? Is the TV man, has the TV man ever become the head of Senate? Like, what's the, like, what does it mean? So please, if you don't mind, I'll give you extra 30 seconds. What does Ekwere man do? Thank you, Lowo Drew. So what does it
Prof,
mean
can you
that
still hear me?
somebody has not?
The network
We
is
can hear
breaking.
you. We can
Hello?
hear you, but oh boy, we'll come back to you. Let's have Vodis copy, please. Your network is not really good, to be honest. I think that's why.
You
Vodis
have taken
copy.
out of my 2 minutes.
Your
You have
network is
taken
not.
my 2 minutes.
Oga, I was giving you the minutes back.
Okay.
I said your network is not good.
All
Can you
right.
hear? Can you hear us?
Okay, thank you. Let
I
me be
was giving
brief.
you the minutes
Let me be
back. I said
brief
your
about
network
it.
is not.
So, Prof, for me, me, I don't. Uh, okay.
The network is not good.
Exactly.
Vodis copy, please go on.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Yeah, it's nice being here once
Yeah,
again.
good evening, everybody. Good evening. There's a lot of noise in the background, though.
It's nice being here once again.
There's a lot of noise in the background. There's something wrong. Please just try and fix it. There's something. Maybe there's a lot of. I don't know. Maybe there's another device or something. But let's have deactivated, please.
Hello, good evening, everybody.
Good evening. 2 minutes, please.
Okay, quickly, I just came here to actually.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening. 2 minutes, please.
So I just came here to actually buttress the erroneous saying that Ojukwu was the one that actually released Awolowo. I know you have actually clarified that statement. So number one, perhaps maybe further about it. There is a YouTube video. The YouTube video about it, where Gowon and Awolowo stand with each other, and there is a video also about it. Number two, let me just clarify with the date. The first coup happened January 15th, 1966. The second counter coup happened but I don't know, perhaps maybe it wasn't granted or not. But what I just want to say that Awolowo was released in 1966 and Ojukwu declared his Biafra 1967. So how can Ojukwu, who declared...
Sorry, I don't know what's happening, but there's a lot of screeching noise in the background. I don't know where that's coming from. But yeah, sincerely, guys, I have to go. I'm actually quite tired. But thanks, everyone, for... No, I'm lagging. Yes, I'm trying to switch the internet service provider. I hope it's better now. I think it is better. All right. Sorry about that. If you're on Facebook or YouTube, thank you very much for joining us. Really glad you're here. We'll be here again tomorrow at 1 p.m. if time, West African time, and then we'll continue this conversation from here. It's not the fun, it's somebody, the person calling, I think it's from their side. But thank you very much for coming up. Somebody said, I want to hear Akin's network is not working. That's not my fault now. And really, I have to, because I'm tired. But thank you for a wonderful session. So if you're on YouTube, Facebook, we're going to end the live now. We're about to play the anthems, but we don't play the anthems on YouTube because of copyright stuff. But I said I was going to do something. I'll try to do it tomorrow. I'll just put the link, the YouTube link for the anthems, so that you can join us as well. You know, you can watch it on your own. Thank you very much for 200K likes on TikTok. This is really beautiful. Thank you very much for your support. Thanks to all the speakers that came up stage. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us and your experiences as well. Especially, I mean, everybody, every single person. Let me not mention anybody's name. Everyone, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. And also those who actually were there. We actually are humbled to have you join this conversation. Everyone in the comment section, thank you for liking and sharing and tapping and, all the good things you did, commenting, engaging the video or the live, whether it's here on TikTok, on Facebook and YouTube, and even on Twitch. Really appreciate your presence and thank you for your support. And to all the gifters, thank you very much for your generosity. Thank you for gifting us with the gifts, with the, I put the accounts up there. I don't know if there's money, if money has been put there, but thank you by faith. Regardless, I'm really glad that you support what I do here day in, day out. We'll be again tomorrow. Thank you. We'll be here tomorrow at 1 p.m. if we're time, West African time. We're going to continue from where we're stopping now. And then we're going to go into some materials I've not brought out yet. Possibly, we might read a book by N.U. Akwan tomorrow. The book is called The Struggle for Secession. And we might get into Aburi tomorrow, but I don't know if we'll get in there. But I know we're going to talk about what happened in September. We'll be using the NRO speech as a guide. And then from there, we'll get into the actions of Ojukwu that led to the war. But before then, so we're in September right now. Just remember, we're in September 66. We still have October, November, December, and January. And January was when Aburi happened, Aburi conference happened. So we'll see how it goes, but I hope we're picking lessons. And beyond being informed, which is very important that we are informed, because without information, without being informed, you become susceptible to all the gaslighting and blackmails going all over the place, and people just, whipping up emotions because they know that we don't know better. So, but apart from that, I think it's also very, very important that we learn lessons from these things, right? I think if there's one of the biggest things that makes history worth it is the lessons that history teaches us. And one of the craziest things that can happen is to see people repeat history again and again. It just shows like we're not learning anything. So I hope we're learning stuff. And also, Kola Farella, you have not been using Telegram. Oh boy. That's the only way I can think of. So please download Telegram, because that's the only way I can think of right now that might work. But thank you very, very, very much. All right. So YouTube and Facebook, I'm going to have to end the live now. Oh, nice. Thank you for the ribbons. Thank you, UIG. I really appreciate it. And thanks to everybody who has, supported the live today. All right. YouTube, Facebook, thank you very much. And Twitch, we'll see tomorrow at a bit after 1 p.m. because we have to play music before we get into the conversation. So please join us tomorrow, a bit after, maybe about 1:30 p.m. on YouTube. 1 p.m. Sha. Let me just say 1 p.m. If you don't get there early, it's because I play music. And maybe what I'll do is, what I'll start doing right now? You know what? 1 p.m. So what I'm going to do right now is that when you get to YouTube or Facebook on 1 p.m., you have something to watch, maybe videos from past editions or stuff, so that you are here with us. And then once we're about to get into the live session, we'll move together. That way, I'll see what we can do about that. But anyway, thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate you. I'll see you again tomorrow on Facebook and YouTube. I have to end the live there now. Eshe, God bless you. Now, for us here on our blessed, let us have our anthems.